Hello, everyone. How are we doing? It's too warm here today. Where are you? Imagine going outside. Y'all are crazy. When I get real bored, I like to drive downtown and get a great parking spot, then sit in my car and count how many people ask me if I'm leaving. Like, first-time chatters, it always goes one of two ways. Either they're fine, totally normal, or they're the weirdest motherfuckers ever. This isn't not the best example of weird, but it is out of nowhere. Pisco and I are going to be reacting to the latest episode of Her Take, obviously, with Dave Smith. And then as soon as I added Dave Smith to my title, I was like, well, wait, do I want to do that if I'm going to be... Do I want to do double Dave Smith content? Is that something I really want to do? So we'll see how much Dave Smith I want in one day, in one stream. Let's see. Let me see where he's at. What the hell is Pisco up to right now? Because let's see if he was doing callers. Pisco's hour. Pisces hour. Fuck. Wrong thing.
To lose the hat and
illegal, unlawful, correct? Because you're not going to pass strict scrutiny on this.
See, in the middle of some call.
Wait a second. No. You could pass strict scrutiny. It is possible.
Could you design a way in which it would pass strict scrutiny? Yeah.
Okay, I'll message him in a little bit since he's doing this. But I did want to... Oh, we'll probably talk about the lawsuit just a bit. But I saw this article from Copyright Lately on Twitter. Let me pull them up first. Yeah, wait. So this guy is a copyright lawyer. Along with trademark, media, and entertainment litigation, visit copyrightlately.com for copyright stuff. He just called out by Ethan is trying to get on a call with him. I know. I saw this tweet. I already retweeted it. I want them to have a conversation. So this guy, he's based in LA. He writes this. Ethan Klein files copyright lawsuits over lazy reaction videos. This was penned on June 22nd, 2025. YouTuber Ethan Klein helped establish fair use protections for reaction videos. Now he's suing to prove that not all reactions are created equal. YouTuber Ethan Klein, alongside his wife and creative partner Ela, once defended reaction videos as fair use in court. Now he's back in court, this time as a copyright plaintiff, arguing that bong rips, blank stares, and off-camera bathroom breaks don't quite meet the same standard. On June 19th, Klein's company, TED Entertainment, Inc., filed copyright infringement lawsuits against 3 Twitch streamers, Denim, Strogan, and Caseytron, for airing his content new Kassan Piker video and nearly in full, while allegedly adding little more than their presence. Good morning. The complaints, read here, and here, take express aim at what Klein calls lazy reaction videos, streams that replay copyrighted content with minimal interruption and even less analysis. Think vacant looks, vape clouds, and the sounds of loud sick intestinal emissions. This, I guess, is in one of the lawsuits. One streamer allegedly showed 70 minutes of Klein's 100-minute video without speaking. Another asked her chat, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." A third, according to the complaint, smoked more than she spoke. Now 3 federal courts will get to sort through the absurdity to decide where commentary ends and copying begins. Is sitting in silence, quote-unquote, transformative? What about scrolling your phone? At what point does a reaction video become just a watch party with a webcam? The rise of reaction videos have been a part of the internet's DNA since at least 2006. When 2 kids screaming over a Nintendo 64 helped launch a genre, the Fine Brothers' once popular React channel helped cement the genre's mainstream status, garnering over 13 billion views with segments like Elders React and Teens React. Eventually, even the reaction videos got reaction videos, most famously parodied by Mr. Beast in a 20-layer deep reaction spiral that's been viewed more than 7.5 million times. I forgot about this whole thing where these creators got a lot of shit. Like, their downfall, was when they announced that they were trying to trademark the word react. Then people got upset. As reaction content diversified, so did the style of responses. Some critiqued, some contextualized, some parodied, and others simply watched, and that evolution helped shape the current fair use debate. This evolution reached a legal turning point in 2017 when the clients helped establish legal precedent in this is Bold Guy versus Klein. I don't know how to say his last name. A federal judge ruled that their H3H3 protections say I'm dying, you guys. Sorry. Oh my god. Allergies are doing really awesome today. Where were we before I started dying? Federal judge ruled that their H3H3 Productions takedown video mocking Matt Haas's pickup artist persona was fair use under the Copyright Act. The clients had chopped up the original, interspersing clips with scene-by-scene mockery and commentary. The decision became a cornerstone for reaction creators, establishing that transformative criticism could justify using copyrighted content. But that same ruling came with a caveat. Not all reaction videos will necessarily qualify as fair use. Some, the court noted, quote, intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session. And I remember, or like, I've been seeing that there are other lawsuits that go into this, like Equals 3. I think Ray William Johnson was sued for copyright infringement, and they applied the, let me see if I do Equals 3 versus, yeah, I was looking at this. Equals 3 versus Jukin Media opinion. Let's see. If I just search this, I think there's a Wikipedia page. Yeah. Copyright infringement lawsuit where the court evaluated if commenting on humorous videos in a transformative manner is fair use or exploiting videos for their humor without paying for their use. They use portions of Jukin Media's clips without paying a licensing fee. On March 12, 2014, Equals 3 then host Ray William Johnson announced that the show would be going on hiatus to find a new host. Prior to resuming broadcast, Jukin Media contacted Equals 3 and informed them that any use of Jukin's media videos would be considered infringement, and Jukin Media was willing to negotiate a license agreement, indicating that Equals 3's crediting Jukin and linking their content was insufficient. On July 16th, 2014, Equals 3 resumed broadcast and published a video using Jukin's content. On June 25th, 2014, Jukin Media sent Equals 3 a letter with an invoice, which Equals 3 did not pay. Jukin Media argues that Equals 3 never responded to the letter, never paid the invoice, nor attempted to negotiate a license. On May 1st, 2014, Equals 3 alleged that Jukin had filed at least 41 copyright infringement claims against them on YouTube, preventing them from earning advertising revenue from the affected episodes. Equals 3's inability to advertise following Jukin allowed Jukin to place advertisements on the episodes, redirecting viewers to Jukin's own YouTube channel. On November 21st, 2014, plaintiff and counterclaim Equals 3 sues defendant and counterclaimant Jukin Media for a declaratory judgment and relief under the DMCA, which prohibits false DMCA takedown notices. Jukin Media claimed that Equals 3 infringed on 19 of its copyrights and filed a motion for partial summary judgment regarding fair use. Jukin Media argued that Equals 3 directly targeted its videos but didn't offer any evidence other than speculation. Jukin only submitted copyright registration certificates for 2 of the subject videos, and it presented to the court no licensing agreements granting it rights to the subject videos. Equals 3 provided the copyright registration numbers for 18 of the 19 subject videos. These are the 4 factors. Purpose and character of the use, including whether such use of a commercial nature is of a commercial nature or for nonprofit educational purposes, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work, which Ethan Klein says this is the most important one, apparently. Equals 3 argues that the episodes are transformative because they are parodies of the Jukin videos, while Jukin argues that they are not parodies because they do not critique Jukin's videos. The court said the episodes comment upon or criticize Jukin's videos by highlighting their ridiculousness, by creating fictionalized narratives of how the events transpired, using similes, or by directly mocking the depicted events and people within the videos. Equals 3 use of Jukin's videos is admittedly commercial, but the commercial nature of the use is outweighed by the transformativeness. The court found that the video use in the episode Sheep to Balls, where a person buys a phone and drops it, was not transformative and is not fair use. Other than Sheep to Balls, the court did not find any evidence that Equals 3 did not in good faith believe that it was making fair use of Jukin's videos and the Equals 3 videos to be highly transformative, weighing in favor of fair use. For the nature of the copyrighted work, the court found Jukin's work to be creative. Jukin's videos were all published before Equals 3 used them. The court finds this factor not particularly important where the new work is highly transformative. For the substantiality, Jukin argues Equals 3 uses the most important parts of the videos, and Equals 3 argues that if he uses no more of Jukin's videos than is necessary to achieve its purpose of criticizing and commenting. The court sides with equals 3, where they use no more than necessary to allow the host's jokes, comments, and criticisms favoring fair use. What sticks out to me is that they actually do give a fuck. Where is it? They just said good faith, no? The court did not find any evidence that equals 3 did not in good faith believe that it was making fair use. Means you have to believe you are in good faith. I don't know. That's what stuck out to me as well. The court is saying that they didn't feel that he was, but obviously other factors are at play with this anyway. For the potential market, Jukin argues that equals 3 frequently copies its videos during the time when they are most valuable. Equals 3 argues that there is no way for a viewer to share a source video contained in an equals 3 episode without having the viewer watch the entire episode. The court finds that the transformative nature of the video makes cognizable market harm less likely, with no actual evidence of any such harm. The court granted Jukin's motion for summary judgment to the extent that Jukin asserts that the video Sheep to Balls is not a fair use and entered a partial judgment, but for all the videos, the court denies Jukin's motion for summary judgment. So I guess 18 of the 19 videos were pretty much found to be fair use. But I would need to see. Is this the case? What the hell? Don't you just love when the link is dead? It's amazing. But back to this. Where is this? Streaming in silence. According to Klein's lawsuits, these streamers didn't just offer weak commentary. They engineered its absence, and what the complaints describe as a calculated effort to siphon viewers away from Klein's original video. Denims allegedly launched her stream 1 minute after Content Nuke premiered, telling viewers they could watch with her instead of giving the nuke views. The complaint... Is that the order of things, though? Is he getting that from the video? Hold on. See, quotes her. Let's see. What does he quote? Giving the nuke views. Nuke. Is this quote real? Let's see.
Now, here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm going to stream it.
Don't have to give the nuke views with that instead of her telling viewers they could watch with her instead of giving the nuke views prior to reacting. Oh, okay. So this is from the lawsuit, and I believe that this first sentence, we're relying on you to stay alive so we don't have to give the nuke views, which is what's quoted in this, is not a statement that she just uttered. It's something that she read from her chat, responded to with, yeah, I'm going to stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. So I guess they take her saying yeah in response to that as co-signing what that initial comment was saying. It's an interesting way to use a quotation, though. The complaint meticulously documents her silence. Let's see. They're probably talking about where they do like the tables and the breakdowns or whatever. Like this. Timestamps. On 74 separate occasions, Denim's group viewing session consisted of watching the nuke for 30 seconds or more with no commentary whatsoever, or at most an unintelligible word or phrase. In total, these excerpts comprise over 70 minutes of the nuke, i.e. 70% of its total runtime. The poverty of Denim's commentary, coupled by frequently showing long, unadulterated portions of the nuke, further demonstrates that the overriding and dominant purpose of Denim's group viewing session was to serve as a substitute for the original and to not provide critical commentary. Obviously, my assessment of this is totally worthless. I'm an amateur. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have any training. I don't have any education that's relevant to the law. But I wonder if, like, the excerpts comprise over 70 minutes of the nuke is of interest to the court because the transformative nature surrounding a reaction video will not be what you end up duplicating if you need to listen to it to be able to respond to it. And then this other, like these like durations, like these seconds or whatever, it's like, yeah, but in live form React content, if there's an argument to be made that it could be transformative, then you would need to be able to have it unpaused and you're watching it for an extended period of time to be able to understand the argument, understand the context, and rebut it if you have a disagreement. For the majority of her group viewing sessions, Denham speaks briefly after showing a much-long excerpt of the nuke. The fact that the excerpts shows of the nuke frequently eclipse her statements further emphasizes that the primary purpose of her group viewing session was to provide a substitute for the original, and any quote-unquote commentary was merely an afterthought. During Denham's group viewing session, she admits she is not providing sufficient commentary because she does not want to pause frequently. This further emphasizes whatever. She said, if I sat here and explained why he was wrong for like half of these things, we would be here for another 20 hours. I've gone in and tried to explain why he's incorrect on like 1 in every 10 incorrect takes because I'm not trying to spend an entire week here. Okay, I mean, like, I disagree with the way that the characterization of that. I don't even understand what to say about, because yeah, this is wrong because of this, another wrong take. Okay, well, I just paused it for 10 minutes. I feel bad pausing it again because surely there's something better here. Denham's admission that she failed to address the majority of points raised in the nuke is self-evident. Don't know about that, but okay, back to this. You can't just interject every 15 seconds to be fair use. Well, that's what's like strange to me about some of these arguments. There's a point in this where he argues, hold on. Like what is the implication? Denham's began her group viewing session of the nuke 1 minute after the nuke was released to the public. The timing of Denham's group viewing session of the nuke demonstrates that she did not pre-screen it to formulate her opinions prior to broadcast. Like, let's say a court finds Ethan's argument compelling, they rule in his favor that it was not transformative and it was not fair use. Is this pre-screen argument, could this be incorporated or transform or set precedent that now anytime people, like live streamers, react to content on stream, not only can they never broadcast the entire thing with transformative commentary from start to finish, but do you have to pre-screen on top of it to formulate your arguments? Like, is that going to be something else that could become like argued needs to be part of like transformative internet commentary that's live? No way Ethan is pre-watching everything, lol. Well, he didn't even pre-watch the what is it, the content cop, right? He just watched it, he just started watching it live. Okay. Repentant man. See ya. The complaint, 70 minutes of Klein's 100-minute documentary played without commentary, spread across 74 segments of 30 seconds or longer. Her closing pitch. Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. The numbers tell the story. Denham's typical streams drew 3,300 viewers. And like, this numbers tell the story. This might be the way that the court demands that plaintiffs argue that they have a case of copyright infringement, that it relies primarily on these like what is it, like wherever that table was, like that's the way, because I mean this guy is a copyright lawyer, he's not saying that that's wrong. Her content nuke reaction peaked at 45,800, a 14-fold increase that presumably translated into donations, subscriptions, and ad revenue. And the thing is that that's true, but I don't know that Ethan has an issue with revenue being generated by watching his content, because Hassan was able to raise over like $100,000 for a charity by reacting to the content nuke. Hassan didn't react to the content nuke in full. He only reacted to like half of it. And literally the video he ended up uploading on YouTube was like 10 hours, something like that. Hold on. Where is it? It's called Disarming the Content Nuke, I think. Part 1. Yeah, this is a month ago. 943,000 views.
This isn't junk.
This was published May 7th. And he doesn't watch the whole thing in this, but he was raising money for charity. So just because he didn't personally profit off of it, though, you use that content to generate revenue. And I wonder if he was accepting like Prime subs or donations while he was also live. But Ethan knew that he was doing that, and Ethan said that that's probably the best example of fair use. Hold on. I have like a link to this somewhere. Yeah, this is where he says it's like the best example of fair use so far. And now this is me like getting into like motives, not into really legal arguments. I was never going to sue Hassan because I asked him to react to it. That's a presumed license. And anyway, his usage is obviously fair use. Actually, the best example of it. I specifically sued these three because of their malicious statements to act as a market substitute. Pretty obvious. Knowingly lying is, of course, part of their propaganda efforts, and he's responding to, I guess, this guy is Hassan's editor. So if you're saying, like, this is the best example of it, but part of your argument is like, oh, well, it's a market substitute because money and revenue was generated. Even though it went towards, like, it didn't go to Hassan personally. The majority of it went to, like, a charity. Does that matter? You're still generating revenue based off of a reaction to Ethan's content in the first place. Rogan allegedly treated the documentary as background noise, scrolling Reddit, chatting off topic, and at one point asking, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." Moderators of art and like this, I can't find her video or reaction anywhere, so I can't make an assessment of it, and I don't want to just take the lawsuit at its word. Moderators of H3 Snark allegedly promoted her stream as a way to watch without supporting Klein, with pin posts directing users to these alternative viewing parties. The thing is that I also believe that Ethan has argued in his defense against Ryan Kavanaugh, who is suing him for defamation, that he and Hila don't have any responsibility for the r/H3H3 subreddit community because they are not formal moderators of it, nor are they in contact with the moderators of that sub. So even though the community is for viewers of the H3H3 branded content, they argue in court apparently that they're unaffiliated with it formally. I think there are mods now of that subreddit. Well, I guess it's strange to me that like they will personally argue in one lawsuit that they are not responsible for anything that goes on in a subreddit that's affiliated with their brand, but because they don't have a personal affiliation with it, that they can't be held responsible. But there's a link that we're supposed to infer between H3 Snark, which is open to anybody, and these three creators, even though they're not formal moderators of that, and there's no evidence. We're like speculating that they're in cahoots with them, but we don't have evidence of that. Then there's Casey John. The complaint against her alleges she spent the stream in a highly inebriated state, often offering only blank stares, occasional profanity, and those aforementioned omissions. At times, the complaint alleges Casey John is not even conscious. The complaint argues that this isn't commentary, it's coasting, or as the complaint's quote from Campbell v. Cuffrose, an attempt to avoid the drudgery and working up something fresh. What is this? What is the suit? Let's see. A United States Supreme Court copyright law case that established that a commercial parody can qualify as fair use. This case established that the fact that money is made by a work does not make it impossible for fair use to apply. It is merely one of the components of a fair use analysis. That's funny. That's what I was just asking. About the Hassan thing. Like, money alone or being able to profit, like commercial purposes or whatever, is not going to be a silver bullet for arguing that it's a market replacement. Can a vibe be transformative? These lawsuits don't question whether reaction videos can be fair use. The Klein versus Bold Guy thing helped cement that. They ask whether pressing play and zoning out qualifies as a reaction at all. Fair use doesn't require eloquence, but it typically does require transformation. Commentary can be verbal or visual, sophisticated or simple. A raised eyebrow, a dramatic pause, even strategic editing can convey criticism. But there has to be something. A blank stare while scrolling TikTok probably doesn't cut it. Klein's company, TED Entertainment Inc., for its part, proposes a more conventional rule of thumb. Across its filings, it outlines what amounts to a 5-part checklist. 1, pre-screen the material. 2, use commentary directly related to the style or substance of the original work. 3, use short clips. 4, pause frequently to comment. And 5, again, this pause frequently to comment thing. This seems like it's highly subjective. I wonder if this like IP lawyer has any other articles talking about like his thoughts on this. And ensure the commentary outweighs the copied footage. The message is clear. This isn't about punishing bad commentary. It's about punishing the absence of any. I mean, that's the message technically, I guess, within the brief, but I would argue that you should probably factor in motives and other statements that have taken place outside of this. But as far as the court's concerned, that's what they're going to look at. Of course, fair use doesn't come with a checklist, and some streamers may argue that their casual meandering style is a form of real-time cultural critique, one that prioritizes authenticity over structure and vibes over scripts. Whether any court is willing to buy into that looser form of transformation remains to be seen. It'll be an uphill climb. So, did they put anything about like a 5-part checklist though in this? I put checklist, or is this guy making summaries? Like he's summarizing it? Make the legal standard react harder. Pause frequently. Yeah, I guess he summarizes it for them. During Denham's group viewing session, she admits she is not providing sufficient commentary because she does not want to pause frequently. So yeah, like the implication is that you do want it to pause. I think he's just summarizing. Well, why doesn't he include that he also wants there to be pre-screening? Oh wait, no, he does. He says pre-screen the material. Of course, fair use doesn't come with a checklist. Oh wait, about this. Where the line gets drawn again. In the client's case, the court took care to note that it wasn't deciding all reaction videos are fair use. Some reaction videos, like the Klein video, it observed, intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session. The plaintiff says the streams at issue here fall firmly in the latter camp, monetized co-viewings dressed up as commentary. The complaints also alleged a coordinated effort by r/H3Snark Reddit moderators to redirect viewers away from Klein's original and toward these infringing broadcasts. I mean, allegedly infringing, right? Turning the subreddit and the plaintiff's telling into an underground rebroadcast network. Meanwhile, the stakes go beyond these 3 defendants. As reaction videos continue to dominate Twitch and YouTube, Klein's lawsuit asks the court to clarify where the transformation ends and free writing begins. A community divided, the lawsuits have sparked a flurry of commentary across the streaming and content creation world, splitting the commentary along predictable lines. Some creators and fans applauded Klein's efforts to draw a line between transformation and lazy freeloading. Others see the lawsuit as heavy-handed. Hasanabi, the popular political streamer who was the subject of content nuke, accused Klein of orchestrating the lawsuit as a publicity stunt and urged viewers to support the defendant, framing the case as big creator bullying. Some critics speculate that Klein may have baited streamers by releasing content nuke, knowing it would be rebroadcast with little or no commentary. I mean, what is this? Let's see. I knew they would. Yeah, this is what he says. He's like, I didn't want them to. I just knew they would. That's what he argues in the video. A sort of entrapment theory that's made the rounds on Reddit and Twitter. Meanwhile, many of the... I'm surprised he didn't be like, but entrapment doesn't apply to civil cases. Meanwhile, many in the streaming community worry that a ruling in Klein's favor could chill legitimate reaction content, especially on Twitch, where live commentary is often more freeform and improvisational than YouTube's heavily edited format. Was live streaming on YouTube too, right? The defendants have yet to issue formal responses to the lawsuits, although Frogan reportedly deleted all Twitch videos and clips from her channel, while all 3 have launched crowdfunding campaigns to fund their legal defense. The bottom line, this isn't a referendum on verbal versus nonverbal critique. It's a test of whether anything was added at all. The clients once fought to protect creators who transformed existing works into something new. Now they're asking the courts to protect them from creators who don't. Fair use doesn't require brilliance, but it does require effort. If your entire contribution to someone else's video is a cough, and a trip to the fridge, you might not be a commentator. You might just be a very chill copyright infringer. Whether courts will accept that a vibe is transformative remains to be seen. But if not, the days of the lean back and react economy may be numbered, and content creators everywhere will need to decide if they're actually reacting or just along for the ride. So this IP lawyer is saying that this could establish precedent, depending. But now there's talk of Ethan already like settling with these people, so it may never reach a court. And if his crusade is that he really wants to establish fair guidelines, wouldn't he avoid settling with them on purpose so that they can establish it? As always, I'd love to hear what you think. Drop me an @ the things. Let me see. Let's see where Pisco's at.
I can't believe they did. No,
because you don't give
that
a
is
fuck
not
about the
what I'm
First
saying
Amendment.
right now.
Because you don't care about. Oh, you're saying you would or wouldn't?
No. I'm saying like in the sense of like my understanding of the Trump administration.
Oh, right.
It's
Yeah.
like, yes, I could totally see that the Trump administration would do. To be clear, I'm not saying I think it's
No, but you're saying it would
impossible for them
require
to
some
have
kind
done
of.
that.
What you're saying is
All right, let's not restream Pisco's content yet. What are some other things? There's some things I want to show him though that I wonder that if he's seen. The post H3 world, yeah. All right. I'm warning you. Gapo Tiguk. Chill out. Let's see. Oh wait, I wanted to also get some receipts. If I do Dave Smith, Kyle Kalinske. I want to get some receipts for these MAGA creators that have argued, or like I'm starting to feel like it's not like a total media fabrication. There obviously was tension between these like America First isolationists versus these more pro-interventionists like Republicans. I don't deny that, but it is so overstated the extent to which that fracture is meaningful within the Republican Party and MAGA movement in general. And I want to have like links to all of the most notable creators, including like Steve, that were cited as like, oh, they're America First and they're isolationist. That included Steve Bannon, maybe Tim Pool, Tucker Carlson for sure, Candace Owens, Dave Smith, because all of them, they came out swinging, right, saying all of this stuff, but eventually they all fell in line, and that's what I want to have fucking receipts for.
I forgot about this. Credit to for breaking with Trump for apologize for supporting him for the rest of my life. And I remember doing a thing I was seeing there are
by much. But I was like, does
Kyle, you were driving me crazy. The fact that he like literally has it, you can't see what the text of the tweet is above it, so I could just search for it.
anybody actually thinks I would? It's like blown away, and I'm not blown away. Dave Smith, and they were like,
let's look at what he said a few months back, and then we'll listen to his new commentary now.
and they were like, they'll probably cheer him on if he launches a war in Iran.
Maybe this
And then I
is
saw
it.
one guy underneath that said, it goes, I know Dave Smith sure will. And okay, it's just like a comment on Twitter, but I was just like blown away, and I'm not blown away by much. But I was like, does anybody actually thinks I would? Just because I'm like, well, I did support this guy, so I'll rationalize and like defend getting in another war in the Middle East. But just for anyone who may have that, I will say this: if Donald Trump actually does launch a war in Iran, not only will I not support it, I will apologize for the rest of my life for voting for the guy.
Okay. So where is this? What does he say?
Guest that have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning.
Okay, so it was on Breaking Points. This is where it was.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me.
This was 13 days ago. It's like we're in a different world 13 days ago. Breaking Points and Kyle are obsessed with Dave Smith. It's a bit annoying. They never cover his pro-Trump stuff. No, because they think, and that's by design, they probably want to try to reward these. You know, it's funny that Cenk and Crystal and Kyle had such a big fracture over the isolationist MAGA rights and like how much of an ally they can be to the like anti-war left. And I feel like Crystal and Kyle were attempting to praise like MAGA creators that were willing to call Trump out and be outspoken about issues that they obviously depart from the majority of MAGA on. But like, especially when they finally started arguing with Cenk, maybe they were finally starting to see the futility of that because Dave Smith fucking disavowed it. But I'd have to look at the dates to see like if he had already done it yet, because he eventually did. Let's see. Impeach.
to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump.
Okay, this is where it would be then. Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table would be a joke.
Trump telling him to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese.
Right.
Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not.
Okay. So he goes as far as to argue this on June 16th. And then he would later go on Tim Pool. A segment I started to watch but then stopped because there was too much agreement. And it was not, I thought it was going to be disagreement. I thought Dave Smith was gonna have to like challenge Tim Pool, but Tim Pool, even though he's supposedly this outspoken like anti-war guy, basically didn't say fucking dick during all of this, even though earlier in his debate with Not So Erudite, he was like, see, this is why the left is losing young men, because you guys are fucking warmongers and profiteers as opposed to the right, who is not. But then when Trump's doing this, his coverage of that is kind of just like, gosh, isn't that kind of crazy that like Trump's doing all of this? Ha ha ha. He like he wasn't critical of him. Dave Smith can always get out of it by saying, well, he didn't really start a war. Yeah, that's the cope. It's like, it's not technically a war or something like that. Let's see. If I put impeach. No. Maybe just avow. It's in here somewhere, but I didn't watch it all the way to see it. If I just put Trump. I don't really want to just put Trump, but 105 instances, bro. I just need to, let's see where they start talking about in the transcript. Between Trump. Approval. No, it wouldn't have been at the beginning because I would have seen it and I missed it for sure.
On Iran. Even among Trump, among the Republican Party, there is a higher rate of disapproval for the strikes than general disapproval for Trump. But you mentioned Muammar Gaddafi. And one of the arguments I heard as to why Iran does want to enrich uranium and does want to produce a nuke is because Gaddafi...
Trump went out of his way to call it the 12-day war. He's stuck with that. I know. There's no getting away from it. Just because you didn't go to Congress to formally declare it a war does not mean it's not a war. I mean, and they didn't even bother going to the UN to try to do anything. Like with the Gulf War, there was at least like a legal pretext where they got like a Security Council resolution to initiate the Gulf War. Now with like Iraq, Afghanistan, these sorts of actions, they're completely illegal. They're completely unilateral. There's not even the attempt to say like, see, we have an international like legal cover for it. There's nothing. Okay. I'm going to find Josiah's clip then because I know Josiah posted it. Let's see. And then I'll see what he says in it. If I put Dave Smith, because I remember liking it. Walk back his condemnation there.
Regret it. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay, so here it would be. Did you vote for Trump?
We didn't.
Did you vote?
Okay, so ourselves into another 20-year catastrophic quagmire. Thank God we didn't.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
So let's do.
Do you regret it?
A lot of people.
Oh, fucking like a week ago, this guy, he needs to be fucking impeached. He's a disgrace. He's a liar. He's not actually an anti-war candidate. He duped everybody. He's going to drag us into a forever war. Backs off immediately.
Made a big deal that I did say that I regretted it the other day. Look,
That wasn't all you said. You didn't just say that you fucking regretted it. You also said that he should be fucking impeached.
voting to me, I have a different like kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be president, and I do, you'll have to wait.
True. Yes, and you should have done everything you could to stop Trump
till the end of the 4 years. And if this is the end of this war, then overall right now, I'd probably say, yeah, we're still better off that Trump's in there than if Kamala Harris was in there. But at the same time, that's over. That's in the past. I voted for him. Now I just have whatever I have. There's not that much influence, but I got an audience and a show or whatever. And so when he goes to make a catastrophic decision like this, I'm going to use, the most influence I can to be like, no, screw you. Do not do this. People who voted for you will turn on you over doing this. And I think that a lot of people.
Okay, but he did it anyway. Now you're praising him for it. So you used your platform to get him to back down, and he does what he wanted to do anyway. He doesn't give a fuck. The majority of the Republican base, the overwhelming majority of the Republican base, falls in line. And now you are too?
Because Donald
This
Trump
is like speaking truth to power and accountability.
So enormously popular with Republicans, and just is the most like popular political figure in the country. So many people, and for understandable reasons, that they won't criticize him. They'll criticize everyone else around him, but they won't criticize him. And that's just, to me, that's the role Tucker Carlson is supposed to play. Tucker Carlson is supposed to keep his influence with Donald Trump. But I'm not.
So pander.
I'm me. I'm just supposed to tell the truth. And so, my job is to make people laugh at comedy clubs and tell the truth on podcasts. That's all that I get paid to do. So my job is to tell the truth and go, hey, no, his
job is to get on Tim Pool and eat shit.
This is a horrible decision for a president to make. And
okay, that's enough of that. So, and in this, this is Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon says he'll oppose it unless there's a reason. So I want to find the link directly to where he says that. Let's see. If I say reason. Let me see. What did I write down? I think it's this one where he says, if there was a good reason. If I put good reason. No, I'll keep it to reason then.
The deportations, many of them that have happened so far, are just critics of Israel, and that's the only reason.
Oh, fuck, I have the wrong one. Wait, I don't want to see this one. I want to see the original video. That may be why. I didn't even realize that was a reaction.
Donald J. Trump gets elected in November on the back of this amazing coalition, unprecedented coalition.
Amazing, unprecedented.
You never thought of anything in common.
Why are you in Russian? I don't understand. Wait. Oh, thank God. English. Okay.
Trump.
I mean, I do understand. This is Tucker Carlson's channel, so. So let's see. Reason is 9 times.
Everything, the reason we went in, because remember, at first the American people supported it, given the information they were given. Then later, they realized that, hey, not just was the initial predicate for this a lie, all the updates were kind of a lie, right? All the updates were a lie. We really weren't winning, right? Until we sent General Kelly to the Anbar province to be the toughest tribe, it took forever. And 8,000 dead, 50,000 wounded, $9 trillion, $2 trillion or $7 trillion in Iraq and $2 trillion in Afghanistan. You're just lied about the entire time. That's what's happening here. We're not being dealt with straight. And I'm just saying that on the information that's put out, the Israeli position on this has changed 3 or 4 times. First, it was...
Yeah, so he's basically saying, give me a reason. No, I don't think that's too uncharitable to say. Then where does he say reason next?
Hard. It's got its own national security policy. It's got its own reason for existence. And it doesn't care whether it's progressive like Barack Obama or a economic populist nationalist like Donald Trump. And so that is the fight we have to take on today.
You probably like it being like having just wanting a good reason. Like he's like, please, Trump, just give me a good reason to do. Like, give me the talking points, and I will support it.
Hard. It's got its own national security.
Okay, wait, we said this. We saw this.
That, and then he ought to be open to.
He's never criticized. No one ever criticizes John Ratcliffe.
Well, the reason I think they're not
ever.
I think the reason they're not.
Who the fuck is? Oh wait, John Ratcliffe is the little rap boy that he's in charge of the CIA.
In the world,
you
but
can't
then,
put Chinese infrastructure in St. Croix, which they have a lot of in St. Croix, which we control.
Exactly.
Tucker Carlson is such a fucking dorky voice, man. Never get over it.
In all these cities, it would explode. It would have been the summer of love of 2025, where there was a lot more rhetoric than actually action. One of the reasons President Trump had Bill Barr and Esper and all these people that wouldn't execute what he wanted. Now he's got a team, and that's why I'm so glad he came out last night and says, I'm doubling and tripling down the rates. My recommendation...
Okay, so it really is at the beginning.
So kind of me, but they are playing a central role in the propaganda operation here, it feels like.
I think Russia is the default. Russian is the default for captions of the Tim Pool and David Rubin's videos too. Curious. Holdovers from Tenet Media, I suppose.
Let's go back to the Iraq War. I mean, you were there, you saw it. Look at the Iraq War.
I promoted the Iraq War.
Knowing, because of the information you were giving. Knowingly what they did, if you go back and look at Iraq, it's not like these things are successful. They're not successful. They're unsuccessful. They can't be successful because, as Lincoln told us, what you need is popular opinion to have your back. And we don't do enough about educating the American people on what reality is. In fact, they give them the exact opposite. That's why the rise of Trump is from two things. The rise of Trump is from the failed Iraq War and from the 2008 financial collapse.
Exactly.
You had Buchanan before that.
Okay. These people overstate the extent to which Donald Trump talking about the Iraq War being a mistake led to him winning in 2016. It was definitely something that got him more press and coverage because he was breaking from Republican orthodoxy to quietly, when forced to, absolutely acknowledge that it was a strategic error, but he was not doing that because he's like some, principled anti-war guy or whatever. It was like something that just set him apart.
That we had Perot before that. We had even Reagan for some populism nationalism. You had these sprouts. You could see people were trying to get there, but they couldn't. It was those two cataclysmic events, right? An epic failed war, right? That we were lied to about everything, the reason we went in. Because remember, at first, the American people supported it, given the information they were given. Then later, they realized that, hey, not just was the initial predicate for this a lie, all the updates were kind of a lie, right? All the updates were a lie. We really weren't winning, right? Until we sent General Kelly to the Anbar province to be the toughest tribe, it took forever. And 8,000 dead, 50,000 wounded, $9 trillion, $2 trillion, or $7 trillion in Iraq, and $2 trillion in Afghanistan. You're just lied about the entire time. That's what's happening here. We're not being dealt with straight. And I'm just saying, on the information that's put out, the Israeli position on this has changed 3 or 4 times. First, it was the nuclear bomb, the processing. There was going to be something like last weekend. You had to go now. You had to go on Thursday night. It had to happen, right? Then we find out it's a year away at earliest, and then it's a decapitation strike. They're trying to have regime change. That just kind of came up over the weekend and saying, oh, well, since they're there, we're there, we have to do it. Understanding they said this is unilateral, we're doing our own, but understanding that they needed American air assets on the defense to protect themselves. And this is why the Arleigh Burke were rushed in, and this is why American air defense assets have been used nonstop. Now they're talking about, oh, by the way, we really can't take out Fedor. We can't take...
Okay, let's see. Let me see. Iran. They asked the question at the beginning that will Iran
Donald
be the
J. Trump gets
downfall of
elected in
MAGA?
November on the back of this amazing coalition, unprecedented coalition, different parts of American society. You never thought of anything in common. Trump paints a picture that makes it really obvious that the old structure, left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, is basically BS and a control device, I think. This is my interpretation anyway.
What? Why does anyone think that Trump was this repudiation of the left-right divide or two-party duopoly in the United States?
So he creates this brand new coalition. New York Times writes almost nothing about it because it's such a massive threat. But this coalition, which you described earlier and more precisely than anybody by far,
He doesn't, though. Like so many people that supported Donald Trump had been lifelong Republican voters. The only new coalition that he really picked up and overperformed in were people without either without a high school diploma or just a high school diploma. I can't remember.
The defining fact of American politics, and it kind of feels like it's being blown up over this war in Iran. That's my observation. Correct me.
Well, I think if you look at the 3 planks, stop the forever wars,
seal the border and deport the illegal alien, invaders, and redo the commercial relationships in the world around trade deals. And bring
Okay, but he doesn't end up doing that because he's not the one that actually withdrew from Iraq or from Afghanistan.
Value-added manufacturing jobs back here. They're trying to shut all three down, right? But the one that they're obsessed with the most, which I find strange, is the forever wars. They've got to be in the forever wars, and particularly in the Middle East. I mean, this is what, and I'm a big supporter of Israel.
Yes.
And I'm telling people, hey, if we get sucked into this war, which inexorably looks like it's going to happen on the combat side, it's going to not just blow up the coalition, it's also going to thwart what we're doing with the most important.
Didn't happen. This aged very, very poorly. This was premiered on June 16th, 2025.
Thing, which is the deportation of the illegal alien invaders that are here. If we don't do that, we don't have a country. And you just see right now, they're doubling, tripling out. This is actually potentially a real civil war in our biggest cities. And President Trump has to have our backing. And so, and this came out.
They wanted this to be true so badly, though, that their voices were that significant in this coalition. But they all bent the knee.
I mean, the trade deals, you saw he put together Liberation Day, but they've been thinking about it a long time. I mean, Trump's been talking about this since Lou Dobbs back in the 90s. He lays that out there. It's very sophisticated. He's got Scott Bessent running around with Letnick. They're trying to make these deals. He sealed the border already in the first 60 days. Now we're really going down and actually having the deportation, see the fight. And then out of nowhere comes a war with Persia. It's like a shooting war with Persia, a massive shooting war with Persia. It's like, how did this happen? And that's why I've been up as a defender of Israel and someone that's very pro-Israel. I've been saying, hey, this is going to be the end of Israel because of the way these decisions have been made. And you have, I think, shockingly today early when we had you on the show.
Yeah, the strikes are going to be the end of it, not the ongoing genocide.
You bring up a point that we have to address, which I think is the thing itself. What is it about this apparatus? When you have a coalition that's like 1932 that's coming together, like Roosevelt had Harvard professors and crackers and Democrats and ranchers out west and big city bosses and the Irish and the Italians, and you put it all together and they juggled it. And
Brooklyn, Butte, Montana, Birmingham, Alabama, and they're all on the same side. Like, how did that happen?
And they govern literally almost all the way to Trump. Reagan took out part of it, Newt Gingrich took out part of it, but it was 50, 60, 70 years. We have the same ability. We have hardscrabble Hispanics on the Rio Grande Valley in South Texas. We have tech bros. We have economic nationalists. We have economic populists. We have people that want to stop the forever wars. There's three planks. And right at the beginning of it, and it's on the 10th anniversary of coming down the Golden Escalator. That was 10 years ago Sunday. And I tell people, as many triumphs and tragedies, victories and defeats, good days and horrible days, when we're winning and sometimes we're losing, those 10 years of everything that's gone on, it's just a preamble for where we are today on the convergence of these crises. And now, all of a sudden, a shooting war where they're taking the Nimitz battle group out of the South China Sea and sending 3 carrier battle groups now to the North Arabian Sea, Red Sea, plus Arleigh Burke destroyers and a whole fleet in the Eastern Mediterranean. We're prepping for a major shooting war. And how did it happen? I think what's most shocking is what you said. Hey, it was like Iraq. You're inexorably just drawn and decisions kind of just happen. It's like, what's happened over the last 72 hours? How did we even get to this point? How did this actually happen? Who made these decisions when we had the intel out there that this was not...
This is the thing, these things just happened. He's also downplaying the extent to which there were false pretexts launched and bad intel fabricated and used to justify the past wars that he says he's in opposition to. It wasn't just that there was this path, there was this momentum set forth, and then they could not course correct or anything like that. There were choices that were made.
Like a thing. This was something that was going to happen a year or two from now.
Yes.
Bibi admitted to Brett Baer on Sunday night. And so the question before us is not simply the Israel-Persia situation, is what the fuck is going on in this city that just drives the city, whether you're Barack Obama or Donald Trump. And if we don't sort it out now.
Does anyone know what the deal is with these people calling Iran Persia?
Right now. That's what we have to have a throwdown. We have to name names. We have to expose it. If we don't throw down now in the summer of 2025, we're not going to have a country. Forget the midterms. Forget the next election. Still,
Civil war, no country. Things are going to go crazy. The sky's going to fall.
We have to have this. What the CIA is, what happened in Ukraine, what the CIA has done, what DNI is doing, what the Justice Department, what the FBI, what DIA and the Pentagon. Because right now we only have a tenuous grip on those. We have 2 people at FBI, Cash and Bongino. We got a handful of people over at the Justice Department in a massive 30-some person or 15,000, 20,000 person operation. We have 3 or 4 people at DNI with 17 agencies. We're putting a couple of people in there. At the Pentagon, we got Pete and a handful of guys. And every time a guy steps up or the team steps up to say they want to stop the forever wars, they're turfed out. He's lost 10 people since we've even got there. And every time Bridge Colby tries to do something, Bridge Colby's on the front page of that he's an appeaser. So my point is that...
Who's Bridge Colby? These names. Bridge Colby.
Every time Bridge Colby tries to do something, Bridge Colby's on the front page of...
Colby, maybe, not Colby.
So my point is that now we're getting down to it. With all these converging crises, we have an apparatus that reports to Wall Street.
Bridge Colby, the Trump cabinet, an American national security policy professional who is currently the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. He previously served as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for Strategy and Force Development from 2017 to 2018 during the first Trump admin. He played a key role in the development of the 2018 U.S. National Defense Strategy, which, among other things, shifted the U.S. Defense Department's focus to China. June 2018, Colby was appointed as the director of the defense program at the Center for a New American Security, or CNAS. In 2019, he co-founded the Marathon Initiative, a grand strategy think tank, with Wes Mitchell. In December 2024, President-elect Trump nominated Colby to serve as the undersecretary. Identifying as a realist, Colby believes China is the principal threat faced by the United States. He believes the U.S. should shift its military resources to Asia to prevent a Chinese takeover of Taiwan. Colby supports reducing military aid to Ukraine.
Street, to foreign investors, to Silicon Valley, in business with the Chinese Communist Party that's running the deal. And now's the time if we don't lance the bowl over this.
Get Pisco to stop debating my bullshit and watch your take. You think I haven't DM'd him already? I can't make the man respond to me.
You're not going. If you can't turn around with Trump, the Trump team he has, people like you, myself, and they're blessed to have these apparatuses. If we can't do this now, it's not going to get done. And so that's why, to me, it's gone of everything we're doing, stopping the forever wars, redoing the commercial relationship with trying to bring jobs back, and sealing the border and sending home deporting 10 million, which is going to be massive, almost like a civil war in these big cities. Of all of those, and I've always said the deportation is the most, to get our sovereignty back, the war we have to have now, the throwdown we have to have now is with the deep state. And we can't, I think we've looked away too often. We just kind of kicking the can down the road. And if we can't do it now with Trump, it's not going to get done.
It does.
So, is Steve Bannon's show on YouTube? Bannon's War Room. Is this really his official channel? Why does it have so few views? Maybe this is not really his. As in, like, it's a fan thing. Let's see. Trump is proud.
Common wisdom about this president, about the political movement that he leads.
Okay. Where does he give commentary? These all look like he's like restreaming news. Okay, here. Okay, this first 10 minutes is literally just restreaming news.
Your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Monday, 23 June, in the year of our Lord 2025, in a sweltering imperial capital. Don't you feel, didn't you go to bed Saturday night feeling better? Haven't you felt better all weekend? Mark Levin, the propaganda department over there, the hectoring of Fox, because now the PSYOPs they're moving to a different location. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Didn't you go?
Set all these like photos of like Jesus Christ behind him. So weird.
Didn't you feel better? Don't you feel better? The engine room also, in going through the cold open, I want to thank my team, just amazing cold open. Did you get enough neocons there? Because we can load it up a lot more, folks. Just for proportionality, every dollar we spend, focus on this. Every second we spend, focus on this. We're not focused on the main thing, although the mullahs are an ally, as I said, for all 5 years of the show. They provide the oil for them. Dave Walsh is going to join us for that. Sam Faddis is going to join us for Intel, his thoughts. Jack Posovic's here. We're going to take this hour. In the second hour, we're going to get off the Iran war, because part of this PSYOP is to get us not to focus on what's important for this country, for America first. And we're going to do that. And we're going to do that every day. We're going to spend time on the war, as we have to, right?
Is his own quote on the mantle behind him? I mean, who wouldn't? There are no conspiracies. There are no conspiracies, but there are no coincidences. Stephen K. Bannon.
Should. But
profound. If you had uttered something like that, you wouldn't help but be able to go down to your local Michael's, print it out on this dorky looking like canvas, and then stick it behind you and continue to record yourself.
Going to get totally consumed by this, because to get totally consumed by this is to fall into their trap, to not focus on what's important in this country. The engine room informs me, though, for proportionality, Mark Levin and all, General Keane, love General Keane, great guy, Jack Keane. Although General Keane is kind of morphing into the general in Dr. Strangelove a little bit. This is either going to be ended now or ended on a battlefield. They're set to go. What's happening now is that I think we lost a big part of initiative yesterday morning, and I was very disappointed. And I love Pete Hegseth, this audience does. As you know, we went fixed next to get Pete as DOD, and Raising Cane, a good man and has President Trump's confidence. But number one, we should have gone to the initiative. We needed to see some grainy photographs like Schwarzkopf put up, and they were out there because a couple hour later, MSNBC, CNN were putting up and driving the initiative of exactly what happened. I understand, DOD, that you don't have the battle damage assessment. That's going to take 3 or 4 weeks, as you said, but there's enough there to kind of take and start to drive the narrative. We lost that opportunity. I've been all weekend saying somebody at the Pentagon's got to stand up in front of a podium that says Pentagon in front of it and actually give us a first cut.
Is this somehow more insane ranting and rambling than Alex Jones?
Photographs are all over. We need an initial preliminary, subject to change draft assessment of exactly what was accomplished. President Trump is so proud of this, as he should. The precision, logistics, bravery, valor, boldness of the attack itself, unquestioned, right? But exactly what was accomplished. Number two, because you see now, It's all about, hey, we don't know where the material is. You see the New York Times, the Financial Times of London, the drumbeat on Fox. What is that? What's that going to lead us to, folks? Hey, do we need the 75th Ranger Battalion to go in and find it? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. And of course, you saw the regime change narrative over the weekend, right? They're going to drive that. You saw the Shah of Iran's son. I don't know, a guy that's been partying in New York.
Okay, where do you say that Trump is proud of this, whatever, and he should be? Yapper Deluxe. And he should be. I mean, so this person made this quote up.
For 40 years, 50 years.
I want to see what else he actually said on this, though, like in response to it. I mean, he doesn't sound that upset. He's all about like messaging and like damage control. It's not actually like material change that he's interested in. It's like, how do we control the narrative? How do we make people think a certain thing did or did not happen, regardless of whether or not it's true? The invasion of our country is more important than this. Like, see, this is what I was thinking is Tucker Carlson. Like, I have to assume that he's referring to the mass deportation program getting off the ground. He feels that Trump was getting distracted by the Iran strikes. And he's like, no, dude, we have to be racist domestically first. We don't have time to be doing these strikes off in the deserts. President Trump alone, but that's Jack Posobiec. That's not him. Follow the oil. This dude's like he gets Jack Posobiec on a lot. Didn't want regime change. Of course, he's talking to Alex Jones here. Literally talking to Alex Jones. Not so sure how you divide.
Iran has had 5 decades.
CIA intelligence from the Mossad. But he just like makes up. This person just makes up quotes. Where does he actually start talking?
And we fully support they can't have a nuclear weapon. We fully supported President Trump's diplomatic. We didn't even like what we heard on just a verification program because we're not so sure it can be verified by these mullahs. They're not the most rational people on earth. And we fully support the Israelis' military campaign. And we keep saying our mantra here is quite simple: finish what you started. This was something you've thought through for years, had to do it. It turns out, and we should be blunt. The Mossad intelligence is, I'm not so sure how you divide the CIA from Mossad. I would love to be able to ascertain that and have somebody come forward and say that. And I think President Trump, one of the things that would be helpful to him is what President Reagan did, is Team B. Now, what I mean by that, having been a young naval officer and seen the fiasco in the making of the hostage rescue, you could tell this is about aircraft, this is about helicopter lift capacity in the forbidding area that we were in. My kid brother was a Navy LAMPS helicopter pilot. He was actually later assigned to the exact same destroyer squadron I was in. On the USS Reasoner. The story.
My God, this just turns into like Grandpa Story Hour. Where's the hold on. Then this is Charlie Kirk. Where does Charlie Kirk say? I know somewhere in this. He's
Here's
like war. This was can we disarm Iran without starting a war? This was in April.
Invest your money and save for your future with my news happening right here. Focus on a story that has not received nearly enough attention, which is the fact that President Trump is dialoguing with Iran. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, period. Hard stop. That's a non-negotiable. America has a nuclear weapon. France has a nuclear weapon. Russia has a nuclear weapon. China has a nuclear weapon. India has a nuclear weapon. Pakistan has a nuclear weapon. Israel has a nuclear weapon. I'm sure I'm forgetting it. South Africa used to have nuclear weapons and they got rid of them.
I was going to say North Korea.
Widespread, North Korea obviously has a nuclear weapon. Widespread nuclear proliferation would be very bad for the world. Be not good. To have errant, crazy actors like the Ayatollah of Iran to have a nuclear weapon, no good. Iran is,
unlike Donald Trump, who can definitely be trusted with a nuclear weapon,
one of the fulcrums of Mohammedanism. It's not the only one. It's where the Shias come to live. About 15% of all Muslims are Shia. Now, I'm going to play this piece today from Pete Hegseth, and I'm going to also tell you another truth. Because while Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, going to war with Iran would be catastrophic. Going to war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake. And that includes, because while Iran should not...
That's what I wanted.
Now, I'm going to play this piece today from Pete Hegseth, and I'm going to also tell you another truth. Because while Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, going to war with Iran would be catastrophic. Going to war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake.
Wow, I agree. I agree, Charlie.
On the interior of Iran.
I agree, Chuck.
Two things can simultaneously be true. We need to exert maximum leverage while also saying we are not going to go to war with Iran. Doesn't matter if Tom Cotton wants it. Doesn't matter if Lindsey Graham wants it. It doesn't matter if all the U.S. senators and the deep state cabal wants it.
All it takes, yeah, well, I mean, he's not wrong that it doesn't matter to him if those people wants it. What matters is if Donald Trump wants it, right? That's what it comes down to. And so, and then here in this, I know somewhere he'll say, like, we trust the commander-in-chief in his judgment. I watched a lot of this. I put trust the...
Very well received. That's very kind, Andrew. Thank you. And by the way, so tonight, my take is very simple. We trust the commander-in-chief and his judgment. We don't know all the intelligence that was in front of him. Now, by the way, there has to also be an understanding that for those of you that are like overly celebratory, I just want to try to humble you. You don't know how tonight is going to end. You might say tonight is an awesome night.
Again, this is just now. This is June. It was at the end of April. The video that I showed you before. Now we're at June.
It is in some ways so far, but we don't know how tonight. Can we get some of the B-roll here? Basically, I mean, Fordo looks like Mordor. I mean, it's just.
This is, and I also think he also said it's like hopefully the best case scenario. Yeah, this part.
We have sound. It looks strange. So
I mean, I don't know. So what happens next? Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario is that on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory. There is no real stickiness. There's really no permanency to all of this.
But I thought Donald Trump knows everything that he's doing at all times.
We have sound. It looks strange. So
this.
I mean, I don't know. So what happens next? Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario is that on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory.
And this is where you can really see that, like, his donors are clashing up against what Trump is telling him to do. Literally, the White House is literally calling him and asking him to do, because don't the Koch brothers fund this joint? It's like, yeah, they want that bill passed.
There is no real stickiness. There's really no permanency to all of this. And, we get to say, okay, we move on. Iran has been completely derailed. A kind of worst case scenario is that this escalates and that it forces our hand in a situation that we might not like. But
can you explain the Fox News / conservative woman aesthetic? Why do they look so distinct compared to normal people? Honestly, I don't really understand this either. There was a movie with Nicole Kidman, who's the actress, Charlize Theron, and somebody else called Bombshell that talked about Roger Ailes sexually harassing women at Fox News. And they did have standards for how they wanted the women to look. They wanted them to be, they didn't have to be blonde, but they needed to be leggy. They needed to be in shape. They needed to wear like these bold, solid colors. They had to wear a face full of makeup and had just like perfectly hairsprayed, like not a single hair out of place. And it did kind of translate to them looking like fembots or like Barbies pretty much. But it's strange.
Iran, they're playing with fire here. If Iran decides to get engaged and gets involved, boy, that will be.
Just like hopes on this stuff. There's tons of bronzer though, like a lot. Yeah, tanning is also a requirement. Let's see if Pisco's still talking to this nerd.
Broader policy of chilling speech by the administration, or that they're putting him aside. And
I made him wait, so I guess I can't really complain too much. Let's close this, close this, close this. Okay, I got what I wanted though. In the meantime, let's fucking look at what is it? Let's do Thiel and Raw South that. AI, Mars, and immortality. Are we dreaming big enough? Interesting times with Ross Douthat. Ross Douthat is a dork and columnist for the New York Times. He's an op-ed. He's like I don't know if he's like a MAGA dude. I know he's conservative. He's like really conservative. The billionaire Peter Thiel is unimpressed with their pace of innovation. In this episode, he critiques artificial intelligence, longevity, science, and space travel, and warns that our lack of progress could lead to catastrophic outcomes, including the emergence of the Antichrist. That was not where I was expecting the end of that sentence to go. I've been seeing clips from this awkward interview all over my timeline, and I have to see what the fuck they even get into in this.
Is Silicon Valley recklessly ambitious? What should we fear more, Armageddon or stagnation? Why is one of the world's most successful investors worrying about the Antichrist? My guest today is the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, and an early investor in the political careers of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Peter Thiel is the original tech-right power player, well known for funding a range of conservative and simply contrarian ideas. But we're going to talk about his own ideas, because despite the slight handicap of being a billionaire...
I mean, what I know him for is that he was outed for being gay by the Daily Beast, and then he tried to sue them, so they went broke. Or not the Daily Beast, it was some outlet. I can't remember who reported it. And then he's also an early investor in PayPal, and he also has undergone experimental medical treatments to remain young by getting blood transplants from young people. Gawker, that's what it was.
There's a good case that he's the most influential right-wing intellectual of the last 20 years. Peter Thiel, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. So I want to start by taking you back in time about 13 or 14 years. You wrote an essay for National Review, the conservative magazine, called The End of the Future. And basically the argument in that essay was that the dynamic, fast-paced, ever-changing modern world was just not nearly as dynamic as people thought. And that actually we'd entered a period of technological stagnation, that sort of digital life was a breakthrough, but not as big a breakthrough as people had hoped.
He helped Hulk Hogan sue over a sex tape. That's how I learned about it. I watched some documentary that talked about that.
And that sort of the world was kind of stuck, basically. Yes. And you weren't the only person to make arguments like this, but it had a special potency coming from you because you were a Silicon Valley insider who had gotten rich in the digital revolution. So I'm curious, in 2025, right, do you think that diagnosis still holds?
Yes, I still broadly believe in the stagnation thesis. It was never an absolute thesis. So the claim was not that we were absolutely completely stuck. It was in some ways a claim about...
Really quick, what the hell is Palantir again? Palantir Technologies is an American publicly traded company specializing in software platforms for mass surveillance. Headquartered in Denver, Colorado, it was founded by Peter Thiel, Stephen Cohen, Joe Lonsdale, and Alex Karp in 2003. The company has 4 main projects: Palantir Gotham, Palantir Foundry, Palantir Apollo, and Palantir AIP. Palantir Gotham is an intelligence and defense tool used by militaries and counterterrorism and analysts. Its customers have included the United States intelligence community, Department of Defense, and their software as a service, or SaaS, is one of 5 offerings authorized for mission-critical national security systems, or IL5, by the U.S. Department of Defense. Palantir Foundry has been used for data integration and analysis by corporate clients such as Morgan Stanley, Merck, Airbus, WeHo, Lilium, PG&E, Chrysler Automobiles. And then Palantir Apollo is a platform to facilitate continuous integration and continuous delivery across all environments. It's been criticized for its role in expanding government surveillance using AI and facial recognition software. Critics state that the company's contracts under the second Trump administration, which enabled the aggregation of sensitive data on Americans across administrative agencies, are particularly problematic. Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. This was reported May 30th, 2025. I hadn't seen this. In March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal info on Americans that could give him access to untold surveillance power. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since, but behind the scenes, officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they've turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. The Trump administration has expanded Palantir's work across the federal government in recent months. The company has received more than $113 million in federal government spending since Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts as well as new contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. I'm sure Doge missed this one, right? This does not include a $795 million contract to the Department of Defense that the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to at least 2 other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the IRS, about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees with knowledge of the discussions. The push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including DHS and the HHS. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials say. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The Trump administration has already sought access to hundreds of data points on citizens and others through government databases, including their bank account numbers, the amount of their student debt, their medical claims, and any disability status. Mr. Trump could potentially use such info to advance his political agenda by policing immigrants and punishing critics, Democratic lawmakers and critics have said. Privacy advocates, student unions, and labor rights organizations have filed lawsuits to block data access, questioning whether the government could weaponize personal information. They're probably doing a little bit more than questioning. It's not a matter of are they going to do it, it's when and how, and is the public going to have a say in it?
That the velocity had slowed. It wasn't, 0, but that we were, I don't know, from 1750 to 1970, 200 plus years were periods of accelerating change where we're, relentlessly, we're moving faster. The ships were faster, the railroads were faster, the cars were faster, the planes were faster. It culminates in the Concorde and the Apollo missions, and then that in all sorts of dimensions, things had slowed. There was, I always made an exception for the world of bits. So we had, computers and software and internet and mobile internet, and then, the last 10, 15 years, you had crypto and the AI revolution, which I think is in some sense pretty big, but the question is, is it enough to really get out of this generalized sense of stagnation? And there's an epistemological question you can start with on the Back to the Future essays. How do we even know whether we're in stagnation or acceleration? Because one of the features of late modernity is that people are hyper specialized, and so can you say that we're not making progress in physics unless you've devoted half your life to studying string theory? Or what about quantum computers? Or what about cancer research and biotech and the sort of all these verticals? And then how much does
he said the feature of this though is what though? Being hyper specialized?
Of late modernity is that people are hyper specialized.
Okay.
String theory, and so you have to give weightings to all these things. So it's in theory, it's an extremely difficult question to get a handle of, because the fact that it's so hard to answer, that we have ever narrower groups of
his face while he's like telling him all of this stuff.
Guardians guarding themselves is itself cause for skepticism, and so yes, I think broadly we're in this.
And I have never seen an interview with this guy, and I had no idea he sounded this way.
That's still pretty stuck. It's not absolutely stuck.
Yeah, you mentioned Back to the Future, and we just showed our kids the original Back to the Future, the first one with Michael J. Fox, and of course,
it was like 1955 to 1985,
right.
30 years back, and then the second Back to the Future 2 was I think 1985 to 2015, which is now a decade in the past, and that's where you had,
of course, Ross Douthat's only contribution is some fucking American burger contribution of this is just like Back to the Future.
Flying cars, and the 2015 future is wildly divergent from
the 2015 future did have Biff Tannen as a Donald Trump-like figure in some kind of power, so it had some kind of prescience. But yeah, the big noticeable thing is just how different the built environment looks. And so one of the strongest cases for stagnation that I've heard is that, yeah, if you put someone in a time machine from various points, they would recognize themselves to be in a completely different world if they left 1860
or 1890
and landed,
to 1970. If you live, those are the 80 years of your lifetime,
right.
Something like that.
But the world, just to my kids, even as children of 2025, looking at 1985, it's like the cars were a little different and no one has phones, but the world seems fairly similar. So that's a kind of non-statistical, but I think
the common sense.
That's
intuition.
a common sense.
I feel like the entire time Ross Douthat is just trying to sound very, very smart to keep up with him, but the things that he's saying are very, very superficial and nonsensical. Wow, did you ever notice that there was a lot of technological advancement that happened in the early aughts that you didn't really see from decade to decade in the same way? Like, what does he say? Like his observations about cars looking a little bit different from like 1985 to 95 or whatever. The way he characterizes this take is that's sort of a non-statistical analysis and common sense, dude.
But the world seems fairly similar. So that's a kind of non-statistical, but
that's a common sense.
That's
intuition.
a common sense understanding. But are there what would convince you that we were living?
Okay, I missed that. So he says he tries to spin that as some profound non-statistical, so like a qualitative observation instead of a quantitative. And then Peter Thiel's like, that's common sense. And he's like, yeah, I guess it's a common sense observation.
Living through a period of takeoff. Is it just economic growth? Is it productivity growth? Like, what are there numbers for stagnation versus dynamism that you look at?
Sure, it would be well, the economic number would just be how, what are your living standards compared to your parents? If you're a 30-year-old millennial, or how are you doing versus when your boomer parents were 30 years old? How did they do at the time? There are intellectual questions. How much, how many breakthroughs are we having? How do we quantify these things? Like, what are the returns of going into research? There certainly are diminishing returns to going into science or going into academia generally. And then maybe this is why so much of it feels like this sociopathic Malthusian kind of an institution, because you have to throw more and more and more at something to get the same returns. And at some point, people give up and the thing collapses.
Well, right. So let's pick up on that. Why should we want growth and dynamism? Because as you've pointed out in some of your arguments on the subject, right, there is a kind of cultural
I mean, we know why Peter Thiel wants it, right? Because it's incredibly profitable.
Change that happens in the Western world.
But I guess the point of it, of this interview or whatever, is to make the pitch to the American public that there are benefits to all of this shit outside of just enriching Peter Thiel, like lining Peter Thiel's pockets.
In the 1970s, around the time you think things slow down, start to stagnate, where people become very anxious about the costs of growth, the environmental costs above all.
Yes.
And the idea being, you end up with a widely shared perspective that we're sort of rich enough, and if we try too hard to get that much richer, the planet won't be able to support us. We'll have, degradation of various kinds, and we should be content with where we are. So what's wrong with that argument?
Well, I think there are deep reasons the stagnation happened. So, there are always three questions you ask about history. What actually happened? And there's a question you get to, what should be done about it? But there's also this intermediate question, why did it happen? People ran out of ideas. I think to some extent, the institutions degraded and became risk averse, and sort of these cultural transformations we can describe. But then I think to some extent also people had some very legitimate worries about the future, where if we continue to have accelerating progress, were you accelerating toward...
Peter does look like a Roman emperor. I'll give him that. Why? Because he's bald and like kind of angry. He has like an angry resting face.
Environmental apocalypse or nuclear apocalypse or things like that. But I think, if we don't find a way back to the future, I do think the society, I don't know, it unravels. It doesn't work. The way the middle class, I would define the middle class as the people who expect their kids to do better than themselves. And when that expectation...
Oh, duh. I was talking about Ross. Or like, I thought you were talking... I read Peter, but I thought you were talking about Ross Douthat. I was like, you think Ross Douthat looks like a fucking Roman emperor?
Collapses. We no longer have a middle class society.
Yeah, I guess I could see it a little bit with Thiel.
And maybe there's some way you can have a feudal society in which things are always static.
The Roman emperor took Ozempic.
Maybe there's some way you can shift to some radically different society, but it's not the way the Western world, it's not the way the United States has functioned for, the first 200 years of its existence.
So you think that ordinary people won't accept stagnation in the end?
It's
that they will rebel and sort of pull things down around them in the course of that rebellion.
They may rebel, or our institutions don't work. All of our institutions are predicated on growth.
Do we have even historical examples of people rebelling for advanced technology and weaponry?
Right. Our budgets are certainly predicated.
Like he just kind of affirmed a common sense observation that Ross Douthat made, which is that for a long time you didn't see too much technological advancements from decade to decade, and now you're seeing like a rapid expansion of it very, very quickly. Is that big? And now you're making the argument that people are going to riot if we don't have these advancements?
Predicated on growth.
Yeah, if you say, I don't know, Reagan and Obama. Reagan was sort of consumer capitalism, which is oxymoronic. It was, you borrow, you don't save money as a capitalist, you borrow money. And Obama was low-tax socialism, just as oxymoronic as, the consumerist capitalism of Reagan. And I like low tax socialism way better than high tax socialism, but I worry that it's not sustainable. At some point, the taxes go up or the socialism ends. So it's
his definition of socialism. He's literally doing the meme of like socialism is when the government does stuff.
It's deeply, deeply unstable, and that's why people they're not.
You like your roads? That's socialism. You like having access to free 911 services? Socialist.
Optimistic. They don't think we've hit some stable. The Greta future maybe it can work.
This
but
is
we're
the
not
Greta
yet there.
Thunberg. Just to be clear, that's a reference to Greta Thunberg, the activist best known for anti-climate change protests, who, to you, I would say, represents a kind of symbol of a anti-growth, effectively authoritarian, environmentalist-dominated future.
Sure, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It'd be like a very, very different society if you really
actually lived in a kind of degrowth, small Scandinavian villages.
I'm not sure it'd be North Korea, but it would be super oppressive.
One thing that's always struck me is that when you have this sense of stagnation, a sense of decadence, right, to use a word that I like to use for it in a society, you then also have people who end up being kind of eager for a crisis, right? Eager for a moment to come along where, they can radically redirect society from the path it's on. Because I tend to think that in rich societies, you hit a certain level of wealth, people become very comfortable, they become risk averse, and it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence.
Speaking of this observation, the fact that I'm still over the absurdity of Peter Thiel questioning, like, if or when people are going to riot because they want technological advancements. And he's not thinking about, like, don't you think people might riot if there's, like, significant amounts of wealth inequality in this country at some point and it's never redistributed?
Into something new without a crisis. So the original,
there's a far better track record for people getting upset over those sorts of things than they are about being upset that the latest version of the iPhone hasn't been released yet.
Example for me was after September 11th. There was this whole mentality among foreign policy conservatives that we had been decadent and stagnant, and now is our time to, wake up and launch a new crusade and remake the world. And obviously that ended very badly. But something similar.
But it was Bush 43 just told people to go shopping right away.
So it wasn't anti-decadent enough.
For the most part. So there was some neocon foreign policy enclave in which people were LARPing as a way to get out of decadence. But the dominant thing was Bush 43 people telling people just to go shopping.
So what risks should you be willing to take to escape decadence? It does seem like there's
But what is he contrasting that against? You're like, name the American president that does not encourage that sort of fucking behavior. Like that is America. If America was like a cake mix or whatever, like not a cake mix, like you were looking at the ingredients of America, like consumerism would be like the second thing. The first might be like racism or something.
A danger here where the people who want to be anti-decadent have to take on a lot of risk. They have to say, look, you've got this nice, stable, comfortable society, but guess what? We'd like to have a war or a crisis or a total
Donald Trump says you can expect less under your tree.
Organization of government and so on. They have to
one gift at Christmas
into danger, right?
Well, I don't know if I have to answer. I don't know if I have to give you a precise answer, but my directional answer is a lot more.
Yeah.
We should take a lot more risk. We should be doing a lot more. And I don't know. I can go through all these different verticals. It's if we look at biotech, something like dementia, Alzheimer's, we've made zero progress in 40 to 50 years. People are completely stuck on beta amyloids. It's obviously not working. It's just some kind of a stupid racket where the people are just reinforcing themselves. And so, yes, we need to take way more risk in that department.
Well, I want to ask, to keep us in the concrete, I want to stay with that example for a minute and ask, okay, what does that mean, saying we need to take more risks in anti-aging research? Does it mean that
we need to, I was about to say, deregulate the FDA so that he can fucking test the shit on humans?
That the FDA has to step back and say, anyone who has a new treatment for Alzheimer's can, go ahead and sell it on the open market? Like, what is risk in the medical space look like?
Yeah, you would take a lot more risk. If you have some fatal disease, there probably are a lot more risks you can take. There are a lot more risks the researchers can take. Culturally, what I imagine it looks like is early modernity, where people, they had They thought we would cure diseases. They thought we would have radical life extension. Immortality was part of the project of early modernity. It was Francis Bacon, Condorcet. It was, and maybe it was anti-Christian. Maybe it was downstream of Christianity. It was competitive. If Christianity promised you a physical resurrection, science was not going to succeed unless it promised you the exact same thing. But I don't know. I remember 1999, 2000, when we were running PayPal. One of my co-founders, Luke Nosek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party, a Tupperware party. People
He thinks Elon Musk is a fraud. Musk thinks Thiel is a sociopath. Oh, the irony. Weren't they friends at some point? I mean, if they were both early investors in PayPal, they had to have crossed paths.
Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
They sell their. Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a full body or just a head.
The head was cheaper.
It was disturbing when the dot matrix printer didn't quite work, and so the freezing policies couldn't be printed out. But in retrospect, this was still
technological stagnation once again, right?
But it was. But it's also a symptom of the decline, because in 1999, this was not a mainstream view, but there was still a fringe boomer view where they still believed they could live forever. And that was the last generation. So I'm always anti-boomer, but maybe there's something we've lost.
They worked together, but they always hated each other, and Thiel forced Elon out of PayPal as soon as he could.
Even in this
Sounds
fringe
about right.
boomer narcissism, where there were at least a few boomers who still, believed science would cure all their diseases. No one who's a millennial believes that anymore.
I think there are some people who believe in a different kind of immortality, though, right now. I think part of the fascination with AI is connected to a specific vision of transcending limits. And I'm going to ask you about that after I ask you about politics. Because one of the striking things I thought about your original argument on stagnation, which was mostly about technology and the economy, was that it could be applied to a pretty wide range of things. And at the time you were writing that essay, you were
I thought maybe he'd link the article. Of course not.
We're interested in seasteading, this ideas of essentially building new polities independent of the sclerotic Western world. But then you made a pivot in the 2010s. So you were, one of the few prominent, maybe the only prominent Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. In 2016, you supported a few sort of carefully selected Republican Senate candidates. One of them is now the Vice President of the United States. And my view as an observer of what you were doing was that you were basically being a kind of venture capitalist for politics, right?
Wow, he was so brave as a billionaire supporting another outsider, quote unquote, billionaire in 2016.
You were saying, here are some disruptive agents who might change the political status quo, and it's worth a certain kind of risk here. Is that how you thought about
Sure,
that?
there were all sorts of levels. I mean, one level was these hopes that we could redirect the Titanic from the iceberg was heading to, or whatever the metaphor is, really change courses of society.
Through political
maybe
change.
a much narrower aspiration was that we could maybe at least have a conversation about this. When someone like Trump said, "Make America Great Again," okay, is that a positive, optimistic, ambitious agenda?
They'll never really explain what that means, right? Like, when was America great? I mean, I guess the most charitable interpretation of it is like harkening back to like Reagan, the Reagan administration, the Reagan years or whatever. But even that's a huge indictment because it assumes that you think Reagan was a good president.
Or is it merely, a very pessimistic assessment of where we are, that we are no longer a great country? And I didn't have great expectations about what Trump would do in a positive way.
I mean, I guess that's one way to dodge having to ask yourself, is he talking about when there was like, overt rampant white supremacy in this country and like a racial caste system that was ensconced in law?
But I thought at least for the first time in 100 years, we had a Republican who was not giving us this syrupy Bush nonsense. And that was not the same as progress, but we could at least have a conversation. In retrospect, this was a preposterous fantasy. I had these two thoughts in 2016, and you often have these ideas that are just below the level of, your sort of consciousness. But the two thoughts I had that I wasn't able to combine was, number one, nobody would be mad at me for supporting Trump if he lost. And number two, I thought he had a 50-50 chance of winning. And then I had this
It's a very weird way to look at what candidate you support publicly, as unlike you're admitting that 50% of it is coming down to what will the public reaction be?
Why would nobody be mad at you if he lost?
It would just be such a weird thing, and it wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
And then, but then I thought, he had more. I thought he had a 50-50 chance because the problems were deep and the stagnation was frustrating.
I also feel like that's him kind of tacitly admitting that, like, yeah, it was embarrassing to support this guy, but if he lost, that like nobody would use it against me. I mean, like they still do. I mean, you still can use people's endorsements against them, even if they don't. That candidate doesn't end up winning.
And then
like we just saw that against that Jessica, I can't think of her last name, but that woman who ended up endorsing Cuomo, even though he lost. Now it's going to be a stain on her record.
But
I guess the stakes are higher when you're a politician, a sitting politician, versus him, and you're just like a private billionaire.
Yeah, if he won, we could have this conversation, and the reality was people weren't ready for it. And then maybe we've progressed to the point where we can have this conversation at this point in 2025, a decade after Trump. And of course, you're not sort of a zombie left-wing person, Ross, but this is.
I've been called many things, Peter.
I'll take whatever progress I can get.
So from your perspective so let's say there's two layers, right? There's sort of a basic sense of, this society needs disruption, it needs risk. Trump is disruption, Trump is risk. And the second level is Trump is actually willing to say things that are true about American decline, right? So do you feel like you, as an investor, as a venture capitalist, got anything out of the first Trump term? Like what did Trump do in his first term that you felt was anti-decadent or anti-stagnation? If anything, maybe the answer is nothing.
I mean, those are two different questions. If you ask them, what did he personally get out of it, and then give him the option to answer the question about, okay, what was anti-decadence from the billionaire's first reign as American president? The first thing is that he definitely benefited from the 2017 tax cuts. The second thing, I don't know, that he'll be able to come up with some answer.
Well, I think it took longer and it was slower than I would have liked, but we have gotten to the place where a lot of people think something's gone wrong. And that was not the conversation I was having in 2012, 2013, 2014. I had a debate with Eric Schmidt in 2012 and Mark Andreessen in 2013 and Bezos in 2014. I was on there's a stagnation problem, and all three of them were versions of, everything's going great. And I think at least those three people have, to varying degrees, updated and adjusted. Silicon Valley's adjusted.
And Silicon Valley, though, has more than adjusted. A big part of Silicon Valley
on the stagnation question.
On the stagnation, but then a big part of Silicon Valley ended up going in for Trump in 2024, including, obviously, most famously, Elon Musk.
I thought he was going to say Zuckerberg.
Yeah, and this is deeply linked to the stagnation issue in my telling. I mean, and these things are always super complicated, but my telling is,
he's trying to genuinely suggest that the reason why all of these wealthy assholes supported Donald Trump now is because, again, it's something to do with ideology instead of just them being a lot more favorable to him because it's going to be better for their bottom line. This is some high-minded act of rebellion and departure from the politics of Silicon Valley tech ghouls.
Hesitant to speak for all these people, but someone like Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook Meta, and in some ways, I don't think he's very ideological. He didn't think this stuff necessarily through that much. It was the default was to be liberal. And it was always if the liberalism isn't working, what do you do? And for year after year after year, it was you do more. If something doesn't work, you just need to do more of it. And you up the dose and you up the dose and you spend hundreds of millions of dollars and you go completely woke and everybody hates you. And at some point, it's like, okay, maybe this isn't working.
Okay, he really just said go woke, go broke, but in more words.
So they pivot,
yeah,
right?
So it's not a pro-Trump thing.
It's not a pro-Trump thing, but it is, just both in public and private conversations, it is a kind of sense that...
I'm not pro-Trump, but I'm pro-Trump.
Trumpism and populism in 2024... Maybe not in 2016 when, Peter was out there as the, the lone supporter. But now in 2024, they can be a vehicle for technological innovation, economic dynamism, and so on.
You're framing it really, really optimistically here. So I
know you're pessimistic.
When you frame it this optimistically, you're just saying these people are going to be disappointed and they're just set up for failure.
Optimistic is not what comes to mind when I think Peter Thiel. But... Okay, Give me 1 second, you guys. If you're watching on, actually, I'll do a quick show and then I'm going to take a break really quick. We'll get back to this. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already and subscribe to me if you want to get access to an ad-free experience and then emotes as well. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream if you haven't done so already and subscribe to me. That way you can catch every single time that I go live. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ and everything. I will be right back and then we'll continue finishing this. Won't take long. muted. Okay. I think Pisco is finally wrapping up with this motherfucker that he's been speaking to for like 10 years. Let me see.
We go to work in the morning.
Yeah.
So.
Finally.
I still do.
How
shit.
is it?
Well,
how is your?
Oh my God, more banter. We need more banter, you guys.
I'm actually I got some offers to do some
Oh,
practice
okay,
stuff on the.
Who the fuck does he think he is? Okay, let's go back to Peter Thiel and what's his fucking name and Ross Douthat for a little bit while I scream at Pisco in DMs.
And things like
I mean,
this.
people
And-
expressed a lot of optimism. That's all I'm saying. Elon Musk expressed a lot of, he expressed some apocalyptic anxieties about how budget deficits were going to kill us all. But he came into government and people around him came into government basically saying, we have a partnership with the Trump administration and we're pursuing technological greatness. I think they were optimistic.
Yes.
And so you're coming from a place of greater pessimism or realism. So what I'm asking for is your assessment of where we are, not their assessment, but like, does populism in Trump 2.0 look like a vehicle for technological dynamism to you?
It's still by far the best option we have. I don't know, is Harvard going to cure dementia by just puttering along, doing the same thing that hasn't worked for 50 years? So
that's just a case for it can't get worse. Let's do
Yeah, Harvard physicians, are they really even interested in solving Alzheimer's if they haven't done it by now? I'm sure Peter Thiel knows about the fact that, they're just running the same thing, the same experiments and trying to, not actually advancing the field because they don't really give a fuck, right?
disruption, right? But the critique of populism right now would be
arguments like that are only given or just side comments like that and assessments of research in these academic institutions are only given credence because he doesn't know of who he is. Okay.
Yo,
you're live. What up?
It is. I know you're live too. Are you live?
I am live. I've been live.
Are you live? Have you been live?
Yeah.
How you been? Hang on. I gotta put you. Hang on. I gotta turn my camera on. Start virtual camera.
Same for me.
Same for you.
Yeah, because I need to. I want to put your camera on.
What are we calling this, by the way? What are we calling this?
Oh, so it's a show now.
I wanted to find the relationship.
He's ready, you guys. Pisco's ready to finally take the next step with me and just acknowledge that, we basically have a show going. What is with you? Why are men so non-committal? So
it's
lame.
Because I don't want to be. Hang on a second. Let me I just want to put you on screen first. 1 sec. Share source.
I don't know why every time I share how you look terrible. The quality that comes through for me from your Discord is fucking microwave quality. I don't know why. Yeah.
Me neither. 1 sec. I need to flip this. Transform this.
Someone says, "Damn, he's handsome." How can you tell that he's handsome? He's he's 2 pixels.
There we go. Transition. Yo, we did it.
All right. So really quick. I need to introduce you guys. You guys being my audience to Pisco. This is Comrade Pisco. He has recently become and embraced communism, socialism, fully leftist. It's all because of me. I mind controlled him. This is known now. Just for those that didn't know, I just wanted to let everybody know.
Can I just say, everyone thinks that you've mind fucked me.
No, you can't just say that. Stop telling them that.
Oh.
No, they're not supposed to know.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I will say, men in general, I find their non-committal comes from a place of always wanted to be on the mark. And who knows if let's say that someone, I'm not going to say, Emma Vigeland came and was like, "Hey, Pisco, do you want to be the legal correspondent to Majority Report?"
Okay.
And I was like, "Oh, but I do this thing with Straighter Aid, that is." So it just, but sometimes you need to take the plunge. And so I wanted to, define the.
Why did you name another female content creator as if that would be some sort of issue? That would be where the competitive streak pops up. So if another male, if Sam Cedar approached you, you wouldn't be saying "Oh, I'm already doing another show with Straighter Aid, Sammy."
I just randomly put. It didn't have to be female. It was just random in my head. The first thing that came up, Emma Vigeland. First thing.
Why do you
Nothing
think about
about
Emma
it is
Vigeland a lot?
The normal amount. Do you think about Emma Vigeland more than me?
I don't think so. It doesn't sound like it. She was like just the first person that popped into your head. You become a communist. A lot of things are falling into place. Things are starting to make sense. I'm starting to see like a clearer picture right now, despite how blurry your Discord is.
How would you? My Discord is blurry.
For me, chill. I'm on your stream. I'm sure it looks fine.
Okay. Yeah, it looks great. It looks amazing. I think that communism, because you said that one thing, you were like, I think socialists are just communists in hiding or something. You're
I
like
said that
social
people that
democrats.
identify themselves as socialists, I feel like they want to call themselves communists, but they're scared of it. And so they just say that they're a socialist, but really what they want is communism.
Yeah, but I'm not a communist.
I know. Unfortunately. I'm working on it.
Zoran. Yeah, what do you think that you're working on, actually? I mean, like, we have different visions for America.
Well, another thing that I like to say...
compatible.
Not really. Another thing that I like to say is that when talking about political ideologies, what you should do is have the person that you're talking to write it down on a piece of paper. Then you should take it from them, crumble it up, and throw it into the trash can, because it probably doesn't matter, because they're usually wrong. Most people don't know their political ideologies. You have to go on an issue by issue basis. And what they'll identify themselves as, usually, if you actually interrogate all of their beliefs and their policy positions, does not really map onto what they describe. So I feel like it obscures more than it actually clarifies for most people. But
so what is Lycan, for example? Where would you put him on the scale, on the Kinsey scale?
The Kinsey scale?
What does that mean?
You brought it up, so define your terms.
I don't know. I just am thinking about the scale, the terms, the different alignments.
How about we put you on the Kinsey scale? What are you on are you like a Kinsey?
Probably.
You're like you're a little fruitcake. You can be like a 3.
You think so?
Yeah.
A 3? What's gay? 10 or 1?
It's a 6. Kinsey is a 6-point scale. You know that, right?
Oh boy.
Kinsey 6 is like a gay person.
Are you pan?
Yes.
Why does gayness come up so often?
I don't know. You just brought it up. Why did you do that?
It was just I didn't know the scales. I don't know the differences.
Bring up the Kinsey scale, bringing up Emma Vigeland, bring up the seizing the means of production. I
think Emma, what she does really well sometimes is when she went on that one time to Piers Morgan. I thought she did a decent job then. Sometimes Sam Cedars a bit overrated in these debates. I didn't think he did that well against Ezra Klein. Everyone's kind of just like, wait, are you...
See, I pegged you perfectly as a fruitcake then. You had to get the Ezra Klein simping in and the abundance agenda simping in. So good job checking that off the list. There you go.
What the fuck? Wait, do you not like Ezra?
Abundance is a very metrosexual agenda to me. That's obvious.
In what respect?
In the sense that all of its proponents are metrosexual men.
Do you think Derek Thompson is metrosexual?
I've actually never seen his face. What's he look like? Is he metrosexual? Tell me. Tell me if my theory is right.
He's a bit metro.
Yeah. Well, then I like
Google him.
that was supposed to hurt my argument apparently, because you said, "Oh, you think he is?" And then I said, "I don't know. Is he?" And you said, "Yeah, basically."
And then I thought about it a little bit. But your best friend Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, my boy.
Say it right, guys.
Zoran Mamdani.
He won it.
He won
the whole thing. Well, the primary. People are trying to rat fuck him though. They're trying to fucking. They're cooking something up. They are.
The Cuomo sexuals.
Yeah, the Cuomo guys. Can you believe?
I'm a Cuomophobe personally.
Some guy was like, "Oh, Mamdani's gonna institute anarchy."
I've seen 2 narratives. So Zoran Mamdani is simultaneously about to institute Sharia law and cover the Statue of Liberty up with a burqa. But also, he's a far-left communist socialist that cares about equality of outcome and wants to abolish money or something. These 2 things are existing simultaneously at the same time. Of course.
A moneyless society, that would be cool.
Haven't you noticed this though? That they're trying to say that he's if he were to institute Sharia law, that would mean he was a far-right theocrat, like a Muslim theocrat, if that were the case.
Would, but there's.
How do they reconcile that with communism?
Obama. They say the same thing about Obama. He was a Muslim atheist communist. Antichrist. So, and I even think an Antichrist is religious. I don't think like the Antichrist presumably believes in God. So I think all of those are kind of contradictory. But you know, what can you do? Oh, I want to clear the air on one other thing, actually. So the other day I was on Live and Learn. You know, Live and Learn podcast?
Heard of it.
We defined the relationship a while ago. So if you want to start this thing with me, I am in an open podcast relationship.
You're a little like podcast slut. You're gonna be in a throuple. You have the Live and Learn, and then you're gonna have this.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Ugh.
Like this, you're my only podcast.
This kind of happened
going on right now. You know.
I was your first.
You're my primary podcast partner right now. But you have me. You have Josiah, Econoboy, Hutch. You get around.
Oh, I do. I gotta get checked. I was gonna say though, on Live and Learn, I made a little comment like, "Oh, Bernie, it was stolen from him. It was Bernie stolen from him." And then I saw a Reddit comment which is like, "Pisco's gone full communist, like dipshit. He actually thinks that the primary was stolen from."
Oh my
Bernie.
God! Even Jake Tapper,
it was a joke.
The king of the fucking libs, is putting in his book that the closest thing that existed to a shadowy cabal of men in a back room doing deals was when Obama did the phone call to get all the other candidates to drop out so that they would endorse Biden and that Bernie would win. I'm literally quoting Jake Tapper for the most part.
It?
What do you
you're
mean?
one of them.
I'm quoting
Bernie
Jake
was
Tapper.
rat fucked.
Yes. But I'm quoting Jake Tapper, but it's not. He wasn't rat fucked because there was like voter fraud in like a technical sense or whatever. It was like, yeah, there were obviously establishment forces that coalesced around Biden to try to defeat Bernie.
You think that was legitimate or illegitimate?
As in, was it constitutional? Obviously, it's constitutional. I don't think that it really captures the democratic process, like the spirit of what it's intended to be. But I don't think it's like illegal. No. If you're asking me if it ought to be, I don't. Sure, it's like it's stolen.
I wish it were like ranked choice, like Mamdani, and then maybe we could have gotten some answers. But the problem with that is I think Biden was like number 2 on a lot of like Warren voters. I think the whole Warren fucked over Bernie thing never made sense to me. But
really?
I
can tell you about that.
Listen, I voted. Wait,
I think you just called me a liar on the national debate stage. And then she also leaked to CNN, where she was clearly the fucking source, or her other, like her staffers, that Bernie Sanders said that a woman couldn't be president, even though he was encouraging her in 2016 to run as an opposing force to Hillary Clinton. So that made no sense that she was saying that. So the Elizabeth Warren snake emoji was fucking warranted, because she's a fucking snake.
Liz.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, now we have a new generation of lefties that seem to have really coalesced and grabbed members of the disparate populist left behind Mamdani, including Sneeko.
Yes.
Including...
That's getting a little too big.
It's a little...
Yeah, isn't it ironic? Like, I really thought that was... I was like, is he trying to fuck over Zoran? Because he did that live stream with Eric Adams. Eric Adams didn't disown him, but he was yes, he did. And then, of course, the media, again, we're over here talking about whether or not Zoran Mamdani is an anti-Semite. They can't think of anything that he's actually said to pin him as an anti-Semite. That happened today on CNN with somebody asked, like, who was it? I just saw this, like, Ken Clip and
he said that thing about Intifada. He said globalizing.
No, yeah, but he didn't say it. He was asked about it. He was asked about it.
Triggered. Yeah.
Okay, go. Sure. I am triggered because it bothers me. It drives me fucking crazy. It was Eric Adams who said he couldn't provide a single example. A little research and you'll be able to find it when he was asked, what has he said that's anti-Semitic? And this fucking guy was talking to Sneeko, an actual neo-Nazi.
Because I said that Kirsten Gillibrand should resign if she doesn't clear the record.
Yeah, she should.
So, I think that was pretty base. And that's probably the most, like, radical lefty thing I've done in the last week. So I really think there's
besides becoming a communist, sure.
I think there's a coalition here for libs, which I am obviously, and lefty adjacent individuals who want actual fighters. And I don't actually think that Mamdani is going to be able to do like some of the stuff he wants to do. All right.
I did hear you say that he has some policy ideas that you find like cringy and stupid. What's one of them?
Rent freeze. I don't like that.
No, how come?
I think that it doesn't help the issue in housing and pushes prices up and elsewhere that aren't rent controlled, and I think it just favors some arbitrary like tenants over others. I don't know.
That's definitely that one's controversial. I've seen some data suggesting that the free grocery or like the state-run or like city-run grocery stores or whatever are actually going to push small businesses and like bodegas out of business because that's who they're going to end up competing with. But I've seen mixed data on that one as well. But he did say like, look, I'm not ideological. If these plans don't work, aka if my favorability starts to drop, if I win in the general, try to institute these and I become a popular, he said he'll back off of them.
Yeah, I think you should just focus on some of his, like, that Department of Safety sounds chill. I didn't know much about it before my conversation today, but as I read about it, like, as long as they don't like what the hell? What's that?
What? Can you hear like background noise? It's Lycan being too loud.
Is Lycan watching Star Wars?
He's watching some fucking movie and he's being way too loud. Hold on.
This motherfucker?
Okay.
Did you guys all hear that?
These men acting up.
I was so scared. I was like watching.
I didn't realize that my mic was so sensitive that you could hear that.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. What if you were like sneaking off and I don't know, they caught something that you weren't supposed to, have been
care to elaborate?
I don't know. You could be saying anything behind the scenes. You could be talking shit. You could be saying something like Ethan Klein doesn't deserve to absolutely win this lawsuit 100% all the way. And
slander, anti-Semitic. Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Cool.
I'm on Twitch. So are you?
From
American Psycho.
Like cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. No, fuck, yo, what a movie, hey, what a movie. Lycan's probably watching Twilight. Some people say Lycan. I don't think Lycan would have ever watched the Twilight movie.
Why?
It's not his generation. It's not his interests.
Why did Twilight come up? Who mentioned that? And why did they mention that?
In my chat.
Okay, but why?
Lycan's probably watching Twilight.
He's if you knew Lycan, you would know he's probably watching Lord of the Rings or this Hunter S. Thompson documentary he's seen a million times or Parts Unknown. It's always what he puts on.
He puts on the same movies. He always puts on the same movies.
Yeah, those are his like go-to like his comfort movies or like comfort shows. Don't you have that? Come on.
I don't know that I'm watching the same. I watch the same like.
Okay, but you have a couple. You have at least a few movies that you just throw on or like are your faves. Like, what movie have you seen the most?
Oh, I like Ratatouille as a comfort movie. I like any of the Star Wars as comfort movies.
The prequels?
Other comfort movies. Yes, I like those as comfort movies. I like let me think other comfort. I like the Toy Stories as comfort movies.
You're like a Pixar guy.
No, I'm not a Pixar. I really am not a Pixar guy.
I'm not like a Disney guy or anything like that. I just like Ratatouille and also Star Wars and
whoa. I like Dazed and Confused. That that movie with
Matthew McConaughey.
It has Matthew McConaughey. It has
isn't Liv Tyler isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
I think she
maybe. Is. Yeah. She's like a little bit of a stoner girl, a little edgy girl. She's the art girl. I like that. Is this a dating site? It's not a dating site. This is serious political commentary. Bro, she just called Star Wars Disney. It is Disney right now, but the movies that are my comfort movies aren't the Disney Star Wars, all right?
It's really impossible for the internet to see us having a conversation or like men and women in general without that. Every single time, without fail, there are comments and chats that are like somebody needs to tell Silly Serious and Lycan that they're they're gonna be like single soon or whatever. Yeah, just guess.
I find you hideous. Yeah.
Feelings mutual.
I was just joking.
Thanks, Pisco.
I was just joking. Oh, this is awkward now. I didn't mean it. You're making this as awkward as possible. It's part of your bit. It's just a joke. And now you're continuing it because I can't stand the silence. But I don't know what to do at this point.
Your bigger sin is saying that Ratatouille is the best Pixar movie. Which you clearly think, it's clearly
necessarily the best.
It's clearly The Incredibles.
The Incredibles is up there. I've watched The Incredibles so often with my brother. It really is, and even just the character names: Bon Voyage,
Syndrome. You know why he's called that?
Syndrome. Why?
Because of hero syndrome.
Oh my God.
Did you really not realize that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's a thing that's like
His name is
afflicts
Buddy.
like nurses, public servants, and stuff like that, where they like intentionally inflict peril on people near them so they can rescue them, which is exactly what he does in the movie.
How did I not know that? Where did you read that, or did you just divine it?
I think I was like, is this the reason why? And then Google confirmed it, but I don't know who confirmed it. And it definitely wasn't some like
ChatGPT.
Disney.
Oh, by the way, the most
Oh,
cringe
I've known
thing
this
that
for
happened in your
years.
life- the most cringe thing that happened in your life in the past week was Lycan brought up some ChatGPT case, and you were defending him in the
The most cringe thing that happens in my life goes on to talk about my boyfriend. Goes on to talk about my man.
No. But you were defending use of ChatGPT.
No,
'cause you
I
were
didn't.
white-knighting.
What did I say?
'Cause you
What did
were
I say?
white-knighting.
What did I say?
I don't.
I
remember,
defended.
but
Oh,
I
you just
remember
made
seeing
a claim that I defended it. What did I defend?
I don't know, something.
No, I said, okay, I accepted your criticism. And I said, if that's not an appropriate place to look for case law, where can I go? And you laughed and you said, be a lawyer. Because you didn't have a fucking answer because you know it's fine to use ChatGPT to locate
Westlaw,
case law.
Lexus. I
No,
said,
no,
I
you
said
didn't.
Westlaw,
No, you didn't.
Lexus.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, not in that
I'm
moment. The
pretty sure I
first,
did.
no,
Are you going to be a lawyer one day?
no. Why would I do that? I'm in the twilight of my life.
You're young.
Why? I'm not gonna become a lawyer right now. I already have my undergrad. It's unrelated to that.
Good.
I considered it, but I don't want to. It's like it's so oversaturated. There's like a million lawyers in this country. I don't
Yeah,
think that
true.
we really need more.
I think that we don't need more, and I think the Supreme Court wants to make us not redundant, and so they do all this case law that means that there's going to be a lot more litigation. Sometimes I think about these things like lawyers are never going to make their own profession go extinct, and so they'll just make it illegal to not need them. You know, like this. Eventually, you're going to be able to get a robot who's as good as a lawyer, but the lawyers are going to make that illegal because they want to protect themselves. And they have the power to because they're the judges, and so they can enforce the same kind of like protections that other industries might want to get.
Are you just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, or is this a genuine thing that you think is going to happen?
It's very genuine.
Okay.
Everything I say is genuine.
It just didn't seem like there was an ending to that sentence. It just seemed like you were just trying to figure out where you were gonna land.
No, I was going someplace. Now you've interrupted it. Now I don't know where I am.
You're saying that
we watching this-
ChatGPT is going to eliminate the need for IRL lawyers, and that the lawyers are going to conspire, and judges are going to conspire to make it
Correct.
illegal, so that this industry continues to live on in the United States.
Yes. It's a
I don't think
Ponzi.
that's ever going to happen because ChatGPT can only aggregate existing information and arguments, and it can never
won't be
actually
LLMs.
create something new.
It won't be LLMs. It will be some other version of general. What's it called? You guys know it. The general intelligence. You guys say the acronym and I'll know it.
General intelligence?
It's like actual AGI. I don't know what it
Actual
means.
general intelligence or what?
Artificial general intelligence. There'll be some amount. I don't think it will be through LLMs. LLMs suck.
Okay.
You know what doesn't suck?
What?
Wait, say something because I was going to transition.
No, I don't know what doesn't suck. Where are you going with this?
Her take.
Her take.
The
Okay, but her
show.
take kind of does suck, which is why we react to it and have so much to say. You know, you were also arguing in the first reaction stream, so like going back a second, then we'll go on with her take, right?
Yeah.
Is that what is it? Oh, you were like, ours are definitely transformative. Our reactions are definitely transformative. But you had just argued, and I agree with you. You had just argued that like, oh, but we don't use it we don't view it in its entirety, but we have multiple times. And I think every single reaction has been transformative. I don't think that you can like. Do you feel that it's an issue when creators react to something in its entirety?
So I have a particular view. The answer is I don't think we have a full answer on it legally. I think legally right
I'm
now,
asking your opinion of what it ought to be.
My opinion is it ought to be protected. I'm much more on the side of allowing fair use, allowing this kind of content. In terms of oughts, I think there ought to be more delineation and categories embedded in the copyright statute. I think it's like a little bit old for our purposes, and so we ought to give more clarity and more like case examples in the statute. And because the state of affairs right now is we're kind of just going off of analogies that are developed in cases that where the economics make sense for the fair use to get to the court in the first place, and that only makes sense when it's big money against big money, so Google versus Oracle, or when it's some just random, let's say, for the sake of example, some guy with a vendetta or some guy who really wants to like push it. That's when we get the final decisions. And I don't necessarily think that's representative of all the infringement or potential fair use cases that there could be. But I do think if this were to be tested, I would be arguing in favor of ours being fair use. But I don't know that would be how it would be received by the courts. I don't know.
The Pisco standard. This is informed on your understanding of IP law, or this is just what you feel should constitute fair use for this type of content?
So in terms of actual React content, there's not a great deal of precedent on it. And so I almost can't be informed by precedent, which is murky at best. And the analogies,
well, that's why, that's why people are saying that it's like a for sure thing to me. That's not, I don't think that that's the case, because so much of copyright law and IP pertains to traditional media, like cinematic stuff, TV licensing agreements, radio. We're getting into new territory or whatever, trying to not legislate, but, create precedent based off of YouTube, which like there are some things on YouTube that are considered cinematic or documentaries or whatever. And then there's stuff that's like bite-sized types of information. There's music, there's entertainment, there's stuff that's intended for people to react to it. There's stuff that's intended for people to view it on their own time and not really on their stream.
Yeah,
and it's
so
all
what you're talking
free.
about is like there's different cultural norms associated with different industries that, an even example in like music industry, where you would look like a big asshole if you were to go after someone for a sample, but it's been done before, and sometimes there have been big victories. I
was gonna say Katy Perry didn't think so.
Yeah. I think the nature of the medium does inform a lot of this analysis, and in that respect, I would argue that reaction videos are kind of their own thing. Like the precedent for movie reviews, like in the original H3H3 video, like reacting to the bold guy video, I think that was great precedent. But it was kind of like, for me, that's kind of like easier than what we're talking about here with these like long form reactions.
Yeah, because that was prepared content. And now we're getting into a different domain.
Live. Yeah, and people feel differently when it's like broadcasting sports. Like no one thinks that like just watching a full sporting event thing and then pressing pause every now would be enough. So is there something different between like?
But that I think that has more to do with like those corporate conglomerates that have pay-per-views and sporting events being able to enforce their copyright, more so that it has to do with any like a different adherence to the standard. Because that's really why, Paramount, Jimmy Fallon on YouTube or whatever, they have access to tools that allow them to pretty much immediately ID and strike or demonetize people for using their content, as opposed to the manual system for creators.
Yeah, which is why I think Ethan's whole shebang about how this is going to protect us from Disney and Sony is so bullshit, because how Sony and Disney enforce their copyright is reputation. People know if they start watching full-length movies, they're going to get fucked over. Not typically by like a full-on lawsuit.
They exhaust every mean outside of the court before they escalate it to that.
Yeah.
They want to do cease and desists. They want to do DMCA takedowns. They want to use the tools that already exist, because copyright 1 is already tilted in their favor. So they have existing free tools, and only when they see egregious violations, and they obviously make the calculation, taking this person to court would be more profitable than if we allowed it to just remain. That's the only reason why they do it. So if they haven't done it by now, they clearly obviously know that infringement is happening on Kick, on Twitch, on YouTube, but they're really only interested in the uploads, and they don't seem nearly as interested in targeting the people that are reacting to their live stream content as of yet.
Sometimes they think that it's because there's a value add to having this reaction community, and I think oftentimes they do. So it's just a matter of policy. They're not going to go after you. But I also think that like it's not worth it. They know it's bad reputation to go after the little guy sometimes, and so they'll use these other methods that I don't think are as repugnant to everyday people, like the full-on lawsuit against the little guy type thing. And also like they want to go after people with deep pockets. So that's why, there's a case involving YouTube. Like I said, Google versus Oracle, that's a big fair use case where billions of dollars were at stake. And so fair use had to be analyzed because you had two people willing to litigate and where there was big money involved. And so there's not a big incentive to generate a lot of this precedent either, because a lot of these rights holders actually encourage this kind of reaction conduct because they think it's better for their bottom line, or because it's not worth it to them, or they have other ways of enforcing. And YouTube has really great systems for actually just like stealing all the revenue, right? And it's all passive and no one needs to be struck, and it's kind of a happy balance for them. So yeah, anyone who's buying that the precedent that would be set by this kind of like thing going to a dispositive motion would be beneficial for the React community, I think they have another thing coming. I think that these courts are not likely to look favorably upon this content, which is like rarely tested because of cultural reasons.
Well, I was reading an opinion from a copyright lawyer that penned an article giving his thoughts on what he believes could potentially be the outcome. His name is Copyright Lately. And he outlines the litmus test that he believes, based on his readings of the 3 lawsuits, Ethan Klein is attempting to outline. And the one that's most notable to me is the pre-screening, because in Denham's lawsuit, there's a part where he's saying Denham's didn't even pre-screen this content before she broadcast it to her audience and was reacting to it. Right. Therefore, you should ignore her commentary or not qualify it as transformational because it's very, very superficial, because she didn't take time to review it first, look at the most notable moments, and then come up with arguments beforehand that she wants to present to her audience. So this, let me see, what did they say? Hold on, because I saw the article open.
Yeah, whatever that says, by the way, it's not a per se rule. I've seen some comments being like, well, if it's not pre-screened, it by definition can't be transformative. It's not a per se rule. That might be something that maybe it turns out that way, that we would look to that.
No. I'm saying that if this was adjudicated, that could potentially be an update or a precedent set as far as understanding how fair use works in like the 21st century with the advent of like free YouTube content and reaction streamers. Because it says, according in this article, Klein's company, TED Entertainment Inc. Hold on. There we go. TED Entertainment Inc. For its part, proposes a more conventional rule of thumb. Across its filings, it outlines what amounts to a 5-part checklist. 1. Pre-screen the material. 2. Use commentary directly related to the style or substance of the original work. 3. Use short clips. 4. Pause frequently to comment. And 5. Ensure the commentary outweighs the copied footage. The message is clear. This isn't about punishing bad commentary. It's about punishing the absence of any.
Right. So that goes to tell you that if that's their analysis, and that seems like an analysis that's more tailored to the fair use test than did you say that you want to steal revenue? Because they know that's not relevant to the analysis of fair use. What you just described there is relevant to the fair use analysis, and it has to do with the objective components of the reaction video. But the problem is that encompasses everyone who he says he's not trying to target, and any sort of legal conclusion or precedent based on the factors that you've analyzed obviously would be indifferent to the stated purpose or stated malicious intent of the people.
Well, I don't really like this checklist that he's outlined in this, so I do think it is an accurate summary of what the implications would be as far as the criticisms that he's levied at these creators for failing to do. Then naturally this is what he says, that if they had satisfied these preconditions, then this wouldn't be happening or whatever. But pre-screening the material, it's like, I don't know, because I do think that there is something valuable to commentators and React streamers that are highly opinionated, that are already educated or familiar with the subject material that they're watching and reacting to, and giving their authentic first take and genuine reaction live. And you're making a good faith effort, which I know obviously the intentions don't really matter so much as far as the court understands it. They're just going to analyze what the output actually was. But I would be sad to see that this be the new standard, because I do think that there is something useful to people's first, like a genuine first reaction, instead of something that they have already pre-screened and you're getting like the reaction to content that they've pre-watched. And even if they say that they're not,
maybe the answer is it can't be live, right? So like it could be your first take, but you'd have to cut it up in post. But again, that would just be a huge shift.
But then everyone's a YouTuber
in the current, right? It's a huge sea change in the current meta, right? The current meta, which Ethan is saying that he doesn't want to chill, isn't that. The current meta is watch it and pause as much as you can, which we're doing the meta.
But how does pre-screening make it more transformative? That's a huge assumption to me.
Well, no,
Like,
I
somebody
don't
might
think the
explain that
pre-screening by itself does it, right? I think the pre-screening, yeah, you're right, because I don't think that intentionality plays a role into this. But it's the fact that you're using the whole thing and you're pre-screening in order to select the specific parts of the videos that you need. Now, you could argue I need all of it to give my full-on commentary, but I agree. I don't think that
It seemed like the content nuke was intended to be watched in its entirety. I don't think that he would be satisfied to learn from Hassan. Let's say Hassan had said, "Oh, I watched it off screen, but I only watched parts." I don't think he would have been like, "Well, why did you only watch parts? It was intended to be watched in full."
Right. He actually does in the complaint be like, "Oh, you're not including this other thing from this other thing where I respond to this specific thing." Now, I think that's like a relevant contradiction, a specific contradiction of the claims that Ardeno's making as a way to litigate the kind of substantive issues at play.
Because you're tacitly admitting that there's commentary and transformation occurring, but what you're saying by criticizing the quality of it is that the issue there
You just don't agree with
is that you don't like it. It's not that it didn't occur. You're just saying that it's not up to Ethan Klein's personal standards.
Right. So I would take issue with any kind of rule that said you need to have pre-screening, because the whole point of this is it's a strict liability situation, and fair use, it's supposed to be about the objective measure. So it's not supposed to be like defamation where we have this actual malice standard in defamation where we do look, right? What did you do at least for public figures? What did you do to inform yourself as to the truth or falsity of the embedded statement? And we will look to the process you use to give this representation to see whether or not you fit the actual malice standard. We don't have that in copyright. So I would be against kind of using having like a best practices that aren't embedded in the actual video, right? Like you have to pre-screen even though that's not actually in the reaction content.
Right.
So I would be against that. Yeah.
And I just feel like creators will also lie about it. They will lie, and you'll have people like XQC that say that they pre-screened it, and then their commentary clearly reveals that even if it did, let's be real, do we honestly think XQC's we would be more transformative if he pre-screened the content that he was looking at? It would be pretty much identical. It would be identical. And the pause frequently to comment. So that's another complaint that's outlined in the lawsuit is that there are points where she's quiet for 3 minutes at a time. And I'm like, yeah, but you're laying out in that content nuke, there are arguments that take several minutes for him to lay out entirely. So she needs to be able to absorb the information, or anyone who's reacting to it live needs to be able to pause it for an extended period of time, absorb the argument that's being made in context, and then react to it in a more that is going to lead to something that to me is more transformative. This pause frequently or whatever seems like you're actually discouraging people from giving better, more informed commentary because you're pause-andying and you're stopping too much and too quickly and too frequently before you can actually let the creator lay out the argument that you're reacting to.
And how would you distinguish full-on movies
from YouTube content?
Yeah.
Because movies are not. That's why I was saying earlier that a lot of the IP surrounds cinematic content and television content, where movies are meant to be, to the extent that people want to transform and commentate upon them. It doesn't seem relevant or necessary. It doesn't seem necessary for a movie critic to watch a movie in its entirety or to react to it to be able to give substantial commentary to it. Because if you're somebody could it technically be the case that I could react to in a transformative way by pause-andying fucking the Avengers on stream? I'm sure I could. I think I'd get DMCA'd before I could, but I do think it's possible. But I also just don't think that when people want movie reviews or people don't want a reaction to what audience exists for movie reactions? You're talking about watch parties and stuff like that. But most people, if they want commentary on films, which are meant to be, I guess, passively consumed, not something that you can commentate on as you're watching it live very easily. It's more useful for the person to have watched it in its entirety and focus in on certain moments to make arguments about the style of the movie or the direction or the costumes or the lighting or the cinematography. You will have needed to have consumed that movie in its entirety before you're able to deliver commentary that's substantial. It seems very difficult to me that it's not just going to be honestly nonsense to try to react to a movie that you haven't seen before live on stream and be able to give thoughtful commentary that's not just going to amount to, okay, you're clearly just trying to watch the movie live and you're trying to pause it enough to say that like, I'm reacting, I'm transforming, but you're going to get like a Jinx type reaction where it's like, haha, that was funny. Ah, look at that. Look at the CGI there.
Everyone kind of agrees that the Jinx style is not okay. Right. Everyone kind of takes that as a prior. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, how awesome would it be if Quentin Tarantino watched a full-length movie when he's explaining like why he really likes, let's say, There Will Be Blood, right? He watches the whole movie, like it pauses, watches 5 minutes, pauses. Now this scene, look at how like that would be sick.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that maybe should be protected.
Wait, restate this again. Sorry, I got
that it's fundamentally different. So like, my hypothetical is Quentin Tarantino watching There Will Be Blood, the movie, pausing every 2-3 minutes to be like, look at this, how that works. Look at the lighting here. I talked to Paul Thomas Anderson. He actually did so.
That you're kind of describing those Wired videos where Wired talks to some linguist who analyzes 30 different movies or whatever, and they actually want them to look at very specific parts of the movies, very specific scenes, give their commentary, then they move on to the next movie. It doesn't seem like there's much interest in somebody doing that for an extended period of time for one specific movie or TV show.
Whether there's an interest or not.
But that is a side part, as opposed to whether or not it could be truly transformational. So I know that Adam YMS, Your Movie Sucks, right?
I've heard of him.
So he does movie watch-alongs, and what he does is he has a timer on the bottom so that people can press play or pause at the same time somebody's not actually showing the movie. And he's just broadcasting his reaction to it, and you're playing along, and it's kind of like this remote watch party. But what ends up on his YouTube channel, what gets edited down, is the most critical parts of his commentary. Like, the live stream remains, but it will always get far less views than the one that his editor takes and superimposes the scenes from the movie that he's reacting to with the most amount of commentary or whatever that's like a voiceover because it's muted. And there seems to be an interest in that. But it ends up being, like, again, his reaction to a 2.5-hour movie. Like, one example was Blonde, that Ana de Armas movie. It only ended up being, like, 30, 40 minutes, maybe max, even though the movie is practically, like, I think over 3 hours. And he was able to condense it. His editor was able to condense it into that.
Yeah, well, listen, more or less I'm with you in terms of, I'm more leaning on the side of allowing substantive, transformative reactions, even in the case of using significant parts of the work. I'm generally in more in line in favor of that. I think that there is something to the culture of the medium that should be relevant here. Now, I don't know where that gets factored in. And at this point, right, like, it's hard for me to, the amount of transformation, for example, in music, which very often the melodies, maybe they're different, but oftentimes there's like no melody sometimes in some of these rap songs. The beats are often, taken from other places. And so I don't know, I'm highly critical or cynical of the position of copyright that takes it to its maximal extent, that like you can't even for example,
we're missing the forest for the trees by attempting to apply this very, very strict standard instead of, I guess, having, I don't want to say like a low resolution analysis of it, but something that does kind of factor in what is the medium, what is the intent, what is the does this, like, there's almost like this additional thing that would be very, very difficult to legislate and have it leave room for those nuances, but also not like be underregulated, if that makes sense. So that sort of ambiguity, I do think.
Would you protect Denims and Casey Tron?
Denims?
You wouldn't protect Casey Tron.
Really quick. Well, I can't say, because from the clips that Ethan has presented, no, it does not seem like it is transformative. But he also presented Denims' reaction in a way that I felt was dishonest. So I'm very reticent to take his word and his framing of it, because I already know that with Denims, he misrepresented things. So to give Frogan and to give Casey, as far as the court of public opinion, they seem to have made up their mind that it's definitely not transformative. And I'm even sympathetic to that, because what he has presented seems like it's not. But I don't have access to the VOD to make the judgment for myself, so I won't go ahead and go all the way and make a judgment on something that I haven't seen, which is what I was criticizing you from chat for doing, because you were saying that you did not think Denims was. And I said, how are you rendering a judgment on something that you've not actually looked at yourself? And you're taking it from somebody who has a vested interest in presenting it that way.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
You know, and as a lawyer or whatever, if you are trying to hear out all sides of the argument, like I don't expect, you know, passive consumers and people who are just watching it for enjoyment and entertainment to be looking at it this way. But I think to be fair, that like that's the only way.
The chair react stuff. The chair react stuff really sways me on that. There must be some for people for the infringements involving chair reacts where you leave. It's going to be a hard sell for me that anything about that is necessary or planned, or, you know, and even if you have a little bit of chair reacts with respect to some of it, I think it will probably be infringement. I mean, I don't know. So the chair react stuff to me is,
I would not be like, let's say this led to, you know, different, like this set a precedent. If one of the precedents was you can't chair react and like as soon as you chair react, it's instantly disqualified from fair use, I would be personally comfortable with that. Because I do think that that's lazy reaction. I'm not comfortable doing it. Anytime that I leave, I throw up I don't even pause and just leave my chair or whatever. I throw up a be right back screen and music.
Yeah, me too.
So, but that's just me. But
this was a good conversation. I really enjoyed that. I think that I'm going to think about it a little more, and I am going to watch Denham's thing. So
I have two. Wait. There was also something that I watched your conversation with Hutch, and you conceded something that you didn't need to concede. Because he kept bringing up like, oh, you have to understand the context of the CPS call and stuff like that. But keep in mind that when Ethan registered this stuff, it was back in January. That CPS call, as far as I could tell, he announced it on March 7th, I think. So it happened at the end of February or around early March. So there's no way that could have been something.
No, but it would still inform. But it would still inform the decision to sue, right?
Based on but from what Hutch was arguing, he was saying you have to keep in mind that probably motivated Ethan, and he almost gives the impression that was something that was planned all the way back in January when he was
setting the trap.
Yeah, when he was registering it. But Ethan was registering it without any knowledge that would end up transpiring. And that's also something that he's had to pretty much retract when it came to Denham's. Have you seen those statements that he had to make?
Oh, what did he say? Hold
on, I have a clip and I can just share the screen. Let me share my screen. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see? Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So he said on May 19th, Denham's posted this clip. Oh no, Mike from PA posted it. Okay.
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denham's called CPS. I have never implied that Denham's called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not state, I do not believe that Denham's called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claimed Denham caused others to call CPS.
It's not him apologizing, right?
No, he's not apologizing, but I did say that he did. I said that it was, some called it a retraction, other people said, oh, it's more of a clarification, but I also have a video from, I found the video on the H3H3 channel where he made the claim, Denham's is currently right now on her platform advocating for my kids to be taken away. And this is in the context of reacting to the CPS thing. So she was going to sue him for defamation. She drops the lawsuit, and then not long after that, this comes out.
Yeah, so how Hutch did it was like, okay, he probably didn't plan it out to have this like malice line at the start when he registered it, but maybe he made that line after this already happened. And so at that point I could see, okay, the CPS call situation, whatever, and whatever insufficiency there was in Denham's and et al.'s reaction to that, where they were either in Ethan's minds like being too kind about it or not being condemning enough of it, whatever that is, might have influenced why he did it. I have no idea.
Well, okay, can I enter Exhibit B into the record where this is a clip of him praising them at different points after this is not right after the content nuke. He says, I couldn't have asked for better promotion.
Hassan and Asmongold, these people who you would be like, oh, ideologically, they're invested in taking out Hassan and owning the leftists. None of them were fucking talking about it. It was all these dipshits who are hyping the shit out of it. You should have seen their Twitch titles like, Ethan Klein nuke has dropped, all capitals. Let's fucking watch. Like, bro, I couldn't have asked for better promotion. You know what I mean? So thank you to them, and thank you for coming and disliking. And even though you guys were so desperate to try to spin the narrative in the beginning, even now the dislike ratio is like, or the like ratio is like 82%, which in my opinion, with everything considered, is fantastic.
It's true. It's not that bad.
So, I mean, thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really am grateful for your guys'.
What is this contradicting?
Do you think that this is, if he's saying that his company was financially harmed, that views were taken from him, and this was like a potentially some sort of premeditated plan, do you think that why is he saying at the time that he learned of their reaction to it, I couldn't have asked for better promotion? But now he's saying like, oh, I like laid a trap or whatever, and like I didn't want them to, but I knew that they would do it. Like at one point, there's tension between these two arguments to me. Do you see it?
The notion that he didn't want them to react to steal the content, right?
Well, he argues in the video announcing the lawsuit from the last 10 days that I didn't want them to. I just knew that they would. This is also keeping in
steal my content.
Yeah, he says I didn't want them to. I just knew that they would. He's also registered the content new with the Library of Congress at the end of January, I believe. But then after it comes out, he says, I couldn't have asked for better promotion. And it just seems like even though he had already gone ahead and registered it with the Library of Congress, if there was, if he had in mind, I'm going to pursue litigation against somebody, it honestly doesn't seem like it was Denham's, Frogan, and Casey-tron. It seems like perhaps it was Hassan. Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe it was Snark people. I don't know. I don't feel like it was the Snark people, but it seems like that changed along the way, because unless, again, this is some sort of like disarming thing that he said disingenuously to make them think that they're okay, and then he springs the lawsuits on them or whatever. It's strange to me that this was his reaction to it initially, and now it seems contradicted by the lawsuit where he's saying, I'm upset about this, I have financial damages, this wasn't fair, this is screwing me over or whatever.
So it seems like he wants Asmongold to pick this up. I
thought he wanted everyone to see the content nuke. Ethan Klein is incredibly wealthy,
he wants to promote it.
And it didn't seem like the video was about getting the most amount of like AdSense or whatever. It seemed like the whole point is to expose Hassan Piker, and he wants as many views on it as possible. So he really didn't seem to care if it was transformative. He just wanted people watching it. Because the more people know that Hassan Piker is the content, is like, you know, somebody who should be deplatformed or whatever the argument is for the content nuke, or is it like a dangerous content creator, propagandist, whatever it is, more eyes the better. It's almost like an investment. I feel like he would lose money. He would be willing to lose money on this if it meant that more people got pushed out to more people.
Well, I think that's consistent with what I've been saying, which is it seems like he does not have a problem with what Asmongold and what XQC did, that he was hoping that these people would infringe on his work, that they would watch it in full. I mean, he seems to be very happy. He's like, oh, at first Asmongold wasn't picking it up, and then they did and watched it in full. And so I think that lends to the notion that he doesn't actually have a problem with Asmongold and XQC, and he's fine with them taking, you know, doing the kind of.
Well, did you see his reaction to it? I have a clip of his reaction to it where he sees XQC explicitly say, guys, I'm not reacting, I'm watching. And he's like smiling and nodding along. Hold on, there was another clip that I saw.
Oh, wait, is there?
Yes, there is, where you can see it. This was at the time. It looks like the same stream as the one that we just watched because he's in that black shirt again. Here, can you hear it? Okay.
Yeah.
1 minute 36.
Yes. This is Force's analogy, but yes, it's also true. People said react this, react that. We don't hate reacts. It's lazy. I actually invented watching it. I invented watching it. People think reacting on stream. No, watching. I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
He's taking his time to.
I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching it. What about it? He's reacting to the content nuke.
Analyze.
Well, anyway, that was in real time when he was watching it.
He was sent a clip of XQC reacting to the content nuke or something like that. Oh.
Not reacting. Yeah.
Not reacting. Explicitly saying, "You guys, I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching it." And look what he goes on to say.
Right. My criticism isn't that he's like watching. It's that he's watching terrorist propaganda, but it's a little different. But I hear your point, and listen, I respect it, man. I acknowledge you.
We hear you.
I acknowledge you as the king of this shit.
Like, I acknowledge you as the king of this shit. This shit being copyright infringement, a lack of fair use, a lack of
and being willful copyright infringement. So just to be clear, so there's a distinction. People were saying like, well, malice is part of the damages. No, willfulness is part of damages, and willfulness isn't intentional siphoning. Willfulness is knowing violations of copyright law. And so here it seems that Ethan is, praising XQC for willful infringement of his own copyright. In which case, what are we talking about here, folks? In what sense is this protection of the React community? If you're willing to abide by willful infringement of the copyright, which he has no problem with it, and it's clear he has no problem with it. Then why are we saying that it's an injustice? Why are we saying he's protecting the React community? It doesn't make any sense.
And then he says in the video where he announces the lawsuit, the most egregious examples of this is when they'd have a non-transformative reaction and then and not only did they live stream that to tens of thousands of people, but then they went on to re-upload it onto the YouTube channel. And that was the initial contention between him and XQC in the first place with their own React gate. And this is a quote. I mean, like, let me just pull up the video or whatever. Hold on. And then we can move on to her take, I swear.
Yeah, no worries.
This is on XQC's channel. This debate didn't go as planned. XQC versus Ethan on copyright. This was a year ago. This was August 8th, 2023. And listen to what
There was a debate on Destinies too. I remember being on it.
Well, the other half of this is doing the debate review with Steven.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Make one thing clear at the top is that I want to focus on the YouTube uploads.
Yeah.
Because the Twitch streaming itself, I feel like is too much of a gray zone, and there's industry standard. I would be less, I would be more hesitant to call what happens on Twitch a violation of any kind. So I just want to focus on what you upload to your YouTube channel. Is that okay?
Okay, so that's gonna be a yes and a no.
So how do you reconcile these positions? To me, like, especially with the arguments that he advances in the lawsuit.
So funny.
That, this is why it's like, he's coasting off his reputation as like the defender of fair use, which I'll give him his flowers. He was, or like, and until this, now I'm seeing like so many glaring contradictions between past statements and different ways that he's carved out.
The contradiction is, and here's and you have to deal with the backlash. The contradiction is, you don't really care about what happens on Twitch. And you've said that you've carved out the kind of live stream reacts. The big problem here is the uploads to YouTube specifically, presumably because YouTube easier to monetize, and you're
hurting smaller creators. He had a case study where XQC reacted to somebody. His editor, not only do tens of thousands of people see it, XQC doesn't shout out the creator, doesn't provide them links. They've already watched this long form content through XQC, so the likelihood that they're going to watch it independently significantly drops. And then it's thrown on YouTube by XQC's channel. It's monetized. The title is nearly identical. The only thing is that they put a dash and then it says XQC reacts. He uses the exact same thumbnail and he puts his face in the corner, and it ends up functionally being a market substitute. And that was his main contention with this drama.
Here's what the responders will say. He just meant here non-malicious streaming, where the stated intent isn't to rob the creator. That's what he meant here. Is that when he was saying that he's fine with what happens on Twitch, only if they don't have a stated intent not to siphon, or to not to siphon, right? I mean, I think that that's.
But he outlines in different points in this debate that XQC, is like, I don't give a shit about the legal stuff. Maybe he says it here. Hold on.
I truly believe that Twitch is somewhat of a competitor on VODs. If Twitch didn't have VODs, then that'd be wrong. That'd be right. But Twitch has VODs, and all the VODs stay up. And when people react, they leave the VODs up. And it's quite literally the same thing as.
Oh, I should watch this whole thing.
Well, I have different moments. At 22:36, Ethan says like he makes a good faith. He personally makes a good faith effort. Let me see. Yeah, 22:36, and he contrasts his own behavior and his own failings, because I think he does admit at different points that he's like, I probably haven't always been in compliance with fair use, but I'm attempting.
Ethan says that?
Yeah, he admits to that.
Say one thing. In my career, in my 10 years of career, I'm sure that there's been times where I've done a less good job of reacting fairly to content. I'm sure of it, right?
So you were a thief then. So you were a thief and you're not anymore.
And that's something I acknowledge, and something that I'm always working on and analyzing and thinking how I can do it better. It's something I really care about. And the reason why this conversation is interesting is because it's something that you don't care about. And I'd like to know, I'd like to understand that. But are you saying, have I ever done a bad reaction in my whole career? Yeah, yes, probably, almost certainly.
So then, would you agree that old Ethan, or not too old Ethan, is a thief, sack of dog shit motherfucker?
Sure, yeah. In those, if that's what happened in that time, sure, I was a dog shit, sack, loot, whatever the fuck you said.
Oh my god! Wait, so press pause. So this is so fucking great. So I'm gonna watch the whole thing, because look at what Ethan's saying there. He's saying people who do this, even when I'm not my stated malice, I don't have anything, are dog shit thieves. That was his position back then, and you know what? You know, we think that's based. If you're acknowledging what you're doing is infringement, you are stealing someone's intellectual property. And his position that back then was, regardless of your stated intention, you're a dog shit thief. Now, he doesn't think that he ever said that I was trying to siphon people. He will never admit to that, because of course that wasn't his state of mind, because to Ethan at that time, it doesn't matter. Only now, after the fact, is he willing to say, XQC, you know, do your game, do your shit, whatever, you're the king of this. I don't really give a fuck what happens on Twitch. Like, that to me is the height of disingenuousness. He's not really caring.
I've listened to this whole thing, and I believe what had just preceded this moment is him explaining to XQC the reason why it also hurts really badly, outside of the fact that you're like a large creator, is that you are flagrantly saying, you're not even attempting to make a good faith effort to always react transformatively. Your stream is a vibe. You want to do whatever you want. You want to have fun. And it's not fun to have to keep in mind smaller creators. It's not fun to have to keep in mind, am I actually being transformative? It's not fun, the idea that like, oh, I'm kind of just watching this. I should probably shut it off and watch it in my own time, because it's not appropriate to watch it live on stream because I don't have much to contribute. You know, but XQC doesn't want to have to shut it off.
No, and he's completely willful. Debaser says we're moving into who cares again. He can enforce his copyright however he wants. We're not here to say that
I don't
he
dispute
doesn't have
that.
the legal right to go over.
That's not in contention.
Disputing that, but the question is, I'm getting a shit ton of pushbacks, and I'm going to disingenuous for making this point. If your central premise, right? If you start your video saying this is about ReactGate, this is about the injustice, this is about what's going on in the world, like, don't expect people who are discerning not to, you know, scrutinize your whole justification for yourself. It's a major part of the video. You're justifying why you're going after these people, and we're going to take a look at it. So all this, everyone who's like, who cares about this one little, this is the big point of their video. He starts his video saying, this is a problem, ReactGate. So I think it is a significant issue of the video.
And the other thing is that people, I mean, it gets lost very quickly because it's a minor point that is like explained and then moved on. But again, he even says in this video where he announces the lawsuit, the egregious examples happened on YouTube, not Twitch. It's the re-upload, and that's where the harm comes in for the smaller creators, because they've been fucked over because tens of thousands of people watched it live and you didn't credit them, or you didn't shout them out, or as the type of it wasn't transformative and all of that. But then a second harm occurs, and that second harm occurs when you actually put it on YouTube and monetize it, because now you're a direct competitor to that small creator. And people will watch it through you, XQC, as opposed to the small creator, because SEO prioritizes a larger creator over somebody like the smaller person that he's watching. And I don't think that context is really at the front of people's minds when they go into his video, that, oh yeah, that whole saga was primarily restricted to YouTube as a different domain, because Ethan says that he doesn't feel like it's the same audience, because it's when XQC goes on to say, but there's my Twitch VODs and stuff like that. Like, nobody really gets mad at that about that. And he was like, yeah, but like Twitch is a different platform. It's a different audience. The YouTube is like the thing that he wanted to focus on. And this is a different timestamp. This is where I wrote
the whole malice thing is complete. It's dog shit. It's trash. It is every piece of evidence that I see just further cements the notion that this is a post hoc rationale that doesn't matter at all to him.
So this is where I put, Ethan criticizes XQC's content practices, arguing that XQC significantly benefits from the work of other, usually smaller creators without adequate transformation or credit.
And that matters to me a lot.
That's such bullshit, bro. Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire, and you steal content from small creators, and you don't give a fuck about their rights or what they want. And then
This is true.
Oh, yeah, you can come chase me down and complain and try to get my attention so I can pay you for the shit I stole. It's total bullshit, bro.
What the fuck?
You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a fuck about the...
I agree with Ethan on this because XQC is not transformative with his reactions. He does what he wants.
Wait, Aaron with the fucking clip. That shit is priceless. You know what? I should plan a video that includes these clips and is prepared like this and is 20 minutes and digestible because that was fucking delicious. He's basically saying that XQC has the very malice that he's imputing to these other people who made the statement, right? He's saying, if you go back, right? He's saying, you're trying to steal these people's money. You know you're doing it. Like, this is just so delicious, so sweet. Mwah.
Well, you're going to need them, mister. You're a second-rate lawyer. Pisco from New York City, much like Mike from PA. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. So that's
we'll see about that.
This is... The next timestamp that I have is 35.
That was delicious. Thank you, Aaron.
13. I've been interfacing with all of this stuff a lot in my free time because
holy shit,
people are just lying. They're
was this in English or this is crazy. I have all this prepared.
Well, I have all of this prepared because I was debating somebody from your audience who DM'd me on Twitter. And so I started pulling up all these different receipts that I had because I was like, you have nothing. You're just making claims. They were characterizing things.
Someone says.
What am I lying about?
Someone said, Chris and Yunin says Aaron is lying.
What am I lying about?
Yeah, I don't know what the lie is.
What's a lie?
That XQC is intentionally stealing. He's attributing the malice that he now says is the key part specifically to XQC. And now he's pretending that XQC doesn't have that malice. Come on.
What is it? Did I take something out of context? Because according to Ethan Klein, I need to pause frequently and use short clips. So I'm constrained by these new fair use standards that we want to start instituting, you guys. I can't watch entire pieces of content.
He goes, I'm in disagreements, VC, let me in. It's up to you. It's up to you, Aaron. This is your choice. We could move everything to live and bring him in. That's up to you. And I could just...
He didn't even say what I'm lying. Say what I'm lying about it, then maybe or whatever. Because you're just saying you're lying and then you want to come in. Okay, so this is...
Let's get the actual lie.
Ethan outlines XQC's approach to content use, showing behavior and patterns that, in his view, indicate a flagrant disregard for fair use.
You're absurd. Why is it... You think it's crazy? Dude, the fact that you're using the same title and the same thumbnail is so parasitic. It's so shady. You are only doing that to siphon off views and confuse people. There's no other reason for that. Why would you use the same exact title and the same exact thumbnail?
So what is... Ethan literally says XQC is intentionally siphoning and that is his state of mind.
Yes.
That's what Ethan says. That the explicit state of mind of XQC is intentional siphoning.
Yes. You know, he basically says, you know what you're doing. Combined with the fact that you say, I don't give a fuck about any of the fair use standards. I don't care about any of that. Or if you're not so intentional about it, you know that your editor is doing this. You're monetizing it, and you've not stepped in to say, hey, this is wrong, even though you've gotten pushback from other creators that you've reacted to.
Explain that to me.
And he also did this. Notice he did this with... his video is titled H3H3 Nukes Hassan, but it's Ethan's thumbnail and it's XQC's picture in the corner. It's not really that different. He's still doing it.
It's the same modus operandi. It's the same thing he always does. He does what he does.
Are you more upset about the title or about the content of the video itself?
Well, it's the intention, dude. It's all together. You're intentionally confusing people to click your video instead of his.
Since you're all about legality, you would understand that intention is one of the hardest things to prove out there, right?
I'm talking about philosophy. We already moved past legality. You don't care about fair use.
You don't care. We already moved past legality. You don't care about fair use, which he says he doesn't care about.
Just answer the question, Felix.
How do you know?
Why did you do that? Why did you give it the same exact title and thumbnail? Just answer that.
Oh, because I wanted to.
Why did you want to?
Oh, because I wanted to.
Why did you want to?
Because the thumbnail is good and it gives the viewer what they want. And
right, which is the original video. They want the original video.
Okay, so I'll tell you, since you don't like questions, I'm just gonna give you a fact then, right? People that don't watch React content
do not get served React content. If somebody wants to watch us react,
who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck? And I mean, like, there is an argument to make that, again, you could try to say, like, oh, they're two different audiences, right? But XQC, within the factors that are within his control, you are maximizing the likelihood that you are going to be serving as a market replacement rather than providing a transformative version of like a reaction or like video.
Insane. This is why this is like detonating so hard with me, folks. Is he's in the same exact terms of the distinction that's all important to him in the current iteration for explaining why them and not them. He says it's because they're intentionally siphoning. He uses the exact same terminology to refer to what XQC does. He says intentional siphoning. I mean, what more can you say, folks? What more can you say? And this is what I would ask him. This is why I don't think he would ever have a conversation with me. I'm asking Hutch. I'm talking about it, but I would ask him, do you think that what Felix does is intentional siphoning? But you argued for it back here. I mean, I'll give it to you in advance. You said that he was doing intentional siphoning back then.
Yes, it wouldn't be bad if XQC's types of reactions and transformative content were chilled, because that would be a better world to me.
Right. So you agree?
I agree with Ethan here. I agree with Ethan. Almost everything that Ethan argues here. Yeah.
I know, but I'm pretending now that I'm talking to Ethan in the current day. So you agree that Felix was intentional siphoning back then, and that he intentionally siphons, right? Because you said it back then, right? Yes, of course. So you agree that both Felix and these other people are intentionally siphoning. Is that correct? And the answer is yes. And then what happens? Where's that a distinction? The distinction is you like one and not the other, and that's what we all know. And so this whole rationale of intentional siphoning goes fucking nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I have two more, okay? But Ethan gets angry that XQC shows little to no concern for legal boundaries or respect for original creators when using their work without permission. So we get back into the legal arguments at this point.
Not just care about the law. It seems like you don't care about people's artistic, creative property at all. It seems that you don't have any respect for property at all.
And it seems like nobody, to my knowledge, has a problem with any of my videos being up right now.
You're like a prolific thief. You could say, oh, I found one example of you doing this back in whatever year. You're a prolific thief, dude. You do this every day, multiple times a day on your YouTube channel.
He does.
So I will go to somebody.
And his live stream. We've relegated the conversation to YouTube. But what happens on YouTube couldn't occur if it didn't happen on Twitch first or Kick.
I would say take something and he doesn't care, right? He generally doesn't, and never reached out. And you go out there and you go and seek the victims out, right? And you've failed to establish a pattern of them being cannibalized the way that you think they are.
Well, there's just one. I mean, one is enough, isn't it?
Okay. In that case, it puts the burden of proof on you as well, then, to show you have permission. What? Yes, because I think, you know what?
I don't need permission to transform content, dude.
Okay. So, one of the videos that I...
Okay, so they fight on this for a little bit. Then this is the last one at 39:40, I believe. Ethan,
Chris, what did you say that Aaron was wrong about?
What did I lie? What did I lie? He said I lied. He didn't say I was wrong. He said I lied. Yeah. What did I lie about?
You lied about something. What did she lie about?
I knowingly propagated a mistruth.
What was the lie?
He didn't say. If he said I was wrong, that would be different. Because I know I get stuff wrong, obviously.
Yeah, we know that, Aaron. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Jeez. You're about to bite my head off. I don't see anything from. I typed it already. Okay, then can you just retype it? I don't see.
Copy paste, Chris, or whatever your name is.
She won't let me in. She knows I got her. Chris, Aaron, will you respond? She just wants to stay in her bubble. Then why won't she listen to the other side? Aaron, stop running.
The other side in this case is like Denims and Frogan and Casey. Now we're listening to Ethan's side. I'm researching Ethan's content.
I said she didn't cover what Ethan said afterward on Leftover. I don't know what's the lie. Can you identify the lie? I don't know what you mean. How's that a lie?
I was about to say, like, not covering all of Ethan's content or everything that he said. I'm still like looking into all of this stuff or whatever.
I don't think she represented that she saw everything. I don't think that she said that she reviewed everything. So I don't know what the lie is.
But this part, this last one is particularly enlightening, because if we know that Ethan knows and has gone to war with XQC over disrespecting smaller creators, not copyright infringement, and not even attempting to be in compliance with fair use standards, not even like the strictest scrutiny, just a colloquial understanding, which is make a good faith effort, shout the small creator out. When you re-upload it, edit it down some, don't use the same thumbnails, be more creative with the title so it's not a direct competitor, right? Those are the kind of internet fair use standards, not the legal ones, right? Ethan will explain why many smaller creators choose not to confront XQC. And he highlights how his platform size and his influence contribute to this lack of accountability that XQC has been allowed to get away with. So to me, this gives insight into why, if we know that Ethan knows all of this, why carve out an exception for him? Ethan will explain why he probably carves out an exception.
Do you really not understand the concept that small creators wouldn't want to start shit with XQC, one of the biggest, with the craziest fan base in the world? Like, is that really a foreign idea to you, that they wouldn't want to deal with this power dynamic? Like, you would crush them if you said anything. Your fans would harass them into oblivion. That's too foreign for you to understand?
So this guy, 400K subscribers, big views, YouTube videos, small creators that's about to fucking die from something. Ethan is here to save the day. This person will now be able to afford some food and eat some rice.
What does that matter?
Well, I'm just saying, because if you try to make a portrait, if you draw a picture on who this person is, and you say...
So how Ethan portrays his savior, I think rightfully, his savior mentality in the XQC days, is he's standing up for the React community, for the little guy. He's standing up for small creators against the big beasts that are the XQCs. But all of a sudden, changing the target now, he's protecting XQC and the Asmongold's against the outsiders, which are Sony and Disney, against the big guys there. And so it's a complete distortion here. The whole point, right, of him standing up against XQC was we finally have a big creator who's taking XQC to task. But now he says, oh, I would never go after XQC.
Yeah, God forbid XQC be chilled. God forbid XQC be chilled.
Isn't XQC a prolific thief who is unable to be stood up against by small creators, but you would never go after such a prolific thief? Why wouldn't you go after such a prolific thief?
And you have to also keep in mind that this conversation is occurring at, this was not just like, oh, he and XQC are like talking or whatever. This was, let me see if I still have it. Yeah, so this is at the time when XQC has already signed a non-exclusive streaming deal with Kick. This was valued at $70 million for over 2 years, with up to $30 million in performance bonuses, an agreement the New York Times described as one of the largest in the entertainment industry. So you're not just talking to somebody who is a repeat offender. You're talking to the top of the top of the top offender, somebody who has a significant audience. A ridiculous amount of money, a ridiculous amount, and like
he's actually infringing.
And he's infringing.
Like Sony's doing the infringing on the little guy. He's an infringer as well. So Chris keeps saying that you're lying, and I'm inclined to give him the opportunity to spit his game. What do you think about that?
I mean, this
person. Do you want to do her take?
I just don't. I am, but it is weird to me that you can't state what I'm lying about, because I want to see, does this actually require that we have some stupid back and forth, or if I'm lying, can you say it and I can correct it to avoid some stupid back and forth?
I still haven't seen what the lie is, Chris. I'm trying.
That's my one prerequisite to it. If he just says what I'm lying about and what he wants to confront me on, he can come on and we can talk.
What is the statement? Yes. What is the statement that Aaron said that was a lie? That should be very easy to do, or you can retract that it was a lie, and then we can reassess.
If he wants to amend it to, I disagree with her on this, then fine. That he can also come in. I just want it to be, what's the stated reason other than she's lying? It seemed like it was to get your attention, because then the next thing he wanted to do was come in or whatever.
I said after the debate, he talked to Hassan on leftovers. After this debate, he talked to Hassan on leftovers. Okay. And then what? And his take on React content like MasterChef, etc., was more nuanced. So what did
I lie about? Did I misrepresent something that Ethan said? I never claimed at any point that this is the be-all, end-all, or everything. I just thought these are notable statements that he's made.
At one point this was his opinion. Are you telling me he's going to go about the master shifting and say he doesn't think the XQC is one of the most prolific thieves? I mean, that by itself is like it's a wow statement, huh? And if you're just showing that he's okay, so what is, just let him in to explain. Okay, let's do you mind, Aaron?
I think you're rewarding bad behavior because you had somebody who's literally just baiting to get on. They're explicitly refusing to say what it is I was actually lying about or do it.
They said that the essence of it is that you're misrepresenting that Ethan's opinion changed. Now, I think that that's just inherently wrong because Aaron never represented that Ethan's opinion was like static or stable. I think part of our critique here is that it's unstable and that he's changing his position.
But sure, they can come in. They can come in. Although I would like them to have a link ready to this leftovers thing so I can look at it. What's the relevant portion? That's the other thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, should he have that ready? Chris, if you have that ready, we can go. If not, just...
Because I'm like, the thing is, again, I went back and looked at all of this stuff because I cannot trust people's characterizations of these things. So now anytime anybody makes a claim surrounding this, I really want to see receipts about it. Because people are sloppy, they're playing fast and loose, or they're going off recall, and it's not, when I actually see that their receipt for it or whatever, it's not backed up by what they've linked me.
Chris says he has receipts. If you don't have receipts, Chris, I'm going to have to ban you. So just because you're saying you have receipts. But
he said I lied, couldn't say what I lied about, and then it turned into I misrepresent. I'm leaving out part of Ethan's content. Ethan has this corpus of content that exists on multiple YouTube channels that he has. I know I haven't seen all of his content. I'm just watching the most relevant shit, dude.
He's clip chimped XQC's intent. It was to help, not damage. Well, no. She's not getting XQC's image of his intent. She's getting Ethan's perception of XQC's intent. You understand that? So the point is not to show XQC's inconsistent. The point is to show that Ethan's inconsistent. Aaron is trying to show Ethan's state of mind. Do you understand that? So whether XQC has a rationale that it's helping people, Ethan's not buying it. That's the point. Ethan doesn't buy it.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck what XQC thinks about any of this. It obviously comes off to people like it's a post hoc rationalization for his behaviors because he doesn't want to change them. He likes his current content model. He profits immensely. He's paid handsomely. He has these huge entertainment stream. Why would he? He's incentivized to not want to change his position on this.
Aaron is clearly snark brain and she's egging you on. She's definitely on snark. How about you address what's being said?
That's what happens. That's what happens. So that person that I was debating in Twitter DMs where I was getting this stuff, they were mad that I had used a clip from Mike from PA. They didn't like his editorialization surrounding that clip. And then they were like, this seems like snark shit. So when they have nothing else, they just try to associate me with a Reddit community I've never fucking used.
Guys, Conquistador, we just listened to it and maybe you missed it. That's okay. XQC literally says, Ethan says, you're intentionally siphoning. Why did you put up the same fucking thumbnail? Because you know that they want that video. So you know that you're stealing money from them. You're a prolific thief. And he's saying it's all intentional, you know? That's very clearly what his point is here. There's no argument that he's not saying that he's malicious or that he's not intentionally siphoning. He uses those words.
Like according to Ethan Klein, going after XQC and Asmongold would chill the React community, but going after significantly smaller content creators would not. For this arbitrary standard that he has come up with to try
that XQC meets.
Yeah, that XQC meets, and yet he somehow carves out this exception for him, arguing that again would hurt creators, even though again here he was concerned with a different type of creator being hurt. He was worried about the smaller guy, the smaller YouTubers, and now we wouldn't want to chill that, even though that probably could use some chilling.
Okay, the choice is yours, Aaron. Do you want Chris or not?
Sure, fuck it.
Okay,
but you're rewarding bad behavior objectively.
I am, but people want it. We're fair, all right? We're fair and balanced. Just go into any channel.
We are
Aaron,
fair.
I'll give you perms. And I'll bring this in live.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Gotta get into the Pisco's Discord. Hold on. Where's Pisco's Discord? I'm in too many fucking Discords. Hold on. Discord. Okay. He said he'd give me perms, so I don't think I have perms.
Hello?
Yo, hold on. Let me let me share my screen, like
up?
fix all this stuff again.
Yo. Yeah, I need to fix it as well. Boom. I'm gonna put my thing up. Who's Papa Gut? Pop out. Boom.
And now I gotta fix this as well. Hold on.
Yeah, me too. Studio mode. I think you're not considering there might be a mitigating factor as to why what XUC does is okay with Ethan. No, but it's clearly not okay with him because he says it's not okay with him because he's a prolific thief. All right, I'm transitioning. You're going to be visible on site.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Okay, I see Papa Gut. Is that the? Are you Chris? He's the only person in disagreements. Papa Gut.
Isn't that guy a TikToker?
Oh, this person has a platform?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Move Papa Gut live. Yo, what up, Chris? We can't see you, but we might be able to hear you.
Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're like, are you Chris?
Yes.
Hey.
Okay, what am I lying about,
You're
dude?
like in a construction zone.
Yeah, I'm just outside.
What'd you say?
Aaron, can you hear me? Is Aaron here?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
What am I lying about?
Yes.
Pisco, you've let a vagrant on
I can hear
stream.
you now. So after XQC debate, you say?
All right, you're done.
That was a fucking. I told you. I fucking told you. You just rewarded bad behavior because all you did was bring it's a fucking memer.
It's a pretty good meme though.
Never gets
Pretty good
old.
meme.
Never gets old.
Yeah, good shit.
Hold on. I gotta share my screen, but I can't. Why is it doing this?
Can you not?
No, like it only
Oh,
wants.
That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Wait, what?
Hang on, let me give you perms. 1 second. I'll give you roles. Don't abuse mod. You're the only other pink. Oh, sorry. You and Joe.
Hold on.
Oh God, do I apply it to the right person? Yes. Okay.
Right there. God, I'm like fixing format shit.
You're good. That was really great.
Well, yeah, because you got Ethan calling you out, man.
Yeah, I don't think he'll talk to me.
Calling out your credentials. And it's like, it's, again, like I had this stuff before I'd even seen him calling it out, but I did want to show you because of that specifically. But there's only more statements from Ethan that validate your initial assumptions than you even realized. You made all of those arguments without even being privy to any of this content. So I was thinking, like, Pisco is more right and could use Ethan's own words to argue these points, because Ethan was arguing them back in 2023.
Yeah. I think the key point there to take from it is you accused XQC of intentional siphoning because you thought, regardless of whether he stated it, right, he had the clear manifested intent to siphon. And you called it out rightly back in the day. And none of this is turning on stated intentional siphoning. It's intentional siphoning. That's the point. You're really going to say it's that the line that you want to draw, that the copyright, the decision on copyright is going to be is not just intentional siphoning, but stated intentional siphoning. And that's the distinction that you think that this precedent is going to generate, that is not going to chill. And also you just called him a prolific thief. And I would never sue a prolific thief ever. I wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't want to chill the reaction. Well, because what he appeals to is the idea that there's a harm perpetuated, but there's a greater harm that could potentially come into play if you try to hold this person to account and there's unintended consequences, because we end up creating a fair use standard that is too stringent and makes it difficult for creators to react to people, and we actually stifle reaction content and like creative license for people to feel empowered to look at content live on stream and view it live on stream.
Oh, wait. We have Econo Boy in the. Can I pull him in real quick?
Yeah, let's fucking Econo Boy. Go for it.
All right, Econo Boy, you're in.
Well,
it's the real you.
It isn't the two biggest Hassan fans that I know.
Oh my God.
Both in the same chat.
Have you come to support me?
No, I had a legal question about the Ethan case.
Yeah, help me.
Okay, one thing that I don't like, I've never heard anybody mention this, but it seems it just seems like it's the case to me, is that some people are framing this like, oh, we're gonna bankrupt Denims, and I'm just like, if I understand the defamation process,
defamation or infringement.
Well, either one, I suppose. Is that even plausible? Because my understanding is that you have to prove damages, and the damages are they not, generally speaking, just proportional? Like if you prove you suffered $100,000 of damages, that's kind of what you get, right? Or can you sue for because if you imagine that, okay, Ethan's video would have gotten 10 million extra views, if not for all the stealing of the video or whatever, that's still not that much money. You know what I mean?
Well, can't you? And that's why he registered with the Library of Congress, that it issues there's statutory damages, so it starts a floor. Is the whole point?
Yeah. Okay. Well, what are those numbers then? I haven't heard anybody discuss this.
I heard $150,000.
Yeah, but even then, you have to show willfulness, and willfulness is not the same as trying to siphon, right? So willfulness, in a case where the copyright owner sustains the burden of proving and the court finds that the infringement was committed, quote, willfully, the court in its discretion may increase the award of statutory damages to a sum of not more than $150,000. And in the sum, it typically would be limited to $30,000, it looks like, for statutory damages. So by my lights, you'd have to show willfulness, which means that you intended or you knew that what you were doing was infringement at the time you did it. And that to me, I think, is different than intentional siphoning. I think that they're very different things. You have to show that you knowingly were infringing that content. But yeah, that's the whole point, is that you have statutory damages.
If that's the case, then I mean, obviously Denims and Casey Tron and what's her name, Frogan, I guess, are not the most gigantic creators on the planet. But I mean, you just don't go bankrupt, I don't think, if you have to pay out $150,000 if you're those three. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
it's also a max, right? So the max is 150. It doesn't mean that they're gonna get it, and it's
right.
Yeah. So,
and there's already talk about there being settlement before.
Yeah, this case is it's not a big money case, and he has to say that he doesn't care about the money. So what does he care about? Obviously,
well, he's already said he doesn't care about the money.
Yeah. What does he actually care about, Econoboy? So now I'm gonna, instead of you asking your questions, Econoboy, let's be honest.
Okay.
Does he actually care about stopping this kind of infringement where the stated intention is to siphon, or does he care about something else?
I think that Ethan just really hates women.
Hey, no memes.
Memes aside.
Memes aside. We're getting you on the record. We're getting you on the record. Does he care about setting this line to protect? Does he actually care about the React community and protecting them in this?
No,
with this
no,
lawsuit?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't
of course
think
not.
so.
Yeah.
No, look. I've been in the, for anyone who gives a shit about my opinion, I think I texted Pisco the day of. I think this was even while I was watching it, I was like, dude, Pisco's totally right about this. Like, there's no way that
100p.
Ethan's actually. There's no way it's just like, the way that I can protect the React community is by suing 3 people who I personally hate.
Yeah, well, Econoboy, what's the purpose of that? What's the purpose of that? What's the purpose of carving out an exception for XQC and Asmongold, even though you've publicly feuded with one of those people and characterized them as a prolific liar and thief? What is the purpose of that? I'm asking you.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he just really hates the bad empanada left.
That's true.
Right.
But it's also because he needs public support for this. There's a court of public opinion outside of federal courts that this is going to be adjudicated in, and public opinion in the United States, unless you can have a compelling reason as to a stated altruistic righteous cause for taking this sort of legal action that could potentially impact the creators that they like that engage in this sort of behavior, that Ethan has talked about engaging in this sort of behavior, you have to find an exception for them so you're not also antagonizing their community and losing public support while trying to do this thing that is obviously, in my opinion, to chill dissent and criticism of you.
I mean, maybe on the margin, like I honestly don't know that. I mean, I guess maybe you're right. I mean, I don't really know that Ethan and Hila have much reason at this point to care much about public opinion. I mean,
everyone cares about their reputation. Every single creator does. It's a brand risk, not.
But to the greatest possible extent, Ethan has already, like, amongst like this like fringe like online left like political sphere, he's already completely tarnished his reputation, and I don't even know that he cares about that. Like, in his view, he'd probably be like, yeah, like, fuck these people, like, I don't give a fuck what they think anyway. I mean, generally speaking.
Well, I don't think he's trying to salvage it among those people. He knows that they're lost. But in the absence of of alienating his previously native audience, you need new people to come support your cause, right? And you also need to not be feuding with communities that are as massive as Asmongold and XQC, because Asmongold is currently the largest political streamer on Twitch. He dwarfs Hassan as far as viewership goes. Anytime he goes live, he has 55,000 concurrents. Hassan doesn't even crack 25,000 some days. So he's over double his size. XQC is huge as well.
I get you. You're saying he just doesn't want to deal with the backlash from like the Asmongold XQC community. I mean,
right, and if he ignored it, he'd look like a massive hypocrite because of his stated positions previously. Which is why he has to have that kind of like weird, this is about the broader community. That's why he's putting.
I don't know. I mean,
it's PR.
Maybe. I mean, I think that Ethan and Hila. I mean, I honestly think they're just in a financial position to just really not give much of a fuck about any consequence. Like, they're really rich, and they've made a lot of money, and I think that's part of the reason why they've gotten so comfortable with like this lawsuit stuff. Like, for a long time now, because they got sued originally, whatever, like 10 years ago by that one guy for the copyright.
The bold guy.
Yeah, but for a while, ever since the Teddy Fresh stuff really popped off, I think they got sued at least one more time, and they got a lot more bold about just like, fuck you, sue us if you want, because they're just like rich. Like, they're just like, whatever. Like, we're worth $30 million or whatever. Like, we just have enough money to like.
Well, one, you can always have more, but they're incorporated, and Teddy Fresh is a business and like corporation all in its own right. So is their entertainment and podcast, and they pay a bunch of people on the payroll. So
literally, it's a big corporation going against the little creators, and I understand you can still you can totally say that the big corporation or the corporation plaintiff deserves to win. I'm not even here saying that it offends me.
Billionaire
What offends
Klein
what
family
what
is,
offends me is the disingenuousness. The disingenuousness offends me, and the fact that now everyone's coming after me and saying that I'm fucking sucking up to a community. Get fucking wrecked. I'm gonna call that out 100% of the time. And you know what? I think it's up. Sometimes in law, one of the worst things you can do in law is be trapped in the four corners of the complaint, to be trapped in the four corners of the opinion. You need to take a step back and say, why is this even happening? Why are we here? Imagine if you examined Trump versus United States and your only analysis was like, well, what are they saying in the opinion? You need to take a step back and look at the context of when that opinion was issued, what the motion practice was, the shadow docket, all that shit. So have a really good understanding of what's going on. You can't just look at the four corners of the complaint, the legal case. And that's what I did when I saw the video and I saw the rationale there. I'm like, this is just the complaint's about PR. This is about PR, and so is the statement. It's about PR, and it doesn't pass muster. And people are mad that I called it correctly, in my opinion.
The other thing, Econoboy, to draw attention, they're like on your question about like he has all the money, why would he care about that or whatever? One, like a chatter of mine pointed out, reputation is something that you earn in drops, but you can lose in buckets. And this type of thing would definitely be a crushing blow to his reputation as the guy who's champions fair use and cares about smaller creators and has gone up and has like faced this sort of lawsuit and successfully won, because now he would be doing, if people knew that the reason why he was attempting to leverage these copyright infringement cases against these smaller creators was to quell dissent, that spits in the face of everything that he's previously stated. It makes him a massive hypocrite. And he's also knows
it over Shonda Black, right? He did that too. He was like, oh, I'm not really going to sue you, but I might. And he's being very fucking, he's being very cute with these lawsuits. And that if that were being done by any other creator, people would be like, what the fuck?
Well, we know what it looks like. Even when you don't have this reputation that Ethan has built up for himself, when Fresh and Fit were doing this, like going around abusing the DMCA system, copyright claiming videos of people criticizing Fresh and Fit and things that they had said, that looked very, very bad. People were upset at them for doing that because it's not the way that system is intended to be used. He was explicitly saying, like on Tim Pool, why are you going to be able to make money off of criticizing me? Fuck you. I'm going to copyright that. And it wasn't until he did it to Abbott and Preach that then it really got out of hand. And then he really took a reputational blow because you're a little bitch, because you can dish it, but you can't take it. Because we're talking about like somebody like Fresh and Fit or whatever. It's like, dude, you go on your podcast and you talk whatever shit you want with no care in the world. But you don't like it when the shoe's on the other foot and you're the one being criticized and you're the one that's being reacted to and you're the one being made fun of.
What did he say, Aaron? What did he say? If you pay me, if you pay $25,000 to these other legal funds, I'll drop my lawsuit against Shonda Black or whatever I'm planning. And like, oops, I was lying about that the whole time. I never really planned to do it. This is bad behavior. I don't agree with the behavior. I think that it's vindictive. And so that particular behavior, I will condemn that and say that that's scummy, that's bad shit to do. And it gets to the broader purpose. The purpose here is to terrorize, these individuals, these creators. It's not, and to make them feel bad. And that is just obvious. And people who buy the fucking Protect the React community, they're just full of it. You guys are just fucking full of it.
Like, imagine if Hassan did this or Noah Samson did this to Ethan. Like, Hassan creates some sort of video or like a content nuke, a documentary or whatever. He had already registered it quietly with the Library of Congress. Ethan reacts to it. Hassan hits him with a lawsuit, and then his stated motivation for it was like, outside of fuck around and find out, and here's why I'm only going after him. He says, should have spoken out more about the genocide, dude. No one would respect that. Everyone would call it out for what it was, and they would see he is being petty and vindictive and just attempting to bully people into his position or his point of view or punish them for not agreeing with him.
Well, I really don't know if it's any of that. I think that it's really just that he really, like, I don't know that Ethan cares significantly about just any old person disagreeing with him about his takes about Israel. I think that he just feels like he has reason to really hate, I don't know, a handful of people specifically from this online left community, kind of like the Hassan orbit, right? And so, like, I don't know if any of the three of us made a video being like, Ethan is stupid about Israel, Palestine, or whatever, even if he knew about it, like I don't know that he would really care that much about it. But it's like Hassan and all these orbiters and stuff, and all the harassment from his family, where he's just like super.
It's the personal stuff. Yeah. I think it's more the personal, but
then he's using these 3 people as scapegoats for all of the harassment that he's received instead of being more precise and targeted. And to me, like, use again, if he never even attempted to DMCA strike it, and like somebody in my chat brought to my attention, which I already knew, he copyrighted or he registered the Countdown H3 episode that Denham's reacted to with the Library of Congress way later. It wasn't until I think March 31st that he did that. So I feel like when he started preparing these lawsuits and he saw her reaction to the content nuke, there's a part of him that's like, it might be fair use. Yeah. So I'm going to do it with this other one. But I've watched Denham's reaction stream, and what does she have to say to that? What she said is that I thought I had permission to watch that content as I saw fit because he opened the IP for his podcast like years ago. And he said, I'm not going to copyright strike people for reacting to the show or whatever. The only exception is that if you were trying to re-upload entire episodes, especially the members only ones, onto YouTube.
Wait, but I think that's like, I mean, that's like clearly Denham's trying to find a way out of this, because
how is it that, but it's not Ethan clearly trying to find a way to get her on something.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, no, I agree. That's totally what it is. I'm saying, obviously, when it comes to Denham's, they're probably scared a little bit shitless about this as well, because they're literally on tape saying like, yeah, if you want to steal views from Ethan's video, like watch it here instead of like.
Well, Pisco doesn't think that that's very relevant.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm not a lawyer.
I don't think that's relevant to the legal analysis much at all. I just don't. I think
if you admit to like wanting to like steal. Yeah. Let me use an example.
Because if you look at so the best case, I brought this up at the start, and then you can bring up your example. So the case I started with this entire stream with like hours ago was Google versus Oracle. In that case, the question was whether APIs are copyrightable, and Google had entered into this like negotiation with Sun, which is like the predecessor entity to Oracle, and was basically negotiating like, we want you to build the API, we want you to build the platform and all that shit. And so basically there was an assumption on Google's part that this was a very valuable deal, right? And they could pay Sun for access to their Java platform, and then everything would be great. But later on, the negotiations fell through, and what Google did is they just copied all of the signaling code from the Java platform because programmers were familiar with it, and they made their own operating code. They made their own like implementing code, but all of the signals were straight lifted from the Java platforming language. And what the court had access there to all that clearly bad faith, right? It's bad faith. You're entering negotiate. You know this is a valuable product. You know it's like that you're stealing it. You're taking the codes, you're copying them, and just you're smacking it on top of yours, and you're doing it for the purpose of making it easier for programmers to operate in your Android platform. And it didn't matter. The court said we're skeptical at all that bad faith plays any role whatsoever in the analysis of fair use, because it doesn't. It doesn't play a role.
Pisco, tell me what you think about this as my layman interpretation. If you start to factor in intentionality as part of the 4 or 5 point test or whatever, you're actually going to end up giving far more leeway to infringers. Because then you'll be demanding that there has to be an explicit stated malicious intent or something that could be construed that way before the court is willing to intervene or give you damages. And short of that, it's going to pretty much be, it's going to, you're going to be incentivizing infringers to just be like, all I have to do is in every statement that I make in any text or whatever is say, I'm doing this with the pure, with the most pure intentions, and I will be granted legal leeway. Would be the inverse of that.
No way.
Right?
No way.
And so if they were to include that or whatever, it would actually undermine fair use and copyright infringement and actually take power away from IP, like protecting one's IP. Yeah.
Sorry, you had an example like on a boy.
Yeah, the example that I thought this was analogous to was like imagining someone like bootlegging movies, right? Like somebody says, oh, like they're trying to frame it as like, oh, this is just like inviting people to my house and playing a movie on my my living room TV or whatever. This is just a community event. It's not a commercialized thing. But then if you have like some evidence that the person is like oh yeah, like come here. I'm charging a cover to watch this movie. Fuck Disney. Like I'm gonna steal views from their.
Honestly, to me, the more analogous example is some bootlegger trying to rip movies off of Paramount, and then when you ask them why, they're like, "Fuck you! I'm sticking it to Paramount, man. I'm sticking it to them. Fuck them. They shouldn't get any money. I'm threatening their bottom line right now." And it's like, yeah, okay, dude. You and your 200 copies of a Paramount movie that you're not supposed to have from 3 years ago. Yeah, you're really making their pockets hurt.
It's not like a community like just watching some of the same DVD. There's a right to there's a copyright associated with your right to public performance, but it deals with public performance. So you displaying or performing the movie in your apartment is not a public performance, but doing it for your Discord would probably be considered a public performance. And also you're making a copy here because your transmission is creating a VOD either on Twitch or it's being created.
But wait, Pisco. So hold on. There, to me, there's clearly there's a line somewhere here, right? Because like the for instance, the TV meta, or like for a few months, people were literally just like full send watching entire seasons of obviously copywritten TV. Like,
yeah, I think that's infringement. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah.
And then Ethan started a podcast with one of them.
Yeah. So, like, obviously that's infringement, right? And so, I don't know to what extent you would. I guess the argument would be like to what extent Denims and Frogan and them were transforming the content. I mean, obviously Ethan makes the case, like in the case.
No, I think it's likely infringement. I think they're likely infringing, at least in some respect. Well, I haven't seen the
okay, you're just saying
the open license stuff,
but their intent doesn't
matter. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Like I said, I'm
it's
not
infringement
sure.
because it's infringement because it's not transformative, because it probably does work as a market substitute objectively, because the nature of the copyrighted work is probably not just factual, it's also artistic. And then also they use all of it. So I think that the fair use factor is probably, accepting the open license part of it and the Denims portion of the reaction stream, which was just the content nuke, I would say probably infringement at least somewhere. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I think you're just saying that to save your reputation after all of this Hassan laundering.
I started with that. I feel like I literally started with that. People just.
But that was just to save your reputation after all this Hassan laundering.
I see. Yeah, that was what's going on. Hey man,
you guys gonna watch her take already?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. We're getting people
transformatively. It's going to be the most transformed piece of content currently live streaming on YouTube.
They actually told me they were gonna steal her take and that they intended on stealing her take. That's what they told me.
Okay, kick him out. Kick him. Pisco, kick him.
All right. Hey, Convoy, thank you so much for sticking by me, bro.
Guys.
Much love,
Bye.
much love. Bye. Hey, good fucking shit. Thank you for bringing these clips to my attention. I think that they're very valuable. And you know what? I might be cooking up a Twitter thread at some point. I might be cooking up.
Are you going to include clips? You got to be careful about that.
I'll definitely include clips. You better believe it.
This is on XQC's channel, so you should be fine.
Oh yeah, sure, right, great. Because I'm not trying to siphon anything from Ethan.
I think that's another one of XQC's argument, is that it's a two-way street, and that he was like, I don't give a fuck if people do it to me. I think there's another point in this. I should have timestamped it, where Ethan outlines how he's like, you've functionally given yourself permission to steal with impunity. And you're saying that it's incumbent upon the person that you're stealing from to ask you to stop stealing rather than you, or after the fact, rather than you abstaining from doing that in the first place, or trying to be better about that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know that honestly, like if Ethan doesn't talk to you, I wouldn't be surprised if it's because like he cannot address these statements while there's pending a litigation now, because it could be used against him in a court of law, and he doesn't want that.
Sure.
Even though, again,
if he's doing that, then don't talk shit. He
was just pointing out facts that you're like really no different. You're a lawyer in the same way that Mike from PA is a lawyer, dude. So sorry if that hurts your
admitted in practice. So very wrong.
What
about copyright did I get wrong? He can't even identify a thing about copyright I got wrong.
I have no clue. Oh, so this is streamed 2 days ago. Iran-Israel ceasefire. Trump versus Thomas Massey. New York City mayoral election. Her Take Live, episode 9. So this was another one that I think was live. So Get ready for technical issues.
The tech stuff will be great.
All right, we are live. Welcome to Her Take. Please be sure to like, comment, click, subscribe. Helps us a ton with the algorithm. And we've got an awesome guest today. I'm super excited to be welcoming the one and only Dave Smith to the show.
I am sharing already. Please go.
I'm not seeing it.
It's already live.
1 second. Oh shit, 1 sec. Hang on, chill. Chill.
Filibustering. What kind of law did you practice before you even did this?
I was a litigator. Generalist. 1 sec. I have to fix something. Oh, perfect. Hang on. 1 sec. I think it's gonna work. And I'm gonna just do one of these. I do this. Great. Boom. Got it.
Okay. Don't want to miss these graphics, you guys.
Of course
not. We are live. Welcome to Her Take. Please be sure to like, comment, click, subscribe. Helps us a ton with the algorithm. And we've got an awesome guest today. I'm super excited to be welcoming the one and only Dave Smith to the show. Stand-up comedian, political firebrand, host.
One and only Dave Smith shows Atticus
It's
Varian.
not live in person.
No.
It's not live in person, though. But look at, all right, what do we think right now of the backgrounds? What do you think right now about the outfits? I'm really, really liking Anna's dress. And I like actually also what Jillian is wearing. Jillian always dresses to impress. I think that she is always looking sensible. So what do you think?
I'm just so... These fucking green screens, man. If you're doing this remotely, why the fuck are you doing the world's busiest green screens? I don't get it.
It's too busy. Dave Smith I think he's wearing a Mises Caucus sweatshirt, too on the nose.
I've seen him wear like a Libertarian Institute sweatshirt.
It's so cringe. Just like wear something normal, dude.
Yeah, wear like a Zoran Mamdani shirt or something like that. Like be normal.
Of the unbelievable podcast, Part of the Problem. Dave, thanks so much for being here.
Do you have your Zoran merch yet?
Well, I don't have Zoran merch.
Why not?
Should I?
Yeah, of course you should.
Feel like political merch is kind of tacky. You know, I don't want to wear.
And you're not. Come on.
Yeah, I'm a little tacky. I'm a little tacky. Okay. Do you think I should get some Zoran merch?
Yes, you should.
Maybe I'll get a hat. Maybe I'll get a hat.
Like, what does it say? What does your cap say?
Twin Peaks Sheriff's Department.
Oh, right. I like this. I mean, in general, I don't like when men have like words on their clothes. I don't want to read your clothing. It looks very juvenile to me. It reminds me of like Hot Topic or high school. But
you don't ever want to read clothing?
No.
What about Hassan's tax? What was that thing? Or AOC's?
Tax the Rich. Both of them. They had like Eat the Rich or whatever at the Met Gala.
And also Melania was like, "Don't look at me, I don't care," or something.
Yeah, this Tax the Rich.
Oh my god.
This one.
Iconic.
And then
Melania's. Melania had one.
Okay. I don't really care, do you? Melania.
Oh, is that it?
Trump. I don't really care, I think. That's what it was. I have Melanie. It was this.
Holy fuck.
This was around the time that the child separation policy had been instituted or something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I should care, but I think it's iconic.
You heard it here. He thinks it's iconic that she was delegitimizing the concerns of families that have been separated from their children. Like,
okay, what was Hassan's?
I think make the rich pay. Hell yeah. Somebody photoshopped him in at the Met Gala.
Cringe.
You wish you were this cool.
Do you like this guy?
When I watched him on TYT in high school, I liked him. But he was a total fucking dork on TYT. He would always get shit on in the comments. Everybody called him a Nepo baby that was only there because of Jank. He was annoying with how much he would shamelessly shout out his Instagram, like all of his socials. He was way heavier than he is now. I think that also contributed to people not giving him as much leeway. You get more leeway when you're more conventionally attractive. That just is what it is. And I don't remember him say, like, he was on like a pop culture type show. That was what I watched for him on TYT.
Do you think he's cool?
I haven't watched him in years. But I probably agree with him on a lot. Yeah. but like to me, he's such a dork. He's like a dorky older brother to me.
Oh, so you don't find him sexually attractive?
No. I think he is conventionally attractive, but I don't see it because my context is, again, watching him in high school, and it was like, it's like your older brother like trying to get like his Instagram off the ground or like his fucking SoundCloud. So that's my point of reference for him. So I'm incapable of seeing him as anything other than that.
Appreciate you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's good to be with you, ladies. Thank you for the kind words.
So we're all over the map today. We've got Amy in Florida, Lindy in Philly. Dave, I'm guessing you're probably in New York. Anna and I are in LA.
Close.
Close. Jersey. Okay, even better. My wife's from Jersey. Jersey's even better. We've got a killer show.
Wait,
so
she has a
what's on the
wife?
lineup.
Yeah, I've told you this, that she's a lesbian.
Oh, well, shit. Oh, that's right.
And a kid.
We had this conversation.
And I said she has a wife, and you tried to argue that's not proof she's a lesbian.
Oh, true. I did. We had that little bit. Man,
Does
this
the
is gonna
12-day war
suck.
become 10,000?
What?
That's one of my commenters said that.
Days. Now, we all know that Anna and Dave are exceptionally worried about that. So Anna's going to be breaking down the latest and give her predictions, as well as Dave
There's
chiming
no
in. Can't wait
conflict
for
here,
that
right?
one.
Because you have
Then
you
got
have
a
two strong
battle-
personalities with Dave and Anna there, and so they're just gonna raffle stomp. Like Amy's not gonna really stand on business, and Amy was already siding with Anna in the other debate.
I think that she sided with her for parody and to give Anna a chance to be able to have her arguments steel-manned, not really because she's more sympathetic to her on this. Because she was like Jillian who's supposed to be like the moderator, kept giving way more charity to Adam, and Adam was just shouting her down, was mischaracterizing everything that she was saying and not engaging whatsoever. And Amy was like, I don't really know anything about this, but I feel like you guys are misrepresenting Anna, not letting her speak.
For the
I'm dying for Lindy Lee's take on this. I really need the MAGA grifter's opinion on all of this. Lindy Lee. You want to call her Lucy Liu, but it's Lindy Lee.
No, I don't. I don't want to call her anything.
Okay.
GOP. So Trump versus Thomas Massey. Where is the party headed, and who is going to get left
Steel
behind?
women.
Grooming gangs in the UK. So this went under the radar for years, and now an exclusive report.
We don't talk enough about the grooming gangs in the UK.
Everyone talk now. I will grant them something. There was like an attempted cover up in UK. There was some shady shit going on. I will have you note that the Labour, whose constituency it was, the Labour person spoke up, and it was the Conservatives in charge during a lot of this time at least. And so just saying there, if we're going to put on our partisan hats there, but people have been talking about
all of these things usually have a kernel of truth to them. It's usually not that they're entirely false. It's that they like misrepresent and exaggerate the fuck out of whatever they started with.
Louise Casey has just exposed how deep this failure ran. Amy's going to be unpacking the cover-ups, the cultural taboos, and how institutional cowardice let this happen. Then, the big, beautiful bill's Senate slim down. What got cut, and how will it impact our daily lives? Next, political shockwaves and online conspiracies. Apparently, the gunman accused of killing former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, also wounding State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, was once appointed to a Tim Walz-led board, had a No Kings flyer in his car, but was also a Trump voter. So as you can imagine...
Only 3 days ago are they getting to this story.
Has
her take about last week.
Crazy conspiracy theories online. Lindy's got the latest of what's true, what isn't, what are the facts.
Like none of that came out in the last few days. We knew that he had those protest like flyers in the car when they found it on the day that was shot, because he had abandoned it, and that was why they had officially canceled the No Kings protest in that state, because they didn't want there to be some sort of like stochastic mass casualty event or whatever, because he was targeting political people. And we also knew that he had served on a board of something like that with one of these people, but it was
and all the
unclear.
Conservatives are like, oh, he was hired by Governor Walz.
It was an inside job.
False flag. The absurdity of what is the New York mayoral election. I mean, for me, I'm editorializing here because Karen Bass was bad. I say look out. I can't wait to hear what the team says. So we're going to break down some of the craziest positions the candidates are running and weigh in on what we think's good, what we think's bad, who we think is going to get the gig.
Can we pause real quick?
Now then, let's jump.
Yeah, definitely speed it up a little bit, but Jillian's an awful host, and we need to acknowledge it.
Okay. You think you could do a better job wrangling these women?
I don't know that I could do a better job, but I'm not the host. I also think I could do a better job if I trained. She sucks.
You just said that she sucks. Then you said you wouldn't even be able to do better than her. You're not even sure of yourself that you could do a better job than she's fucking doing.
No,
so
but
who the fuck do you think you are? Criticizing a strong, independent, lesbian woman, proud, conservative, centrist.
Conservative, is she?
She's at least a centrist. And if you're a centrist, you're a fucking conservative.
Who's the most famous conservative lesbian?
Famous conservative lesbian? Fuck, I don't know.
You can't name one. No one can name one.
No, I can name Hollywood lesbians, but I don't know that they're conservative.
I didn't ask if you could name Hollywood lesbians. I asked, could you name conservative lesbians? And you can't.
Well, I don't know because they're celebrities, but they might be. Isn't Caitlyn Jenner? Caitlyn Jenner. There you go. I'm pretty sure Caitlyn Jenner's a lesbian.
You're doing that on purpose.
Doing what?
You know what you're doing.
Then explain it to me in great detail. Spare none.
You think Ellen is conservative? You think Ellen is conservative?
Why are we talking about Ellen? I said Caitlyn Jenner.
No, people in the chat.
Oh.
For $20, name a woman. Caitlyn Jenner. Sorry.
I mean, she's also, she's like a conservative lesbian. She's also trans.
Yeah, true.
Can you name a famous conservative lesbian?
There's so many. I couldn't.
Then just name one.
Couldn't narrow it down.
Then just name. If there's so many, then surely you could name one.
I wouldn't want to just pick one though, because it would feel like I was picking.
Then name the most famous conservative gay man. It's alive today.
Milo Yiannopoulos, right?
I was gonna say Lindsey Graham.
Peter Thiel. Stop. That's defamatory.
Is it? Why?
Peter Thiel.
Is it literally?
Nick Fuentes.
Allegedly. What? Confirmed bachelor. Lindsey Graham. You got serious. Your tone there got serious.
My tone?
Yeah, you were like.
You think I'm more serious about gay conservatives than lesbian?
What do you mean? I said Lindsey Graham with a smile, and you said that's defamatory. And you're like,
a joke. I don't know anything about Lindsay. Do you think I know anything about Lindsay?
Yeah, I do. And I think you don't want to say it because you don't want to.
Let's press play. Jillian is a wonderful host.
Yeah, George Santos, Dave Rubin. There's actually a lot.
Santos. There's tons. But where are the lesbians?
In the closet?
Because lesbians are decent people. In the closet.
Where are the lesbians in the closet? If there are conservative women that are lesbians, they're probably not out of the closet. Barry Weiss. Oh, Barry Weiss. That's true. Barry Weiss is a lesbian.
Oh, is she?
But yeah, she doesn't talk about it though.
Conservative. She's kind of an alt conservative.
So she doesn't count. Right? You're trying to delegitimize her lesbianness, her gayness, because she's conservative.
No, but she's not like MAGA, is she?
That wasn't what you asked. You asked for a conservative lesbian. You did not say a MAGA lesbian.
Roseanne Barr.
Is Roseanne a lesbian?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think. Is Roseanne a lesbian?
Is she a lesbian?
I didn't think she was a lesbian.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh yeah, Rosie O'Donnell's not a conservative.
She's not a conservative though. Roseanne Barr, I think, is straight.
Someone said Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi. Liz Cheney's sister.
Okay, we said famous. We said famous.
We also said famous, yeah.
Like, don't flatter yourselves. Stands of
the Cheney dynasty.
Yeah, the Cheney dynasty. Chill.
Right in, the war between Israel and Iran may be cooling on the surface, but the chaos doesn't seem to be over.
Why does she modulate her voice like that? Sorry, maybe this is a...
Jesus, I love how you won't say bitch, but you will we have to start the top of every episode doing an analysis of their fashion sense, their looks, highly superficial. You'd only do this with women. Clearly, now you're getting into, you wanted to talk about like her sexual identity. You want to talk about her.
I'm not saying that at all.
Her voice.
No. Let us continue. Forget I said anything.
After President Trump announced a ceasefire, Both sides kept bombing, prompting him to rage. In the clip, we all saw that they've lost their effing minds. So now he's blasting the media for downplaying the damage that we did to Iran's nuclear program, while Israeli officials are confirming
That's one way to put that he's threatening to sue news organizations that are literally displeasing him. Blasting, sure.
There's other ways to put it that I might put it, but
their missile and uranium facilities. Meanwhile, Trump says he's going to have peace talks, but the Iranians are still chanting death to America. So, I mean, this grows murkier every single day and
until there's not a single Iranian left with a negative opinion of America. Mission not accomplished, according to Jillian Michaels.
What do you like Iran, Aaron? What are you into Ayatollahs?
And then
did you hear about I saw some tweets that are like, there's now a full-on fatwa against all Americans and especially the president. Did you see that?
No. Yeah, I'm really shaking in my boots here. Are you scared? Are you scared of the fatwa? The individual ones seem to be scary. Ask Salman Rushdie.
Yeah, they tried to attack Salman.
No, they did. He lost his eye.
Yeah, they tried to attack him, and they did. They both tried and they did.
Oh, stop. Your gut. You know that you they didn't try. They succeeded.
They tried to kill him. They didn't succeed at killing him. They tried to attack him, and they attacked him.
Nice save.
They both tried.
Nice save. Shut it.
What is happening right now? What is the latest?
Well, this is a fast-moving story, and there are big updates today. Before I get to the updates, though, I want to give everyone some context in regard to what's happened this week, because while certainly the big fear...
She is doing so well here, doing the read, way better than she does on TYT. Like,
that's because you're grading her on a curve, because her compatriots here are Amy Dangerfield, Jillian Michaels, former host of The Biggest Loser, Lindy Lee, current MAGA grifter, and Dave fucking Smith, the guy who calls himself a comedian, but every single time that's brought up, everybody's like, he's not fucking funny.
I just think she's in her element.
Me personally, I think she does so much better when she's next to Jank and they're like crying over lefties on Twitter. That's just me.
Fear was that the United States was going to get
that's when she really
a
shines.
War, a regime change war with Iran. Trump, luckily, has tried to turn it around, but there are some forces at play that are trying to drag the U.S. back in. So let me give you the beginning of the story, what happened at the beginning of this week. So after Trump's surprise bombings of Iranian nuclear facilities, it's become, to me, abundantly clear that this man does not want to go.
I was about to say, this sort of like passive language that we use to describe flagrant violations of international law and sovereignty. I do. I do. Because I really do think that it's not good that the United States does not even try to hint at like a legal pretext for any of this. At least with the fucking Gulf War, they went to the UN and they had like Security Council resolutions and conjured up support that way and stuff like that. Yeah, that kind of stuff. But now they don't even bother with the pretext because they know that the United States can act with impunity.
Is she JQing a little bit there? She's like, there are forces at work trying to.
I mean, she already did like the Zog memes or whatever. Although I think
did it. Do you think there's some evidence that suggests that she might be zogging out a little bit?
Yeah, but it's like I would say that the Zionist occupied government thing from Anna, it seems to me like it's bad analysis rather than motivated by anti-Semitism. I think the dancing Israelis thing is a much stronger argument that was anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that was not good, Anna.
Because I know that there's lots of people that overstate the influence that the Israel lobby has over the United States. And I actually don't like that because I feel like you're undermining a criticism of the United States because you're discharging all responsibility to Israel and the Israel lobby and acting like there is not culpability from the United States.
Sure, yeah. And they do this to Trump all the time too, Aaron. They're like, his advisors told him this and his wrong advisors pushing. Like, no, these people are culpable agents. They're actors. They're agents that have real autonomy.
I also watched her Jenkin and Anna react to like criticism after his debate with Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball, and she was praising Candace Owens. And I mean, like okay. If you ask me, is it a good thing that Candace Owens says she talks about the genocide? Yes, I agree with her on that, obviously. But it's very hard for me to extend that to her when I know it's motivated entirely by anti-Semitism. It's disingenuous to me.
Right, yeah.
So she's willing to give flowers to people that I think should be named, shamed, called out, their motivations discussed, and revealed for what they are, which is just
What do you think about
mask
Tucker?
on anti-Semites to people. You know,
You think
Tucker's
Tucker's-
weird. Tucker, I think if you're somebody who is willing to flirt with anti-Semitism and tropes just to advance your own political agenda, even if you're not personally motivated by it, because I think his bread and butter is
We
the
should
white
treat you as though
nationalism. Yeah, you're fine with weaponizing anti-Semitism for political ends or to make people squirm, and I don't like that. He just had Marjorie Taylor Greene on, and they're over here jerking each other off about how, why is it anti-Semitic to question these things? We're just anti-war or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, you know what you're doing in your instance. You're not serious about these things.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
Like, we're not talking about, like, again, we're talking about influencers. We're not talking about, what's an example of this? Like, honestly, I think there's more of an argument to give, I guess, props to Marjorie Taylor Greene because she is a public representative. If you're Anna, because she's a public representative and you can look at her voting record when it comes to Israel, and she's consistently voted against aid packages. But you should, if you're unwilling to bring up that she called the squad the Hamas caucus, that she tried to censure Rashida Tlaib for criticizing Israel, even though she doesn't take any fucking AIPAC money, so she was just doing that for fun. Literally, for the love of the game, she was doing that shit, trying to undermine pro-Palestinian activism and sow dissent. Well, you'll vote against Israel, but then you'll turn around and you're making it difficult to build inroads with these people. Then I think all of that needs to be mentioned. It's not enough, or it's not honest to simply like praise them and not contextualize it with, they're not really serious about this though. It's just for attention, because if they were actually serious, they would be trying to build bridges
too. I think same with Dave Smith too. The fact that he keeps like backsliding a little bit in terms of what he said before he's like impeach Trump. He's like, oh, but Trump will still be better than Kamala. And I just find it all, I think that a lot of the people who get constant praise by TYT, or at least sufficiently, praise comments, I think ought to be second guessed a little bit more and not just be buddy.
I am very skeptical about praising people for having the same criticisms. You should praise them when they have the same solutions as you. Because lots of people have all sorts of reasons for why they criticize Israel. And then from there, you have to ascertain if it's grounded in a genuine concern for human rights and international law, or is it because you have a more nefarious agenda of anti-Semitism and that's a way that you can advance that without getting in trouble. And I think we know who falls into what. Yeah, I mean, you and I.
Two states living side by side,
beautiful,
peacefully and loving each other.
Yep, love to see it. That's definitely on the table soon after this, right?
It is. Yeah, it's on the table.
War with Iran. He doesn't want a regime change war, which is why it appears he's so salty over the fact that there was this leak coming out of the Pentagon, and it was a release of this preliminary report, meaning it was incomplete, that seemed to indicate that the strikes on these nuclear facilities weren't as effective as the Trump administration would have you believe. So here's CNN kind of giving you the surface level details of that leaked Pentagon report.
Uh-oh.
Comprehensive picture.
It's a little
look at that.
Guys, can we pause?
On a battle damage.
Barely you get a passing grade. This is a D. This is a show on Valuetainment. It's a premiere show. Everyone loves the show. We're waiting for her take. That transition should be snappier. That's a D, maybe D minus. Now, in terms of most improved award, gotta give it up. Just incredible improvement week to week, but that needs to be snappier, all right?
I'm gonna the transition is a little bit sloppy. I'm mostly digging them on the fact that it's clearly only set to 480 picture resolution. So I would expect a little bit more, but
so what are they paying for here? What is this? Is this Zoom? What are they doing this on? This is bad. This is D minus
assessment that was carried out by U.S. Central Command, essentially looking at the images and looking at what was actually damaged.
Thank you for the gifted subs, Bad Enchilada, and to the 5 people that were the recipients of that. Please enjoy them. Free emotes and an ad-free experience. I really appreciate it.
The program has essentially only been set back by months. Now, we presented this information to the White House for comment, and White House Press Secretary Karen Leavitt, she did acknowledge the existence of this assessment, but she said in a statement that the administration disagreed.
I think they all just like called this woman like a harpy, and it was like this woman should be thrown off a building. Like they were so
problem
intense. The administration against
what's
this
wrong?
person.
What's wrong?
I think that it's not the best for first speech. But that's just me. That's just me, because I just think that it's maybe not the best for first speech. But that's just me.
Agrees with it. She said, quote, "This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear
low-level loser. They're a loser. You know, I was disappointed with the name that he came up with for Mamdani. It was actually like a lack of name.
Crazy.
He said he was like a crazy communist Zoran or something. It was like
crazy communist Zoran.
attempt
uninspiring
to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets. Total obliteration. Now,
dude, that everyone knows what happened. They're literally trying to convince people that you completely obliterated the nuclear facilities that are 250 meters. I think I read, below the ground with a bunker buster bomb.
Which, by the way, is also, it's not great for the Warhawk sometimes, because if you say, oh, we totally fucked them beyond repair, it was completely successful, let's enter into peace, then the motivation for re-entering the war or conducting more specific regime change starts to diminish. If you have to go by this like line that everything was perfect, it was completely demolished, and you've already seen some members of the administration and even some Congress people starting to like take a step back and be like, okay, it was very severely damaged. And like that isn't,
well, because you have to be careful.
Means,
one, you've seen the complete reversal of positions. So it was mostly like libs and left saying that they're not trying to acquire a nuclear weapon. There's no evidence to support that. Now they're saying, well, it's been delayed. And the right went from saying they're fucking days away, they're about to get it. Now they're saying it doesn't exist anymore.
We're destroyed, everything gone.
So we've swapped.
Okay, so this report was from the Defense Intelligence Agency, and it focused largely on the state of the Fordo plant. You know, we've heard a lot about the Fordo plant in Iran. That's the country's deeply buried enrichment facility, which produced the near bomb-grade fuel, the enriched uranium, which they had enriched up to 60%. You need 90% enriched uranium in order to build a nuclear weapon. Now, the Trump administration says, look, we destroyed these nuclear facilities. Anyone saying otherwise is being ridiculous here because we targeted these facilities.
So now if Iran actually gets a nuke, what's the line going to be? I thought you destroyed everything.
This is the perfect time for them to actually build a nuclear weapon.
It is, because we have a vested interest in overstating the extent to which they have been incapacitated in this respect. So you're actually, I mean, this is not even getting into like ripping up the JCPOA. They really have enhanced terror by their own standards, because you're beholden to information, like to a conclusion that makes it difficult to act on.
I think that the 12-day war, as we're told to call it, that what it will have cemented is this desire, intent, and knowledge that they need to get their hands on this thing. And so
thank you for the
subscribe.
subscribe.
Can't like undo the knowledge that they have. Apparently we haven't even destroyed all, or even most, or even any of their highly enriched uranium, or I don't even know how much.
I also saw reports that they've moved it. They moved the uranium.
They moved it before the so, like, haven't we made things maybe worse? I mean, obviously the facility, but is it? We don't even know.
It's
right?
almost like the most reliable way to prevent them from acquiring a nuclear weapon would be through diplomatic talks and a political solution rather than a military one. You cannot bomb every single person with knowledge of nuclear physics in fucking Iran.
Mearsheimer says, "Who are you? Some Mearsheimer simp?"
What?
Mearsheimer says, nothing you can do can prevent. If they really want it, they can get it. That's Mearsheimer.
Sounds base. I fucking agree with him. Although I'm not the first. I didn't
overturn the regime. Oh, but this is what Mearsheimer says. He goes, if you did, and if you installed, because he's a very like realist, right? If you installed the Shah's son, eventually the Shah's son's going to want nuclear weapons. So for him, it's kind of fatalistic that Iran will always want one.
We dropped the bombs exactly where we needed to drop them. You can see from the satellite imagery, we've caused severe damage. Officials familiar with
that does remind me that, like, I was saying when I was looking at all of this unfold on my stream, that it was like all of the Democrats that were saying like he didn't go through Congress, we weren't consulted. It's like, dude, Shut up. Stop complaining. I know that you fucking are happy about that because if it had been forced to a congressional vote, you can see the polling.
Yes. Yeah.
You would vote yes, even though it's incredibly unpopular with the American public and your base specifically. But you have donors that probably want you to vote for it, or you have your own ideological priors.
Be careful.
Or I said, or you have your own ideological priors.
I know. You left it open. You did a good job. You cleaned it up. Good job.
What is wrong with what I just said?
Nothing. I said you did well.
You get really triggered anytime I try to talk about like the influence of like defense, like the defense lobby or whatever, and that their influence on like American politics. Yes, you do.
I never get triggered.
You got triggered last time we watched her take, and they talked about that with respect to Ukraine and Russia.
That was a fake trigger. It's for the memes.
Performative.
I'm always at
The intelligence report, though, said that early findings showed that the strikes had set back Iran's nuclear program by months, which is not as effective in terms of the strikes that the U.S. had conducted against these nuclear facilities. But again, this was a preliminary report. To really get a good sense of how much damage was done, you do need to have, an international group kind of go there on the ground and see for themselves, do a full investigation into how much damage was done. But
who do you think she's referring to?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it could be anybody.
Name who you think is the
IAEA.
Okay.
The reason Iran most likely could still race to a bomb relatively quickly, officials said, is that Iran likely retains much of its enriched uranium and likely has secret nuclear facilities in which to produce it further. That's what the preliminary report said. Now, there is some additional evidence to indicate that Iran had moved the enriched uranium prior to the strikes that the United States conducted. And I think that if that is the case, it's probably because of the fact that Trump kept hinting at the fact that they were going to bomb the nuclear facilities. So maybe don't do that if you don't want them to move the enriched uranium. But again, they suspect that might be the case.
Do you honestly think she would be this measured in her criticism of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris? Anywhere, yeah, no. On any show that she's appearing on, that, hey, maybe don't do that next time. You're kind of undermining it, even though when it came to Biden, Joe Biden is a disgrace. He will never get my vote. He's a genocidaire or whatever the fuck. She was going off, man. It's like, where's that, Anna? Where's your energy for this? You should be equally as pissed about this. This is introducing a ton of regional instability.
This is Lib Aaron.
Lib Aaron?
This is what libs say.
Is this what are you getting at?
What you just said. Shmuel, thank you for my membership. This is what libs say. Libs are like, oh, you're being inconsistent.
Not only inconsistent, but she, I think, is like downplaying what's occurred here. And I think misinforming her viewers, but
we still don't know for sure. But Trump is not buying it. Take a look at what he had to say in response to this report.
Thank you, sir.
You should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli.
Dude, I feel like Kayla Collins just gets under his skin like no one else, man.
Yeah, true.
Intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also Iran made the statement. And it's also, if you read the document.
We can trust Iran now.
Oh, well, that's great. Iran said it.
Awesome. Iranian intelligence, you say. They say that they don't have it? Okay, perfect. Yes, we have nothing to worry about, you guys.
That Pete can talk about if you'd like. The document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And
this caption, the way it's
having a fucking stroke.
Israel and Iran are both tired, exhausted. May as well say like sleepy even.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out.
I mean, this is the closest he's looked to like to look like. Does it not look like he's kind of doing blackface?
He does.
It's really intense.
Which would be problematic, of course.
You're so brave. You're so brave for that.
When Trudeau did it, you were fine with it.
Loved it. Huge fan of when Trudeau did that. Yep.
Okay. Question. Obliterated.
Obliterated. That's his favorite word, though.
Nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out.
Obliterated.
Okay. Question. Please go ahead.
Everything nuclear.
Everything nuclear is down.
All right, so
thankful
it's
for
not
the
just Trump
analysis.
saying this. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also agrees that the nuclear sites have been destroyed. He says you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map. The whole thing is
The format is fucked. You can't just have 5 people sitting there while you're reading the news. You do it for 30 seconds at the start. And guess what? How about you do this segment before people start talking and before they're on screen? I just don't understand. You have the people there. Assume some base knowledge of the news.
Okay, I'm Pisco. I'm setting ground rules. You need to curb your editorial comments surrounding the aesthetics of the show. You've made your fucking point.
Aesthetic.
Yes,
it's
is.
Format, it's structure.
And format and structure.
Okay.
How is it not?
Well, I think they're different things. I think aesthetics is aesthetics and format's format. I think they're different.
This is a lie
For
you
example,
tell yourself and cling to so you can continue nitpicking the fucking format of the show instead of contending with what they're actually saying, which is incredibly stupid enough.
Okay. All right.
So low budget ass show. Agreed.
Blackened out. It's gone. It's wiped out. On top of that, there has been some dissent within both the defense and intelligence communities on how effective these strikes were. But I should note that on top of this, there are other reports. There's a separate report that counters the leaked intel, right? The preliminary report that we're talking about here. According to the New York Times, in a separate assessment, David Albright and Spencer Faragasso, the nonpartisan Institute for Science and International Security, found that Israel's and U.S. attacks.
Is that ISIS?
It's this other like spin-off organization of
have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. That same report, by the way, noted that the conversion facility, to Marco Rubio's point, was severely damaged, and they concluded that it will be a long time before Iran comes anywhere near the capability.
It doesn't matter what Marco Rubio said if you have the head of state lying and saying it was obliterated. It's completely undermined by that. That's like saying, oh, but Fauci was saying this, and trying to ignore that Donald Trump is contradicting him after every fucking sentence at a press conference.
And trust really is the base thing here. It's trust about whether people are doing the inspections, trust about whether or not they have enrichment area, trust about whether the conclusions are right about the strikes. And if you don't have trust, everything falls apart.
It had before the attack. Now, the Iranians, who felt quite a bit of pride in their nuclear program, have also come out and admitted that there's been severe damage to the facilities. And that's not something that they would want to admit unless it's actually true, because it's embarrassing for Iran. But on top of that, what I found really
what do you think of that assessment?
I think that they could be trying to disincentivize a future strike. I mean, I can think of other reasons why they might overstate the amount of.
I think principally, if you've staked out the position that Iranian intelligence assessment statements need to be subject to independent verification because they're an untrustworthy regime, then even trying to incorporate statements against interests, as Anna would probably argue, into your analysis, just to me does not pass the sniff test, because you're starting to make it very, very difficult to know.
Lawyer terms,
what
statement against interest, exception to
right.
Good job. So you have some legal stuff going on in there.
Yeah, maybe I will actually go to law school after this.
Interesting today was that,
and her take and Pisco's praise will be the thing that drove me to do it. I'm supposed to be getting you ready for the communist revolution. You're not supposed to be funneling me into law school.
Me and my
you don't even have the Zoran merch. You're not ready.
I'm gonna have it. But you told me not to get it, so I don't know if he has he has colors. I know the.
I didn't tell you not to get it. I explicitly told you to get it, and I said you're already wearing clothing that can be read. No, I said I don't like reading clothing.
I don't like.
But you already like to wear clothing with words, so fuck it.
But if I got it, would you get the ick?
Yeah, but what the fuck would you care if I get the ick? I wouldn't get the ick to the point that I'm canceling the show.
I know, but do you if I?
You guys, Pisco admits it here. He needs to make sure that I don't get the ick. He really cares about my approval specifically. All men should adhere to this standard. Obviously, Pisco is outlining why it's important to continue.
Okay. Press play.
Congress was briefed. They were briefed on intel that we're not privy to in regard to how much damage was done. And get a load of this. This is according to CNN. Lawmakers left a classified briefing on Iran today, divided along party lines, with Republicans reinforcing their belief that the U.S. strikes were effective, while some Democrats expressed skepticism. And to me, politicizing this issue based on party lines is so gross. Like, we need to know what the truth is. And if Democrats...
That is part of the truth. It is relevant information to the average voter or consumer of news what the party line is for the biggest parties in the United States. What? This is some like dereliction of duty. You could present that and then go on to say whose viewpoint has more accuracy. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't make generalizations about where the temperature is in the party. And really, they're being entirely accurate when they say their belief that they have destroyed or like obliterated Iranian nuclear facilities, because it is just that. It's total belief. It's faith. It's what they want to be true. It's not based on the intelligence assessment. The Democrats that are being skeptical are correct, because that is more in line with what the intelligence reports are saying, as preliminary as they are.
Yeah, true.
Want to come out
like the most that has been said. I don't know if I think Hegseth maybe said that it's hard to get a full picture right now because it's very, very early. But he didn't deny it, and he didn't really say that, or he didn't deny that that's not what he said. What it said. He is hoping to distract you with future information that's going to come out and maybe reveal more damage. But if it's not so damaged that an initial assessment is showing that, why would you ever think that the next one is actually going to show more damage than they initially saw? That seems highly unlikely to me. It's not impossible, it's just improbable.
He's distracting, and he's like yelling at women to distract.
Are you good?
By the way, what do you mean? Am I good?
Are you awake? Are you alive? Are you good? Sometimes I feel like you throw out these like throwaway comments. It's like to wake yourself up. It's like you can't go splash cold water on your face, so you say some stupid shit, and it's like to I don't know, wake yourself up in that way.
I don't ever talk shit about what you say, Aaron, and I find that oftentimes.
But you could go for it.
You're constantly maligning, second guessing with a fucking Inspector Gadget microscope at everything I say. You're like, is this internally consistent?
Inspector Glasses?
Scale. You must be gay. Kinsey scale.
Another failed Disney reference. Of course, you expect nothing less from a guy who thinks that Ratatouille is superior to The Incredibles.
Inspector Gadget isn't Disney. I will die before I admit it is.
You fucking nerd. What is it?
Wait, is it? Let's check.
It was always played on Disney. Fucking Matthew Broderick, right? That stupid song is gonna be in my head the whole day. I went to in high school.
Okay. Disney has the film rights, but that's different. I wasn't referencing the Inspector
I thought you were referencing the film. That was the only one that I saw. I never saw the show.
No. I was just talking about the show, so I was good.
There was a guy in my high school who he got on the bus and he had a brown paper bag that he had like scribbled on with a Sharpie and had like cut eye holes out. And he was supposed to be Rorschach from Watchmen, but the bus driver asked him, he was like, what are you? And my friend was like, well, guess. And he said, you're Inspector Gadget. And his whole day was ruined.
Weird. Well,
be skeptical about the damage done to the nuclear facility.
What? Any comments on that?
No, do you have a picture of it?
No, I don't have a picture of it. Even if I did, I wouldn't feel right broadcasting it on my stream, like a picture of my friend.
Privately, I'd like to see it.
Oh, okay.
Available.
No, and then the worst part was the Sharpie. It was so hot because it's South Texas. The Sharpie had like gone through the bag, and as he was wearing it on his face, it was like getting black marks or like transferring to his face.
Facilities. It's because Trump is the one.
Do you keep in touch with any high school friends?
Yeah. Other people keep in touch with them as well. I've had my real life in person friends and best friends contacted over my social media stuff.
Oh really?
Yes, they did. My best friend was DM'd, and they were upset that she was friends with me. How they figured out she was my best friend, I don't know, because I don't have any photos of her on my Instagram.
Oh boy.
Carried out the strikes, and they don't want to give him credit for it. But all signs, whether you're talking about satellite imagery, whether you're talking about intelligence reports that are a little more completed, not preliminary, when you hear from the Trump administration, it does seem like they've caused severe damage to the nuclear facilities. The other thing that I would bring up is, why was that preliminary report leaked by someone in the Pentagon? You don't leak it to CNN unless you have an agenda. There's something you're trying to...
Now we are actually promoting that transparency with the general public is worse and promoting an agenda than if information were kept opaque, which would benefit the Trump administration because it gives them license to spin information surrounding this highly contentious topic however they want.
If this were a leak that were in the quote unquote the favor of the other side, she'd be praising it.
Of course.
Like, oh my God, this brave whistleblower.
Get accomplished, right? And for me, I think that there's a split within our government. There are people who want to engage in a regime change war with Iran, so they want to find an excuse. Oh, maybe we didn't cause the kind of damage that the Trump...
Who cares about... There's too much emphasis on the fucking split. And there's not... No, we've been talking for 30 minutes because we're only 11 minutes into this.
Oh my God, we need to speed it up.
It's you that keeps stopping to talk about meaningless bullshit about the transitions and stuff. I lost my fucking train of thought. Fuck you.
Administration claims.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. There's too much emphasis on the split, but not enough emphasis on the fact that we know which side is going to win. The pro-interventionist war hawks are going to win. There's far more of an intellectual tradition, to the extent that you could even say conservatism has that anymore, but whatever. The proud intellectual tradition of conservatism and liberalism in the United States, like Democrats as well. There's bipartisan consensus on this for the most part, and it favors intervention. So that split, it doesn't really matter that it exists.
There's the other side, and I think Trump is representative of this side, where he's like, I don't want to get dragged into this war. Iran retaliated in a way that gave...
She's actually saying that Trump is the anti-war president.
She's actually trying...
After he announces a ceasefire of a conflict that he got the United States involved in, a war that he started and then ended, and then wanted you to praise him for it.
Wild. I mean, and I tweeted that at Cenk as well. He's like, I can't believe it, but finally a president was willing to talk nasty to Israel, and he's giving Trump credit for trying to put out a fire he started. And I just like, these people will do anything to try to preserve their egos after they went out on a limb to have any hope for Trump. And even in the face of unprecedented warmongering on behalf of Trump, they're still going to the mat defending it.
I have all of the receipts for every single person that they claim is the anti-left MAGA, and all of them have bent the knee. So you have Tucker Carlson, who Trump reported, and he didn't deny it. He called Trump personally to apologize. Then you have Steve Bannon, who said he would support it if there was a good reason to. So he was literally asking Trump, just give me a reason to say to my audience, and then I will get on board, right? Then you have Tim Pool, who is praising Tulsi Gabbard for going against Trump. And then he ended up having on this, what's the name of that woman? She's fucking nuts. But she admitted, I didn't give you any fucking details, sorry. She's like this huge, like pro-Israel lady. I can't think of her.
Mendelsohn?
No. Hold on, I have the link to this.
Why are you in my VOD?
Because I was seeing when that fucking conversation would end when I was doing segments before because you weren't responding to my DMs. Any other questions? No? That's what I thought.
No.
What? Who is it? Beta Unger Sargon. Batya. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
I never will remember her name.
Okay, so he was asking her about the split, and she I cannot believe I have to give her credit, but she is correct that she's like, the split mostly exists between the influencers. The base is mostly on board with this. She is correct. She is closer to the truth on this.
Great. Thanks for joining me. Can you just briefly introduce yourself for those that are not familiar with you?
My name is Batya Unger Sargon. I am a journalist and author. I've written 2 books, one on how the media got woke, one on who is the American working class and do they still have access to the American dream. I'm a columnist at the Free Press. I'm a contributor at Newsmax. I have a group chat show on Two-Way, and I am, for the purposes of this appearance, probably most importantly, a huge fan of Tim Pool. I so
He's trying to butter me up, so I go, nice. I go, easy on you.
Your independence of thought and your refusal to be told what to think and your moral clarity. I just admire you so much. So it's a big honor for me.
Moral
So not
wow.
for the interview, I guess. No, I'm kidding. But I do appreciate it. There's a statement out. Rich Barris, Newsweek, wrote about this, saying that if Trump enters the war in Iran, it will be the end of MAGA and the Republican majority for 10 years. I'm curious what you think about this ongoing rift between, the MAGA coalition is split right now. Trump supporters are divided.
No, they're not.
Do you agree with what Barris was saying?
So no, and I'm sort of a skeptic of the narrative that there's a real split in the MAGA movement. I think there's a split in the influencers of the MAGA movement, but the actual MAGA voters, the actual base is quite united around the position that President Trump has staked out. So yes, in the influencers.
She is actually correct. And she is 100% correct. The YouGov poll bears this out. The overwhelming majority of Americans did not support this, but when you broke this down among partisan lines, only 13% of Republicans disapproved or strongly disapproved of the strikes on Iran. The rest did. 18% was undecided. And what was the factor that that made them more likely to support it?
Them being MAGA and being more in favor of Trump, probably.
Well, no, I should have phrased it differently. If you were a Republican voter and you had consumed media on this, you were far more likely to support it. And it's probably because you watched MAGA propaganda. And MAGA propaganda was giving you all of the talking points and all the reasons why this is America first. This is not in contravention to the things that Donald Trump was saying on the campaign trail, ignoring his his first administration, and that you can simultaneously be America first, be anti-war, and support these precise military strikes that will not get us dragged into an endless war. So of course they were more likely to. And the ones that were more likely, the Republican voters more likely to be undecided or disapprove of it, was because they had no media at all. They had not consumed really much information around it, but they just didn't want it.
I saw polling that shows that among Republicans, those who I self-identified as MAGA were also more likely to support the strikes than the Republicans who did not identify as MAGA. So I do agree on all whenever you find Republicans who are more affiliated with the president, more aligned with the president, I think what you're finding there is more support for the intervention.
Yep. And like you said, Charlie Kirk went from saying that war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake. This was in April. Now in June, he's saying, what does he say? We trust the commander-in-chief and his judgment with respect to the strikes on Iran.
Yeah.
And then the Wall Street Journal also reported that he had been contacted by the White House to say this shit.
Give us an out so we don't get dragged in the war, right? So Iran responded to the nuclear sites by essentially hitting up the U.S. and saying, we're dying to hear from Dave Smith. U.S. bases, but we're going to do it in a way to make sure no one gets hurt, because we want to show our people that we responded to the attacks, but we don't want to go to war. So right now there are two.
We responded to the attacks. Okay, why were they attacking? Why were they attacking, Anna?
Ooh.
Who started this?
Conflicting forces, one side wanting to go to war, one side, again, represented by the Trump administration, that doesn't want to get dragged into a war. And that's why you heard Trump essentially call out, yes, Iran, but also Israel for continuing to attack each other after the ceasefire had been reached.
Disgusting. It is so disgusting the way they whitewash Trump. Her and Cenk. It is gross.
It was Pisco's turn to do the liberal thing, because apparently making that observation is lib shit.
Oh, I'm super curious what you all think about this. In particular, I'm going to go to Dave first, because Dave, I know you were deeply alarmed when this broke out. I know you called for Trump's impeachment. It was all over the web. How are you feeling about this now? Are you feeling better? Are you more alarmed than ever? What is your take on this?
Well, I mean, certainly things are looking much, much better than they were a few days ago. And I think, as Anna correctly pointed out, which is the craziest part of this entire, embarking on this policy, is that it was the restraint of the Iranians that gave Trump this off-ramp. It was them giving warning, making sure there wouldn't be any American casualties. And we all could run the counterfactual in our head. But had Iran not done that, and let's say we were looking at a few dozen, or God forbid, a few hundred Americans have been killed in Iranian strikes, I think we all know that Donald Trump, just by the very nature of who he is, would have had no choice but to escalate the war dramatically. After that.
And Iran knew that, which is why I don't think it's an accident that there were no casualties, right?
Yeah. And here's the point and again, I hate Glenn Greenwald. I have to get my my flowers. I hate Glenn Greenwald. I hate the fucking.
These are not your flowers. These are your virtue signal takes.
Whatever. But when Glenn Greenwald is like, hey, this doesn't really seem in line with a suicidal regime. This telegraphing of attacks, this very careful posturing. It seems like they're a little bit more realpolitik than people want to give them credit for. They're clearly trying to de-escalate. And I don't think even the Israel supporters can't argue that they're not trying to de-escalate. What they'll say is, well, they're trying to de-escalate for purposes of surreptitiously constructing a nuclear device. But in terms of who is actually trying to de-escalate the conflict, at this point, it's not even debated. Iran is trying to de-escalate. Israel is trying to ratchet up.
And I don't have the information in front of me, so people have no reason to take me at my word. They should do their own research into credible sources. But when you actually looked at the fire that was returned from Iran as far as their own military response, it was largely reciprocal to what Israel or the United States had done. there was like it would mostly be like if they like if like Israel targeted like a residential area or whatever, they were like targeting it, or like they targeted like a university, no, and then in response Iran like targets a university or something like that.
Yeah, but those were dangerous professors, Aaron.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
That, and then what the Iranian response from that would be, and this is how things can spiral out of control. And luckily, the Iranians did not want that for obvious reasons, because they know they would be destroyed and deposed. But then again, that kind of undercuts the entire neocon warhawk foundational claim for this entire conflict to begin with, which is that they're such a unique threat because they don't care about their own survival. They're a bunch of suicide bombers, essentially, and therefore they can't be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. If you think about it, it really is a pretty bold claim. I mean, as bad as nuclear weapons are, we've made peace with really bad people having nuclear weapons. Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong had nuclear weapons, and Vladimir Putin has nuclear weapons. Kim Jong-un has nuclear weapons, and the world lives with that, as imperfect as it may be. No serious, sane person ever suggested that we just launch a preemptive war because any of them were on the path to getting nukes, and we all knew in all of those examples that they were developing them. Maybe not so much in the North Korea one, but specifically in terms of the damage that was done to the,
Did he ever consider that those are the right countries or the good allies in some cases?
Yeah, I will say there was some discussion about whether or not we should have preemptively attacked Russia prior to their acquiring nuclear weapons. I do sometimes at night ponder what could have been, how the world would have been different if they decided to go to war with the Soviet Union to prevent them from getting access to those weapons. What would have changed? What would be different? I don't know.
I think the more interesting counterfactual is if we hadn't asked Ukraine to like get rid of theirs. No.
Well, I'm just saying, even before, like, if there was a period in time of, it's less than 10 years, much less. I think it's like 6 or 7 years or something, or 8, in which America had it was a monopoly on nuclear weapons.
Right.
And some people think that, but the thing is, everyone was so devastated and war weary. I don't know that there would have been the support necessary to conduct another all-out war against the Soviet Union, which, again, millions and millions of people, and you would be nuking, like, I don't know. So better not to think about it, I guess.
Did you see
Putin's in my chat? I'm right here, buddy.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
I did, yeah. Why?
What'd you think?
Why are you laughing?
Because there's a scene that I'm gonna. Well, first tell me what you thought, and then I'll tell you why I'm laughing.
I thought it was the second viewing of it. I thought was less impressed by it. I thought that my boy Robert Downey did well.
Oh.
Cillian Murphy did well. I thought Emily Blunt did not do well.
I didn't like her either.
Or at least she wasn't given much to work with, so I don't really think it's her fault.
There were like 3 women in that movie. One of them ends up dead, and they all sucked.
Yeah, I will say, and Joanna pointed this out. She's like, this feels like a Marvel movie where you're just like, oh my, or like Forrest Gump, we're like, oh my god, and that's Einstein, and holy shit.
I mean, it was edited like a TikTok. It was edited like a TikTok. I stand by that. Yeah. Or like a trailer. Being more charitable is edited like a trailer to me. But yeah, especially that moment at the end where he's like, who was it or whatever. He was like, the junior like congressional representative named Kennedy. Like fucking name dropping Kennedy like it is some epic Marvel moment.
It's some weird guy named Han Solo. Yeah, no, it was that part. The second viewing of it was I was like, because I was all like, Joanna, you should watch this like on an actual big TV. Not she's like, it's such a movie that you watch on the plane. It's a plane movie. It's a plane movie. You have to watch it on the plane. I was like,
you got your little Australian accent down. Look at you.
And you have to do it in the TV, and it has to be good sound. And then I was like, oh my god, this movie is worse than I remember. And then I just like kept cringing at moments of it, and I could tell that she was not enjoying it.
Oh, you didn't like the sex scene where he says, and now I am become death or whatever while they're like fucking. You didn't think that was the appropriate time? Yeah, that does happen. Like, she goes to they're hooking up. It's in the first act. She goes to the shelf. She takes out like a Sanskrit script, like text book, and she like opens it over her tits, and she's like, read from it. And like while she's writing him, he reads it. It came out of nowhere. and like it's very, very awkward. It's very, very contrived. And I really feel like he just did that because everybody was waiting for him to say the line. So he had to just shoehorn it in to the first act somehow so he could just say the line and people would stop waiting for it. It's the same way Hitchcock would do his cameos. And then he started doing them early because he learned that like viewers were getting so fixated trying to spot his cameo that they weren't paying attention to the plot.
Aaron's not trolling. This is not trolling. This is actual film criticism. No, now
what would I be trolling about?
The part that I liked was when they were finding all the contradictions in what Oppenheimer was saying and doing. I thought that was very interesting when they're like, then why would you do this? Why would you? And they are inconsistent, and he is kind of like, I like that portion of it. I thought that was cool, and I also liked the music. I thought the music was very interesting, very cool. Yeah.
Well, I only brought it up because there's a scene that's like 3 minutes where one of the scientists is like, I don't know about nukes. It seems wrong. And then to get him on board, they're like, well, it's not a question of like who's gonna have nukes. It's like if the Nazis are gonna get it first or us. And then he's like, okay. And then that's how they deal with that. There's like 3 minutes devoted to that.
With a good score.
And then like the point where they're like leading up to the Trinity test, they're like redoing the same scene over and over. They have a lot of big man moments.
I never wanted to be the big man. That's fine. And then also, I liked the scene with Gary Oldman. I thought that was a good scene. He plays Truman.
Right.
They don't care about who invented the bomb.
He calls him
who dropped it.
He calls him like, what does he call him for crying?
I think that
he calls him like a pansy ass or something like that. So it is like an expletive.
Like, get this fucking something away. Never let this guy back. Yeah. The actual quoted word was like, there's actual reports about that meeting. And let me actually, you keep pressing play. I want to get the actual quote of what he said.
I've talked to a couple buddies of mine who are like in the military and have been involved in these damage assessments, and pretty much they all say everything is very low confidence if you don't have sources on the ground. And so I don't know, exactly what's been done. And of course, as Anna was covering there, everybody involved has their own incentives and the obvious ones, right? So like the New York Times and CNN, obviously they want to damage Donald Trump, and also they're kind of
What did he say?
There's an attribution of him that says, never bring that fucking cretin in here again. He didn't drop the bomb. I did. That kind of weepiness makes me sick.
I remember it in the movie. It's presented slightly differently, but that's obviously what it's based on. But he calls him like a name that stuck out to me. Although I didn't like that because obviously Strauss is like the central antagonist. Then when he's criticizing Oppenheimer and pointing out by the end that he never actually disavowed any usage of nukes, and he never.
Not true.
Huh?
Yeah, that's true.
I thought you said not true. I thought you said not true. I thought you said not true. I was like, oh, maybe I was wrong. Yeah, like that point gets lost on viewers because by that point you're supposed to have completely turned against him or whatever, even though it's a valid criticism to make and a hypocrisy to point out. But it's coming from like the least sympathetic character in the movie.
Hypocrisy. Yeah, no, but I liked them going after Oppenheimer. I thought that was cool.
Beholden to the war party, and so anybody who wants to hurt Donald Trump or wants to see this conflict continue is going to say, oh, we still got this nuclear threat on the table. Trump, on the other hand, wants to brag about how successful his mission was, so he's going to say total success. And then the Iranians are caught in a very strange set of incentives where, as Anna pointed out, yes, they don't want to seem weak and admit that they were hit bad I
don't like the way any of them are going about recounting these events, because you are giving so much leeway to Donald Trump when he just blatantly lies to the American public and world at large by saying we've obliterated their nuclear capabilities with these bunker buster bombs and our strikes on them. It's a total fabrication. It's not true. It's contradicted by intelligence from his own administration. He's now attempting to sue media organizations that are reporting the facts. And that just gets swept under the rug of like, oh, well, he's doing what any head of state would do, which is tell massive, like, North Korea level lies to the entire world.
You're and sue. Encouraging this conduct in the future by spinning it without. I'm not saying that it wasn't a successful strike. It might have been. I don't think Aaron and I are either representing that we know for certain that it was bad or whatever. But by going with the.
No intelligence report has suggested that it's obliterated.
Right, exactly. And by doing that, when there seems to be some hesitancy, even among members of the administration who are the most hawkish, or at least the most praising of the president, I think you are in a way encouraging
Deception.
people to see these kinds of interventions as painless and as there's no cost to them. But yeah, no, I agree with that, Aaron.
Like these people will turn around and they were criticizing leading up to these strikes. This is just like WMDs. This is just the newest version of like mission accomplished or whatever. How is this not mission accomplished, but for Trump? They clearly didn't actually achieve the military objectives that were the stated goals of this in the first place. And now we're reworking
we hope that the peace lasts. I mean, right? I mean, we hope the ceasefire lasts. We hope that.
Oh, well, this is not me encouraging him to go actually finish the job or whatever. It's to say that like you should not be lying to the American public about or the world about any of these things. And so I don't like.
I do hope that they're done. I hope that it's all good and they work out a deal.
They'll criticize like the neocons of the past era and like the like criticize Bush, but it's like it's safe to criticize Bush. What they won't do is criticize Trump.
Yeah.
Effectively, but at the same time, they don't exactly, this regime who just went out of their way to give us 24 hours notice so that this war wouldn't escalate does not exactly want to scream to the world that, oh, no, you have not degraded our nuclear threat and we're right back in the same place with the same justification for further strikes. So who knows?
Yeah, see, this assessment is more credible to me than Anna's because she was like, why would they admit that? Because that makes their country look weak. And it's like, again, if you're skeptical of Iranian intelligence or their regime, you should be more critical about their statements surrounding that, especially paired with the fact that the intelligence didn't truly wipe it out. So why are they like not feigning weakness or whatever, but emphasizing it or drawing attention to it? And it's like, couldn't you argue that it's to present themselves as less of a threat or something like that? Like Dave Smith just said, that's also a credible reading of it.
I guess I would just say I have absolutely no idea what the answer is, but for my own propagandistic reasons, I like the Trump claim the most. Like, yeah, guys, the threat's totally been eliminated. We don't have to fight this war anymore. Of course, the truth is that the Iranian nuclear threat never existed, and that everybody involved knows this. The IAEA, the Director of National Intelligence, just released her annual threat assessment. She testified before Congress about it. Iran had not yet made the political decision to go after nuclear weapons, let alone how close they were to achieving them. Even Benjamin Netanyahu, who is most famously known for lying about how close the Iranians are to developing nuclear weapons, said in his interview with Brett Baer, maybe a year, maybe 13 months. But everybody knows that in order for Iran to actually develop a nuclear weapon, they'd have to kick the inspections regime out, which they're still compliant with the JCPOA. It's only America who pulled out of that, and so they'd have to kick the inspectors out by all reasonable
They're
assessments.
not compliant. Wait, can we pause?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they're compliant with the JCPOA. I mean, they've enriched beyond the limits of the JCPOA.
Wait, is that what he just stated? Why would they comply with?
Complying with the JCPOA.
Oh, why would they comply with an agreement they're no longer beholden to? It's weird.
I understand, but he's
that is what he said. They'd kick the inspection
regime out, which they're still compliant with the JCPOA. It's only America who pulled out of that, and so
it's only America that pulled out of that.
I don't think that's true. I think that Iran has stopped feigning compliance, or they've stopped saying that they're.
Well, that's why that IAEA report that led to all of this, or that was like the pretext for a lot of this, was showing the increased uranium enrichment levels. But it's like, but you would expect that because we pulled out of the diplomatic agreement that gave us the ability to monitor where they were at with respect to obtaining a nuclear weapon or enriching uranium. But I didn't hear people trying to. This is the first time I've heard people try to argue. No, they were actually still in compliance with it. I thought it was like, no, they're not in compliance, but why would they be? We backed out.
Maybe he's referencing some like particular part of it, or like the inspections, regime.
Kick the inspectors out by all reasonable assessments. It would probably be years before they developed a nuclear weapon, let alone a deliverable nuclear weapon. So, in other words, there was no imminent threat. There was no justification for this war. It was launched in the most dishonorable way. Pretending to be in negotiations and then sneak attacking. This is just, if you read this in a novel, there's no way the good guy does that. And so it was a disastrous decision that looks like off-ramps were taken, and hopefully there's not much more violence in the near future.
So let me just jump in, because the big update to the story today is you're right in that the way those strikes were carried out, where Trump was pretending to engage diplomatically and then he strikes them as they're in the middle of these diplomatic talks, that has now discouraged Iran from continuing diplomatic talks. They don't trust Trump. And so they've basically said, no more diplomatic talks. We're not going to negotiate with Trump anymore. And today it was reported that Iranian foreign minister has decided that they're going to suspend cooperation with the IAEA. That's the international body that does the inspections to ensure that they're not building nuclear weapons. And the point that I just want to make quickly about that is, look, the the only time that the United States was sure and the international community was sure that Iran was not enriching enough uranium to build a nuclear weapon was when the U.S. was still part of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, right? Diplomacy was really the only way to make sure that they weren't developing a nuclear weapon. And now it appears diplomacy is off the table for Iran since they're suspending this. I think that's a bad move by Iran. I really wish they didn't do it. I wish that they...
And this is being reported by Politico. This was like a day ago. Iran reportedly bans IAEA chief surveillance cameras from nuclear plants. Tehran claims Israel's government obtained, quote, sensitive facility data, according to media reports. Iran decided to ban the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency from its nuclear facilities and to remove surveillance cameras from them, claiming it discovered Israel's government obtained sensitive facility data, according to media reports Saturday. Talks about this.
Which is undermining compliance in general. If they have reason to believe that Israel's using the data or whatever or something to their military advantage in these strikes, then again, it's just so clear who is trying to let loose the dogs of war here. And yeah, no, I think there needs to be some negotiation taken here. Maybe Trump can do it. Doubt it.
He blew up the negotiating table that they're supposed to return to.
Right.
He obliterated it using his language.
By killing the negotiators, by making so there's no trust.
But I do want
to... not planning...
Well, hold on. This part. Iran previously allowed the IAEA to access and inspect its nuclear plants and use sophisticated surveillance devices. As a crucial commitment within the nuclear deal, Tehran signed with France, Russia, the UK, the US, Germany, and the European Union in 2015 to keep its nuclear program under control. Then the first Trump admin withdrew from that deal. Iran threatened to remove surveillance cameras during recent negotiations on its nuclear program. Then that's it. Right. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this is a feature, not a bug for the people that were cheering this kind of shit on.
Continue to comply and allow the inspectors to come in. But this is what happens when you go in the direction of bombing as opposed to the direction of diplomatic negotiations and deals that include other international players that will do the inspections. So Trump, to his credit, says that he has a secret plan. I don't know what the plan is. It's a secret to get Iran back to the negotiating table. I hope it works because diplomacy is always better than war. But we'll see how this plays out.
Dave, I really respect where you're coming from, but I do have to say it's a little bit disingenuous to say that Iran wasn't a threat. Why do they need a space program? Why do they need to enrich uranium to 60% and above? Why do they refuse to have inspectors come in, not just today, but weeks ago? They violated the agreement. So although I'm sympathetic to a lot of what you're saying, I also think it's not...
Violated the agreement, asterisk, that Donald Trump tore up.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so fucking annoying.
Like, Iran isn't a threat.
And also, she must know. What I hate are these kind of ritual conversations where we all kind of know the response, right? Because the response on the 60% enriched uranium is, well, they're just doing it to be like on the threshold and so that they can have a negotiating position and to prevent the kind of attacks that we're seeing or to disincentivize the kind of attacks that we've just recently seen. That's the kind of response. And so I almost want us to get on like a higher tier argument there where, is her name Lindy?
Yeah, Miss Lee. Put some respect on her name, Pisco.
That like she act like you've been here before and like preempt the argument that you know David's going to come back with.
Wait, me? Or you're saying her?
No, Lindy.
Administrations across the political divide all agree on one thing, and that is Iran must not have nuclear weapons. There is something I want to point out, though. I think President Trump, when he dropped the F-bomb on the south lawn of the White House, was the first time that the president of the United States intentionally used profanity, used that word. And I think he didn't do it lightly because he called out, as Anna said, both Israel and Iran. Both of them violated.
He was more mad about this than about the assassination attempt.
Ceasefire, and I think it was very important to show the world that he isn't completely.
I mean, tell me if there's any moment that compares to this. Like Trump was actually very, very pissed in response to this.
Out of whose pocket. Another thing is that now Iran unfortunately has leverage because we don't know where their advanced centrifuges and enriched uranium are.
Oh, she admitted. She has to fucking admit it.
Oh my God, she admitted.
Before the attack,
so stupid.
ushering something out of the site. We don't know what it is.
I can't even remember her take on all of this, but I'm sure she was a huge fucking cheerleader for it and being like, Trump knows exactly where they are. This is going to be a precise, targeted military strikes. We're not getting dragged into an endless war. Which, oh yeah, that was another thing. Charlie Kirk tweeted out, he said no war in this tweet, listing off like how Trump's masterclass in international relations and diplomacy. But then when he was talking to JD Vance, there was a more important caveat where he said no endless war when he was actually in front of his audience.
And he always, all right, no regime change war. Okay, no war. Okay, but no regime change war. Okay, but no
endless, no forever war. Yeah,
but no endless top-down regime change war. Yeah, no, it's fucking so dumb.
But according to some reports, all it takes.
There was a point where he accidentally let his mask slip for a second there, and he was like, "The best case scenario is everyone forgets about this by July 4th," and he like laughed nervously and moved on.
10 trucks
guys are such
to remove enriched uranium. So they now have a negotiating leverage that he didn't before, which is, I think, highly dangerous. So I don't know how I feel about the strike. I'm kind of, I think, on the nasty side of things, and that we really shouldn't get into it. We really should
lay into her, bitch. Come on.
At the same time, I understand that the status quo is absolutely untenable.
Fight like hell.
I think I want to say, just to Anna's point, that's just common sense. Like, you don't need to have any type of like geopolitical acumen to see that when you are in the middle of literal peace negotiations and then you go and you co-sign.
I can't even dunk on her for that. I was about to say that you don't need to have any geopolitical acumen too. And then she said something. I was like, oh, okay.
Liberal surrender hands. I almost jumped on her too, but I waited to hear what the woman was gonna say.
I thought she was about to say to support Donald Trump, or like to support preventing Iran from getting a nuke. I thought she was about to say that, but
yeah.
A strike, a devastating strike. Obviously, there is going to be no avenue to be able to get them back to the negotiating table. If Donald Trump thinks that he has like a rabbit in his hat, I would very much love to see it. But the way I envision this thing is the only way that he would be able to get into legitimate negotiations once again is, well, it won't even be him. It'll be when the next president comes into office, or if there is indeed a regime change in Iran, because we know the relations that the American government had with the previous regime, before the shift in the 70s. So, I mean, it's really not surprising the way all of this has played out.
We should put some respect on his name.
Really be sitting back and be surprised that they have withdrawn from the non-proliferation treaty. Obviously, it's something to be concerned about, but it's simple.
Okay, so wait, really quick. This was a flashback to Lindy's take. Her take on what she was saying on June 18th about these.
Go crazy, go nuts.
20 minutes in, I haven't said a single word.
Go ahead, Lindy, go crazy, go nuts. Go ahead.
I don't want to be like...
Just go.
Well,
Lindy,
anyway,
go.
I just want to say, just because you're yelling doesn't mean that you're
What's
correct, but that's
wrong
not
with-
my main point. My main point is this. I'm not even pro the Netanyahu regime, but let's get our facts correct. Iran is completely desecrating all agreements that it's previously made. In fact,
yes.
Can I finish?
They're not.
Just 2 weeks ago, they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their infrastructure, into their facilities. That is a clear violation of previous agreements. To say that that's not happening is completely dishonest and disingenuous. And I'm not even pro Netanyahu. I just want to lay out the facts here. This is what's happening. They are violating agreements. 20 minutes in, I haven't said a single
Okay, so that's what she says.
So I haven't said I don't know what to make of that, Aaron. What do you want me to make of that?
Well, no. There's some follow-up. So this is what she was saying like 2 days before or whatever. This is 2 days earlier than that. We just did a fiery episode, all the receipts.
You bring the receipts.
On Israel and Iran. I am always America first and think we should stay out of foreign wars. What do you think? And then that's when she goes on to say that. And her final take on this, as it was happening, was Iranian response was very weak and reminiscent of Iran's response to Soleimani's death in 2020. If so, Trump was right.
Okay, don't go after her. She wasn't that into the war, all right? So she's playing it on the fence. She's doing her thing. Let's leave Lindy alone.
She is definitely not the most egregious or whatever, but to me, this whole, like, it's almost like it's just lip service that you're paying to this position. If you say, I don't think Iran should have a nuclear weapon, but you don't call out Trump for derailing the diplomatic talks, you don't call out Israel for derailing it, you don't call out, or you say Trump was right or whatever, that they were not going to have a good response. and then try to fall back on, but I didn't technically support it. I'm just going to praise him derailing it, and then after I'll say that he was correct about it. And also reemphasize that Iran's not holding up the terms of the agreement, and also that like they can't be allowed to have a nuke. They're the actual bad actor here. It just, to me, that waters it down so much that it's useless that you said you didn't support it.
Preach.
Cause and affect people. Like, what did you think was going to happen under these set of circumstances? So that's my perspective. I will say, obviously, this was a very well-debated topic on our last show. And I made the astute observation that I'm smart enough to know I'm too retarded to comment on this. And since then, I very much hold, similar mindset. But what I will say is I'm pleasantly surprised at the way that things have been handled, the way that things have been buttoned up, but I'm still extremely cautious. And I don't think that this is any cause for major celebrations. We shouldn't be counting our chickens before they hatch. We need to be watching this diligently to see what comes about. But I will say, I have eaten some of my words, and I am impressed to see the way that this has been responded to, the fact that there was a ceasefire announced, and also the fact that Trump was critical of Israel.
She never really gave a take. She said that she didn't have enough information to make an informed opinion.
I was too stupid to make a take, and I'm now eating my words. Which words?
Yeah, I was gonna say those are mutually exclusive positions.
When he was talking, I mean, for me, the second most impactful thing, aside from they don't know what the F they're doing, is he said that Israel dropped bombs, the likes of which he has never seen. And I know that Trump is fond of hyperbole. He would probably describe a cake in the same way, right? Anything. But it's still the fact that he was able to give some criticism of Israel. To your point, Lindy, I think that was nice to see him condemning it from both sides.
By the way, CNN is reporting that the Trump administration has discussed possibly helping Iran access as much as $30 billion.
Okay, you can criticize that. Anna starts speaking, they zoom in on Jillian and then zoom back out.
Jillian. Can I just say, we should kick out Amy Dangerfield, kick out Lindy, replace them, kick out Jillian.
Get rid of Jillian.
And just make the show Anna.
So it's no take.
No take. Oh, sorry, just kidding.
$1 billion to build a civilian energy producing nuclear program.
Wait, pause.
And
I'm sorry. Do you know the KSI song? It goes, how does it go?
I'm in the thick of it, or whatever. That thick of it song?
Everybody knows. Wow, yeah.
Okay.
And one of the best comments is like, this would be so good if you change the lyrics, change the melody, change the song, change the singer.
Why did that song get so much shit? Don't get me wrong, like it just was like, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good song, but it just sounded like a cookie cutter like song from 2014.
From the screen to the pen to the thing, because it's like, you're about to, I don't know, it's like a song that you're pumping up 12-year-olds to like.
It was, but people were. I've heard worse songs from like YouTubers or whatever. I don't know. It was not the worst offense.
Have you ever heard I Love Chinese Food? That song?
Yeah, I have.
You know that it's true. That's like one of the top songs.
That was made by a YouTuber?
I think. Then you also have like the classics like Rebecca Black's Friday. Speaking of Rebecca Black, is anyone
a blackhead? What does she call her fan base? I don't know.
Is anyone listening to it?
To her new album? I mean, people that buy tickets to Katy Perry's tour because she's opening for her, right? I'm pretty sure. Or is she opening for Charlie XCX? No, that's not what's happening. It's the opposite. But she is opening for someone. She's either opening for Charlie XCX or for Katy Perry.
Huh.
You should know this. I know you like K-pop. You like the girly pop music. You love K-pop.
Twice. I like Twice. That's what I like. I like Twice, and that's about it. So don't come over here with your other K-pop. I only like Twice.
How did you even come to only like Twice?
One of my very good friends from college, he got me into it. And then I was like, all right, this kind of slaps.
These ladies know what they're doing.
He's offering to Iran to bring them back to the negotiating table.
The names?
I don't know any of like. No, I know their names. Come on.
Sorry, Jesus, I didn't mean to offend the Twice stan.
Come on. What are your thoughts on Chappell Roan?
Love Chapel. I went to go see her. Chapel.
Chappelle?
I saw her live at ACL. I flew into Texas just to see her.
Guys, I'm not telling you not to vote for Kamala. Okay, obviously vote vote the way you want to vote, but vote Democratic. But why are you guys yelling at me? That's what I remember. But I also think that she's an amazing artist.
I
Just
thought
so musically
people,
talented, such a
one, she should not, she should be listening to her publicist and not posting any of those TikToks. I don't even know why she was doing that. But I thought she got way more shit than she should have. People, like, the response that I saw to Chappell Rowan.
Hutches of the world. The Hutches of the world.
Yeah, I know he like dissected it like moment by moment. I watched it on his
So did
fucking
I.
YouTube channel.
I was part of it. What can I say?
I know, but what's hard for me is that Chappell Rowan is, to me, indicative of where like the average Zoomer voter is at. So going that hard on her, one, is disproportionate because she's a celebrity. And when I see people going harder on her, then I see them going harder on their own politicians and elected leaders. That always bothers me. Especially when it's not, again, we're not talking about a political pundit. We're talking about a celebrity, like a fucking singer, okay? And people were going after her like she has a significant amount of influence or something like that when she doesn't. But I do think that that was generally where the pulse was for younger voters as far as that election, is that they were begrudgingly voting against Trump for Harris, but they were not excited or enthusiastic to do that. And it just seemed like people were shouting her down for not being enthusiastic about the candidate, even though I was like, a lot of people feel this way, though. But no, I don't think you should say, use your critical thinking to like decide who you want to vote for. But then if somebody was like, okay, then I'm going to vote Trump, she'd clearly go, well, not like that. You know, it's like, well, that point just endorse, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not opposed to her principally that like she was saying that, you know, I have a lot of disagreements with them and I don't feel comfortable like just endorsing them without trying to extract something, right? Use leverage. Like, that is how it's supposed to work, right?
That sounds like Hassan shit, though, and fuck that guy.
Well, because the way that she's looking at it, she's putting too much emphasis on, like, the impact of, like, an endorsement or an individual vote, because she was like, I don't want to put my name and brand behind it. And I'm like, you can't look at voting as, like, a branding decision, Chappell. Because it's not a branding decision. It's like a...
No.
It's a strategic thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think shouting people down over stuff like that is the way to go about it.
Probably not. That's kind of Cenk's point, right? Don't yell at people and you're never going to convince them if you do.
Well, people that are obviously sympathetic to your side, if they're saying I'm not that enthusiastic about the candidate and people are like, shut up, you have to be. I saw that happen in 2016 with people that were like, yeah, I'm not crazy about Hillary. I don't like Trump either, but I'd be lying if I said I liked Hillary. And it was like, stop saying that, you're helping Trump.
I know, but it's so frustrating because we've seen this movie before. And even now, I bet like if it were Trump for a third term and like some other normie Democrat like Gavin Newsom, we'd be having the same conversation. So I get on the one hand what's strategically important, but I'm not convinced that bullying doesn't work. And I'm also not convinced that like we should also have understanding for people who are fucking fed up of having to make the same arguments, civilizational arguments all the time, every day. So I get it. Like,
I know, but like the average American doesn't even think like January 6th is an insurrection, no?
Oh, they do. They pulled them. They do.
What was it? Was it like a simple majority?
It was like 55 to 60%.
Okay, so
it's yeah.
The average American then they do think that, but that margin is like way smaller than it should be. You know, like it should be overwhelming that people understand January 6th as like an insurrection to me, and the fact that it's not. That shows you the type of like media environment all of these elections are taking place in. So when I see that that's where like median opinion is on those things, Democrats will say that we need to meet voters where they're at and be endlessly accommodating to like reactionary positions on immigration. I kept seeing that pop up when it came to the 2024 election. But when it came to Chappell Rowan being like, I'm not enthusiastic, not because of immigration, but because of Biden's policy towards Israel and Gaza, it was shouted down and not considered. And I was like, this is somebody who's clearly in your camp. You know, like if your only way of relating to this voter is to shout them down, and that's the only way that you know how to explain the gravity of the choice that you're faced with, I just don't think that that's going to win. That's not a winning strategy. That kind of is like the caricature of they don't really have a platform. All you have is that Trump is like Hitler and you're trying to scare people into voting for him.
Which is what I liked about Mamdani's campaign, because contrary to the constant negative press, it was like a coalition building situation. Even now, like post primary, he's like very much reaching out to mainstream. Like, so I do think that there's room for, you know, coalition building and being positive. I don't know I can only.
But
be
it's
myself.
not enough for it to be like they don't just want positivity. They want it to be like feigned enthusiasm. Like, no, you have to vote against Donald Trump and you have to be happy about Kamala Harris, or you had to be happy about Hillary Clinton.
And this is kind of like the Stephen Bennell point, which is like, it feels that all of the right-wing influencer class is being like very enthusiastic, even though they have their reservations, they endorse enthusiastically, right? So that's the kind of, again, not to say that that's the same kind of double standard, whatever.
But do you think it's genuine?
I understand the frustration. What?
Do you think it's genuine?
I don't know if it is. If it is not, it's it's indistinguishable from it being genuine. It feels genuine.
I think that it seems more genuine for those right-wing influencers. I'm not saying that it is. I think that you're correct, that the perception is that it is indicative, not only like that is not a false enthusiasm, it's a genuine enthusiasm. And so I think that like Zoran or whatever, like the enthusiasm surrounding him, I don't think that that's astroturfed. I don't think that that's contrived. I think it's genuine. I think he's very, very polarizing, and people have strong feelings on either for or against him. And that bodes well more than a candidate where people are tepid on them.
I hear you. And I think at the start of the campaign, I think you're right. I think it wasn't astroturfed Trump enthusiasm. I think you're right about that there was this kind of genuine enthusiasm among a lot of people even among the more reluctant class, even Elon Musk, right? Like he started out as reluctant, but became this kind of like, I think he was being, upfront with that kind of belief. I will say early on, Kamala Harris had a little bit of that aura for a moment, right? During the Kamala craze for like whatever amount of time.
Coconut
and
tree.
It kind of died off after a while. Yeah, the coconut tree stuff. So there was a genuine little thing at the beginning there. Same with Walls, kind of.
But when did it start dying?
Yeah, I don't associate. You associate it with like the Cheney stuff and the.
Not just the Cheney stuff. When she started making pivots towards the center, was when I saw the enthusiasm start to drop. Like around the DNC, I think the DNC was like the point where I was like, okay. She feels that she has garnered enough of the progressive wing and the support that she needs to advance and start making campaigns and overtures to like the middle and the center. And so I can respect that obviously not every aspect of the campaign is going to be tailored to the progressives, right? I totally understand that. But I guess I turn around and I look at Trump and they never really think about like how the Republicans are successful electorally, and that's because of gerrymandering partially, right? But another part of it is that I don't feel like they're ever operating within the parameters that they feel is acceptable to pander to like Democratic voters that they can peel off. They're outspoken about their agenda, as unpopular as it can be, and they're unapologetic about it, and they're not constantly trying to like couch their words to get like centrists and stuff like that. Whereas Democrats are like endlessly trying to appeal to this group of mythical moderate independent voters that I feel like is becoming increasingly small.
Yeah, I think anything that reads inauthentic, for whatever reason, some of these centrists that run actually have a good connection to their constituencies. So I'm thinking here of like the Maria Glump, whatever is it Maria
Glusenkamp Perez.
Yeah.
I can't stand her. I can't
stand them either, honestly, on a lot of stuff. But I would happy to work with them in the Big Tent coalition. But I will say, like, when they take some of these insane votes, I totally disagree. But I think that they're just like this perception of authenticity. That word has purchased with people that feeling of like you're dealing with someone who's a real person.
Well, the Democratic Party doesn't like that.
Candidate.
They don't like that because you saw that fracture. Like a lot of people tried to make like comparisons, like horseshoe theory comparisons, that like the Bernie bros were just like the liberal reflection of the MAGA movement. And the only similarities that I saw between the quote unquote Bernie bros and Trump's diehards is the fact that both of these groups of people like their candidate. They are enthusiastic about the candidate that they support, and they can name reasons why, and it's not feigned. Whereas, like, I can't say that I see that sort of enthusiasm emerging from, like, the fucking K-Hive or from Elizabeth Warren voters or from Hillary voters. And to the extent that there is, it's very, very small, and they're seen as extremely cringe.
They are seen as cringe.
I mean...
There's kind of aura about certain people. I don't know. There's aura. People, and I don't know how you distill it down. Whatever Trump is, he has that aura that people gravitate to, and for whatever reason it's perceived as authenticity. Some people have the aura, some people don't.
Well, I
Among
think
Democrats,
that
I think few people have it.
I think that this strategy of like again, we can just kind of like pretend like feign fake it till you make it. Just feign all of this enthusiasm for the candidate, and that'll carry you through the general. I don't think that works, and I think that was proven in this last election. And I think people like Hutch that were saying like, yeah, the Liz Cheney thing or whatever, like this kind of stuff works. Let's pander to the center, and like you don't need to pander to the fringe.
I don't think it's policy.
It's like I think that people wanted that to happen so they could say, see, we can win without progressives, so we don't need to pander to them at all. And I'm not going to say that she lost because she didn't get progressives or whatever, but she didn't get a lot of people. A lot of people stayed home. So clearly that message just did not land. For a lot of reasons, I realize she came in late and all of that, but that message still just did not land, and I think the margins could have been smaller still. Back to her take, folks.
Don't know if that's going to work. But one other point that I'm going to make, and I'm curious what you think about this, Dave. Look, we're talking about 3 different countries here, right? You have Israel and the United States on one side. In my opinion, pretending like their concern is the nuclear program, when in reality, certainly in the case of Israel, they want a regime change war. That was really the end goal of this war, which is why you saw the Shah's son, doing endless interviews and stuff like that, because he was supposed to be the person replacing the current regime in Iran. But also, if you're a nuclear power, you know that other nuclear powers are not going to strike you because that is mutually assured destruction. Absolute annihilation, right? So if Iran did obtain a nuclear weapon, I don't think they would be stupid enough to literally use it, because they know that if they used it, let's say against Israel, well, there would be severe consequences for the people of Iran because the US would use nukes against them. I think Iran wanted a nuke specifically as a deterrent, especially when you have someone like Netanyahu for decades talking about how he wants regime change in Iran. That's my read of it. But what do you think, Dave?
Yeah, well, I could get into that. There's just no question that the Israelis, certainly the Likudniks and the neoconservatives, have wanted a regime change in Iran, and they've been openly talking about that since way before they started using this phony 60% enriched uranium threat of a nuke. And so, this Iran was put on the axis of evil after 9/11, and as you can listen to 4-star General Wesley Clark say in his own words, he saw that the plans had already been decided upon, that we were going to overthrow the government in Iran in 2001. And of course, George W. Bush wanted to go forward in 2007, and it was his own Pentagon that told him we absolutely could not do this because we don't have escalation dominance in a war with Iran, and we would just take tens of thousands of lives lost, and it would require a military presence north of 500,000 troops in order to overthrow the regime. And,
Did you see that video that was going viral from this, Chinese professor that had given a lecture, a year earlier called, the Iran Trap or something like that? No?
What did it say?
Well, he apparently, let me see if I can find the Newsweek article. Newsweek.
Did he predict something?
Yeah, the professor who predicted Trump's return and war with Iran. It's called Predictive History. You didn't see these?
No.
Where they outline what he said.
My chat says he's a kook.
He probably is or whatever. He likes game theory and stuff like that. But what Dave Smith is saying, it's not to praise this guy or whatever because I haven't watched the video. It's to say that what Dave Smith is saying is what he was end up saying here, what he was mostly arguing here. Zhang's core warning was about boots on the ground military action that U.S. troops, once deployed into Iran's mountainous terrain, would be hostages, not soldiers, unable to mass forces, protect supply lines, or escape. He estimated that conquering Iran would require at least 3 to 4 million soldiers, far beyond the U.S. military's capacity, especially given its reliance on outsourced manufacturing and low recruitment. And then
says the guy thinks Iran wants to provoke U.S. into attacking them, which is contradicted by their actions. What do you think about that?
Well, I agree with their assessment or whatever. I don't think that this guy said anything that was insanely revolutionary or whatever. I think it just picked up steam because of how social media functions. These random clips went viral or whatever.
The dude said the Holocaust isn't real.
Citation needed. I don't know. I don't watch him, so. But before I go out and say he's a Holocaust denier or whatever, I'd like to at least see a receipt. Don't want to just slander the guy.
You know what? From now on, I'm going to demand receipts as well.
I'm not
for
sure
an extraordinary claim like that. He fucking is a Holocaust denier. Okay, tell me where. I'm open to hearing that he is, but I need to see where.
exactly what Linda, you think was disingenuous about what I was saying, but in your response mentioning that the establishments of the Democratic and Republican Party both agree on something, I think we should all acknowledge that the days of that being a meaningful point are long gone. No kidding, the Democrat and establishment, the establishment of both major political parties agrees with the war party. No kidding. That doesn't make it true. And the idea that anybody could even try to convince you that Iran poses some type of imminent threat to the United States of America is frankly goofy. I mean, I just don't know. Maybe Kuwait's about to overthrow us, or we really got to look out for Liechtenstein. They may take down the United States of America. I mean,
I wasn't hearing too many people say, as a side of people saying like, oh, the Iranian fucking sleeper cells in the United States are going to be activated any day, and somehow doing strikes helps decrease this. But I mostly heard that they're an existential threat to Israel. Israel's our ally, so we should help with this. That was the argument that I heard.
And he's not really addressing Lindy's points there about enrichment. He's just like, it's just goofy. It just is. This is slop.
Anna thinks Anna's entertained. She's smiling like a fool.
She's smiling.
She's grinning.
Beaming. This is great for Anna. Anna loves this.
And you're offended. You're like, how dare he just slight my girl Lindy, not even addressing her points directly.
I'm sorry, the 60%.
The lovely Lindy Lee.
Thing is a joke. This is just not. Look, they were in negotiation. They were, as Anna pointed out, they were compliant when America was involved in the JCPOA, and they're still compliant with the JCPOA at 60% enrichment. It was Donald Trump's boneheaded decision to walk out of that.
Can you pause?
I don't know enough about the finer points of the JCPOA to know if that was the maximum compliance limit or whatever. For that, I don't believe that it was. But that being said, I don't think that you can overlook other violations of it. Not that they're really, you can expect them to comply from an agreement that we withdrew from, right?
Right.
But I don't know about this. I'm skeptical.
Agreement. And the Iranians, look, what were they negotiating as this surprise attack happened? They were negotiating.
Because it just sounds like weren't there other violations that he's downplaying, but saying overall they've been compliant with the main thing? If that's the argument, then I think that's what they need to articulate.
Bringing that down. That's what the Iranians knew they had to offer. In other words, it was a bargaining chip.
So
it was
Joanna's saying they were not compliant with the JCPOA, but they were compliant with NPT. Yeah, I think it's the non-proliferation treaty, which allows for 60% enriched uranium and lower than 90% or whatever, right? So it's just questionable why you would do it. And what I think the JCPOA did was limit enrichment levels, and that's what they weren't complying with after, obviously, America had
withdrew.
Bring to negotiations to say, hey, you guys lift a little bit of sanctions and we'll bring this down. They don't want a nuclear bomb. They have not been attempting to build one. It's what all of the intelligence tells us. And to say,
I think this assessment is correct.
It was, and this is widely reported, Donald Trump himself admitted this, that he basically got bullied by the hawks to putting a poison pill into the negotiations. That they would say you have to have no nuclear enrichment whatsoever and give up all your centrifuges.
Again, I hate this shirking of responsibility towards Trump. He basically got bullied by people that he fucking intentionally surrounded himself with. Give me a fucking break. He chose to act on their recommendations and words, and he chose these people. He handpicked these people. So you can't just discharge responsibility to the crazy voices or whatever. He wanted to listen to them.
And that was always something that the Iranians weren't going to accept, but they had already accepted the original JCPOA. They had joined into it and were enriching at 5% or whatever was compliance when America was involved. And so then they still had more negotiations set. They had a meeting set for the next weekend when Israel first attacked. So the idea that your concern was this threat is just, I'm sorry, this is just doesn't.
Okay, according to the armscontrolcenter.org, in May 2018, former President Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA without cause and reimposed nuclear-related sanctions on Iran. Up until May 2019, a full year after the United States withdrew from the deal, the IAEA routinely verified that Iran was in full compliance under the JCPOA. After that, Iran began incrementally stepping back from compliance with the deal, while the other parties to the agreement have remained committed to its implementation. Since the U.S. abrogated the deal and Iran in turn stopped honoring some of its commitments, Iran has reduced its breakout time, the amount of time it would take to accumulate enough fissile material for a nuclear weapon, from more than a year to about 3 to 4 months, although the IAEA remains on the grounds to verify the peaceful nature of its nuclear program.
And to put into better perspective, why it's a poison pill, and Dave's right about the poison pill, is what Trump's negotiating position is: you can't have any enrichment, not even for your own nuclear power industry, which is that's something that countries have a right to do, right? Countries have a right to nuclear power. Imagine if you were to tell hey, Australia, you can't have nuclear power. Hey, this other country can't have nuclear power. Now, I understand Iran is different. I hate Iran's regime. I hate this and that, right? Like, but if we're going to let Saudi Arabia get nuclear power, if we're going to pretend that international rules mean anything, then we need to apply them more consistently. And I think there was a deal, potential deal, that would extend enrichment limits that I think Iran would have signed up to. And I think that that's precisely the deal that they were willing to sign up to, and ultimately that Israel didn't want, and that therefore, like, Trump's position, no enrichment whatsoever, is the poison pill, because no country is going to say, yeah, we are not allowed even to have nuclear power.
Well, 2 points. One, I brought up international law earlier, and you were like, no one really cares about that, but now you're saying that we should uphold
It was a meme. It was a bit of a meme.
Okay, bit of a meme. He was just, yes to yoke. Okay, whatever. Then the other thing is that I don't think that pointing to Saudi Arabia is the best example, because we have, like, I wouldn't say they're an ally, but more of like a frenemy or something like that. Shouldn't you point to to someone more hostile to the United States that has acquired nuclear weapons, like Pakistan or something?
I'm just saying, like, nuclear energy. If the fear is like these
or nuclear energy, that's what I meant to say.
These highly religious regimes, and now question how much the House of Saud is super religious or whatever, but they have a lot of.
Well, they're not, but the religious institution gives them
extremism
power
in Saudi. Yeah. So they're interlinked with them, and so yeah. I just think that that deal should be okay with us. We should be okay with Iran having nuclear energy and us just monitoring to make sure they have no weapons. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with that. Why can't we do that?
Doesn't meet the basic smell test.
Let me respond to that, Dave. I have a series of questions for you.
Sure.
If Iran wasn't a threat to America and they weren't deciding, and they weren't moving towards a nuclear weapon, why did they build a nuclear facility literally under a mountain?
Why does she think she's going to be able to take on Dave Smith with these stupid talking points? He's already going to cop to the fact that, like, why do they have uranium enrichment? They've literally already outlined it in this conversation. She's either not listening or she thinks that she has some great gotcha. And he's going to say that's separate. That's a separate claim from whether they're acquiring a nuclear. They're actively seeking to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the IAEA asks that question in all of its reports.
Why was that necessary?
And that's why, like, our own intelligence, that's why Tulsi Gabbard makes the delineation between here's how they're enriching uranium, but does that mean that they're actively looking to acquire a nuclear weapon? And we didn't have evidence of that.
I was in a bunker under such tremendous secrecy and under.
We knew where these facilities are.
Such great lengths to conceal their.
We know exactly where these facilities are.
Dave, let me throw a few more questions in here, because I've watched a lot of the counter argument. So I've seen Victor Davis Hanson talk about it. I've seen friggin' Van Jones talk about it. And listen, these guys are chanting death to America.
I love Jillian.
I mean, when someone tells you who they are, I tend to believe them. The other thing is Trump's been very consistent from the inception of his very first term. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
These guys are robots. They're robots. They say, "Oh, death to America." He's been so consistent. They say the same shit. They're literal robots. They get talking points sent to them from I don't know who. Who's making the talking points?
These guys? You mean these ladies?
These gay ladies.
It's too late with North Korea. It's too late with China. It's too late with Russia. But he brilliantly put himself in a position where China's in the middle of negotiating trade. They're not going to get involved. Russia doesn't want more sanctions. They're not going to get involved. North Korea is already stretched way too thin helping Russia and Ukraine, so they're not going to get involved. I thought that was brilliant on his part. I think why, and I get that you're saying, well, they only enriched to 60% because they wanted a bargaining chip, but that seems hypothetical in all fairness. If you need 3 to 5% to enrich for civilian purposes, you're at 60? You have enough.
Also, that's wrong that, like, there is Chinese and Russian stakes in these or whatever. She's, like, downplaying or saying, like, it's too simple to be like, they're not going to be involved or whatever. Didn't China help broker the agreement that with Saudi Arabia in the last few years?
In China?
Hold on. Let me look it up. Hold on.
For 10 bombs? You're also the number one funder of state terror. You're, I don't know how far away from getting intercontinental ballistic missiles. I think you guys are like, Netanyahu is the devil. But there's a devil right in front of you that blinds people. But Anna, where is your outrage about the fact that Iran funds friggin' the Shiite militia, Hezbollah, Hamas? Like, where is the horror about these guys?
Yeah, that's what it was. China brokered a diplomatic normalization between Saudi Arabia and Iran in March of 2023. And this had also shifted because
now about the. Yeah, good.
Well, my point is that they had like there was Arab opposition to the JCPOA. Like the Saudis weren't supportive of the JCPOA initially, but then after seeing that they were able to be compliant or whatever, then that's when the normalization was able to take place.
Praise to me, by the way.
Well, all of that though, like that's what I would say to Dave and Anna is like, I get everything you don't want, and I totally agree. Tell me.
Jillian, I mean, I adore you so much, but you might as well be telling me to follow the science and mask compliance or something like that. I mean, all of this is just the problem.
That was the cringiest way to make that point. I can't think of a more cringe way to fucking go about that.
So Dave,
look, because let's go through one after the other. I'm not saying some hypothetical that Iran was using the 60% enrichment as a negotiating chip. They were in negotiations, negotiating that down. That was the entirety of the negotiations. That's what they were talking about. What would they have to get in exchange for coming back down to the levels that they previously were at when they were in the deal that Donald Trump walked away from? And as far as this, like
60 days.
And he tacked on day 61.
That's hold on.
No, she just repeated lies.
60 days.
They just repeated lies.
60 days.
He sent that letter on March 7th. The 60-day deadline would have happened in May. It would not have happened in June. They're completely just taking Trump at his word when he says that, the 60-day deadline happened to coincide with this.
No one actually counted the 60 days except for Aaron. Aaron was the only one who actually checked to see if they counted 60 days. I want to say, it reminds me of when people were like, Kyle Rittenhouse, he crossed state lines, he crossed state lines, he crossed state lines. And they're like, but it was 61. He said 66. Like, what the fuck does that matter? 60, 61. Get over yourself. That shouldn't be the basis of our foreign policy, whether or not it's 60, 61. Maybe don't draw a line on an arbitrary amount of time.
On Trump's letter to Khomeini. On March 7th, Trump announced that he had written a letter to Ali Khomeini expressing his desire to initiate new nuclear negotiations with Iran. He warned that failure to accept the proposal could expose Iran to serious military consequences. Trump also imposed additional sanctions on the country and pledged to reduce Iran's oil exports to zero. According to Emirati political scientist something Abdallah, the letter included demands that Iran fully dismantle its nuclear program, halt all enrichment, and end support for regional proxy groups, with compliance required within 2 months, aka 60 days. In exchange, the U.S. offered to lift sanctions and normalize relations, while warning that failure to negotiate would result in military strikes. Initially, Iran did not acknowledge the letter, indicating that Iran would not meet the new expectations. During March 2025, Iran and the U.S. engaged in indirect exchanges over Trump's letter, with both sides issuing threats. Lots of citations for that claim. Khomeini reportedly changed his mind about the negotiations after his advisors warned that the threat of war with the U.S. and the deepening economic crisis could bring down the regime. By the end of March, the Iranian leadership sent a reply to the letter expressing readiness for nuclear negotiations, and then they transpired. And multiple rounds had occurred or whatever. And this impatience that they have is fucking ridiculous because the JCPOA took over a year to negotiate. And I realized the JCPOA obviously had more signatories and was more robust. But this idea that the rounds of negotiations that we had embarked on with Iran up until this point was out of the ordinary or indicative of like obstinance from Iran or hostility is not true, because it's not going to happen overnight. It was a back and forth or whatever that was completely normal for the type of agreement that they were trying to secure.
Good shit.
Well, I'm just saying that the 60-day deadline, because I made the initial mistake that I thought that was fake. Yeah. I thought he completely made it up. But then I realized, like, no, there was a 60-day deadline, but it's not, it expired back in May, or the idea that they were still adhering to it. Like, it just seemed like this was abandoned as soon as they entered into negotiations. This was not a timeline that was continuing. So Trump pulling it out like it's his fucking trap card and being like, aha, the 60 days or whatever.
The 60-day meme.
Whether you were familiar with it or not, just seemed like a joke. Because if you weren't familiar with it, it was like, I wasn't. Where are you coming with this number? This seems completely made up after the fact to post hoc rationalize these actions. Or now that I know about it, it's like, oh, so you're still lying, because that 60-day deadline, even if I assumed that both of you were actually holding Iran to that timetable, which had clearly been abandoned once they entered into negotiations, that would have ended in May, so you still don't have a W. So it's still a lie at the end of the day.
Fucking owned. Good job, Aaron.
Negotiations, and they struck before then.
Yes, no kidding. But again, guys, it's like there's so many things here. So let me just rattle down some of these. Number one, the 60-day thing was just totally arbitrarily imposed by Donald Trump. And then, as I just said, he snuck in the poison pill that you have to get rid of all enrichment together. We had no legal or justified right to demand that from them. And that was obviously not going to be agreed. But the point is, they were still willing to continue negotiating. They had negotiations scheduled for that weekend. In terms
also,
of
this whole that was snuck in or whatever, it's like, no, in that letter, he was already saying that was a demand. And they entered into agreements knowing that was the starting position of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's realistic or right or whatever is obviously a separate question, but it also
had awareness of it, but
yeah,
he's
they knew
lying
about it.
Then, yeah.
Well, I don't think he's lying. I think he's wrong. I don't think he's lying.
Wrong.
Like they chant "Death to America." It's like, yeah, there are some chants like that. I don't know that launch. Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap between no biggie and you should launch a war of aggression.
It is no biggie, so. Really so, because in the context of what we're discussing, it has no relevance to me. Like, it's like a fucking childish way to go about deciding military action on a country is if people within it are like critical of the United States.
They hate us because we have freedom.
Yeah.
That's why they hate us. Aaron.
So I don't even know why he's like hesitant about that. You should just be willing to say, I don't give a fuck. There are people in this country that say death to Iran. Does that give them the right to fucking strike us? No.
Who says no one says death to Iran?
What? It's a country of 340 million people. You think that none of them are doing it?
Are you serious? You think someone says death to Iran?
It's been known to happen.
And choice.
No, you can't find one person.
You've said it. You want me to pull up our DMs?
Oh shit! No, never mind. He's first play.
Just press play.
I know you love DMs.
That Iran's the nuclear bomb us. Really,
when you're at the level of war propaganda where you're going, they hollered mean things about me, so I think we should start bombing
I don't know
them.
if you realize, but I'm on your side.
Yes. Just make that point. Just fucking come out. Don't downplay it or whatever. Just be like, yeah, they say it. So what?
Well, no, but you're kind of not. You're not on my side. If you're repeating the war propaganda,
No,
then
I'm
you're
just
not really
saying.
on my side.
My point of view, what I'm trying to get across is I see Iran as they were a nuclear threat, and to say otherwise is just naive.
Yeah, well, no. What's disingenuous? I know. It's like so if you think about all the countries that America has targeted and put in their crosshairs, say like post 9/11, it's like Saddam's building.
I got a chatter saying why was lying and being incorrect become synonymous with so many online people, and Pisco is one of the worst offenders. So check yourself, bitch. Stop saying that people are fucking lying when they may just be mistaken, huh? You ever thought about that?
Okay.
You ever thought about that?
Yeah.
Is this the Hassan mind virus? Is this the Hassan poison pill, isn't it?
Did they give you money for that? Fine, I'm gonna read all the mean shit that people say about you. Ready? Hang on, let's see.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
They've been pretty nice.
My fans.
All the mean stuff happened before. You were mind poisoning me or something, or you said it all to gas me up so that I have my take even stronger.
It's true. I mean, that's a key aspect and tenet of communism is like redistribution of wealth. So even though Pisco is the larger creator, he's the one that gets hundreds of concurrents. Meanwhile, I usually don't even break 3 digits across 2 platforms. He's redistributing the clout to Lycan and I because I have put communism in his brain. It's on his mind. So he feels the need to pander to us, obviously, as the smaller creators of the two. Like, it doesn't even stream.
Yeah.
Weapon of a nuclear weapon. I mean, he wasn't, but that doesn't matter. We'll just lie about it and go to war with him. North Korea is a big threat because they have a nuclear weapon, so we have to have a sanctions campaign and put full pressure on them. Gaddafi got completely rid of his nuclear program. That means we got to go overthrow him. And also 60% enrichment means we have to go to war with you. So what is the option? What is the option that any country has that takes them off of the table of being a nuclear threat?
Respectfully, do you hear yourself when you say that the Iranian regime was using nuclear weapons as a negotiating chip? They were literally playing with humanity for their own self-interest. Do you understand how horrendous that sounds?
I was going to say she's putting words in his mouth because he never conceded that they have a nuclear weapon yet.
No, I don't.
Action.
No, I don't. I don't think that makes any sense at all.
Government. May I ask a question? Like, genuinely pose a question to Jillian and to Lee. Like, I really want to ask you guys this, and I'm asking it from a very genuine.
Oh, wait, really quick. This was from from Reuters. The May 13th ultimatum received little attention at the time. This is an article from like the last week or so.
60 days.
But behind the scenes, the president already knew an attack on Iran could be imminent, and and that there might be little he could do to stop it, according to 2 U.S. officials. By mid-May, the Pentagon had begun drawing up detailed contingency plans to aid Israel if it followed through on its long-held ambition to strike Iran's nuclear program, the officials said, and that the U.S. had already diverted thousands of defensive weapons away from war-torn Ukraine towards the Middle East in preparation for a potential conflict, according to a Western source familiar with the matter and the Ukrainian source. The Pentagon declined to comment for this story.
Good memes.
Genuine place. Obviously, Iran considered an adversary, very different ideologically in every single way. Israel is technically considered our ally. So I'm keeping that in mind when I ask this question, but I would still like an answer.
Off.
Iran was a part
That Israel's our ally? Me too. Me too.
of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
That's what Pisco was saying. He hates that Israel's our ally, you guys.
How come
No, I
nobody
didn't
is
say that.
concerned with the fact
I
that
love
Israel
Yeah?
Well, I think we should have friendly relations with Israel. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
is not
Disagree.
nor
You
has
don't
it
think
ever
so?
been. Again, I'm very ignorant.
I don't think we should have positive relations with genocidal regimes, no. Any more than we should have positive relations with, like, fucking Russia.
No, but the people of Israel, we should find a way to coexist with.
Okay,
the
that's
people.
not-
General, you agree with that? You agree with that, don't you?
You agree that you just shifted the claim, right? You agree with that? You acknowledge that?
We should all be friends. Should we all be friends?
Why can't we all just be friends? Why can't we all just get along?
It's almost 3, Aaron.
Why?
It's almost 3.
Why can't we? Okay,
that
okay, I'll play. Like, why can't we just play John Lennon's "Imagine" and all sing it at the same time?
True. It's a great song. It's overplayed, but it's a great song.
On this subject, I only started researching it when the first conflict broke out, and even the prior conflicts before that. And I started
hate
to
all these
realize, and why I
fucking
kind of took
throat
my position
clears
is because
by
history doesn't
Amy.
always repeat, but it often.
No one gives a fuck. You. Sorry. I'm gonna.
It's
reel it back.
the only thing
You
that's
don't need to give all
distracting.
these
You're
throat
distracted
clears
by her
because-
voice. I'm distracted by. She is
I'm not
incredibly
distracted by her
pale.
voice.
She is incredibly pale. It's
She's
actually
very pale in there. Yeah,
She's like-
is this the lighting? Is
a ghost. She's like a sheet of paper. She's
this the lighting,
alabaster.
maybe?
I don't know. She's just it's
there
very,
something-
she's wearing
do you have a
white.
problem
She's
with
very,
white
very fair,
people?
and then she has dark hair that's like making it even more intense.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but you know what, Amy?
rise.
Keep doing your thing.
We have seen.
Pisco
similar things
says,
play out
"Keep
with Iraq,
doing you."
so I don't blame
You do-
anybody for being
doing
concerned
you.
that we could possibly be getting into
Keep on keeping on.
another forever war. That is a perfectly justified position for anybody who is willing to observe history. My question to the two of you, I only just learned this when doing my due diligence. Do you
Oh
know
my
about this? Can you confirm it's true?
God.
And if so, what is your opinion on it? That in the 1960s, Israel disguised the Dimona facility as a textile mill and then a metallurgical site,
God.
eventually claiming it was for nuclear energy. The inspectors were shown fake control rooms, false walls, and doctored readings. I get that Israel's our ally, but if they're not willing to disclose anything, and Iran, on the other hand, is
Iran.
I mean, what's your perspective on that? Where's your nuance on that? Do you believe that Israel
How
should
come
be
Israel
subject,
has
despite them
nuclear
being our
weapons?
ally, to any type of oversight that they are apparently completely unwilling
All
to
right,
give?
Lindy.
Amy, you bring up a really
Lindy.
good
Take it
point.
away,
I don't want
Lindy.
anyone to construe my perspective as one of being in favor of Netanyahu. I think he's actually a really bad guy. And I
Wow,
want
so
Answer the fucking
so
point,
brave.
Lindy.
Israel, it's still
Answer
a
the
matter
point.
Israel still refuses to outright admit it has nuclear weapons because in doing
Yeah,
so, it
isn't
would
that a problem?
be illegal under American law to arm them. So we are in
Someone
action.
put 100%. She got this from a TikTok.
Wait,
Intentional denial about
so
What?
why are you okay with that?
the state of Israel's nuclear regime, because otherwise it would be completely against our own statutes. We funnel billions of dollars in armaments to Israel on an annual basis, and it would be illegal
Funnel.
if we were to accept reality, which is that Israel has nuclear weapons, which I find to be an extremely hypocritical status quo. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Well, it's not just hypocritical again, and even you're phrasing it in the hypothetical that would be illegal. But I think what you mean to say is it's illegal that we're doing this.
Illegal.
Well, I'm
There's
saying that
there's no mistake.
the American government refuses to acknowledge reality. I'm not
No,
here to
but that's
show for
just. But again,
Netanyahu. I'm just
that's
stating-
like. But that's like saying that
Israel.
like, a murderer refuses to acknowledge the reality that he committed a murder, and therefore, if he acknowledged it, he would be guilty. No, that guy committed murder. Whether he's publicly saying it or not is not the intelligence community in the United States.
Ooh, Dave Smith just committed murder right here. Public execution, baby. Warrant is out for his arrest.
Klein thing. It also in the way because he's like, it doesn't matter if you say that you did it. You did it. You didn't do it. That's the point. Yeah.
States of America doesn't have any question.
Oh, so you fawning over him in that moment is because you see yourself in him. You fucking narcissist. Okay. Yes.
No.
You're like, oh, he's making the point that I would make.
About
Dave,
whether
you
Israel
think that I'm a narcissist.
That's what I just said. Could you not hear me?
You
I thought those AirPods were like directly in your ears.
These conversations. It's not AirPods. They're fucking ear.
Oh, sorry. Brokey over here doesn't even have AirPods. Wired earbuds for the setup, okay?
What do you have? What do you have?
Sennheisers.
Show it off. Sennheisers.
Sennheisers, yeah.
Wow. Did Lycan get you those?
No, they were a Christmas gift from someone in my family. And then I looked it up after, and they're like $300. So.
Was it someone you care about in your family?
Yep. Who cares about me? Clearly, yes.
Yeah. I mean, the $300 gift. That's saying something. That's like a statement.
Yes. But I deserve it because I'm also born on that day. So.
Oh, that's right. I always forget that your birthday's that day.
I'm just laying out the facts.
No, I know. I'm okay, but I'm just responding directly to what you said. And look, I mean, I don't see why. Look, again, we could go through some of the other things that were claimed here because I think there's a lot that are important. But again, it's pretty clear here that Iran has been throwing up the white flag since post 9/11. They do not want it with America. I mean, look, even when they're pushed as far as they are right now, just imagine what it takes to be hit like they were just, and then give warning so that no one gets hurt because you really just don't want it. And if that's the case, no matter how terrible of an oppressive theocracy they are, which they are, you also have to look at these two players here. Israel is a rogue nation. Israel has, in the last year and a half, Israel has destroyed Gaza, attacked the West Bank, attacked Lebanon, attacked Yemen, attacked Iran, and attacked Syria. They've attacked 6 of their neighbors in the last year and a half, and they're the non-compliant nuclear rogue regime. And like, why should we just jump in on behalf of them in this equation when there's one side who clearly does not want it, and the other side wants to lure us into a war that we all know would be catastrophic? Like, this is the easiest decision.
What he is outlining already occurred, and it occurred for 12 days, and it was called the 12-Day War. And he called initially.
It shall be called.
It shall from this day forward, it shall be known as the 12-Day War that Donald Trump brokered the end, the ceasefire to.
I love it when he names things. You know, Gulf of America.
Beautiful.
It's so bad. Mannequins. Wonderful.
Should we buy Greenland? Make a little business transaction.
I wouldn't be opposed to having Greenland. I wouldn't be opposed to having Canada. Well, these are all possible deals.
In the world
consensually
make that we don't go all in besides this government. And you know, you guys, everybody here is making a big thing out of Donald Trump after he's totally humiliated by Benjamin Netanyahu, that he came out and dropped an F-bomb. Donald Trump's been funding the destruction of Gaza since he's been in. Let's see if there's any policy change that comes with it. I'm just like totally unimpressed by this. There was just a report today in Haaretz, I'm sure you read this, Anna, of just Israelis being ordered, IDF soldiers being ordered to open fire on people, desperate, starving people.
This was insane. Did you read this article?
I didn't read it, but I saw the headlines.
The contents of it are shocking, like genuinely some of like the most shocking reporting that I've seen from Haaretz so far. They were openly saying that they call it, like one of the soldiers would say, this is called Operation Salted Fish, and think of it as like an Israeli version of red light, green light. We're open firing on civilians that do not pose a threat. They're not returning fire. And they're not enemy combatants or anything like that. They're just civilians that are, where they like institute these free fire zones and they kill them. And then there was other senior officers saying, we don't know who is like coming up with the rules for this stuff. Like he had complete like lack of communication.
They'll all get charged and there'll be a proper investigation.
You said you hope or you're sure?
I'm sure there will be. I said sarcastically.
Like scrounging for aid. The most disgusting story
right now, because this is something I've been trying to draw attention to. Right. This is something that I've been trying to draw attention to in various...
For a second, I literally thought I had another video open because she abruptly interrupted him.
Interviews. Every time I go on Piers Morgan, I try to talk about it because...
Is my podcast co-host fucking Lindy Lee right now? What the fuck are you looking at your phone for? You're looking at your phone. You're not engaged. You're distracted.
I am distracted because it's almost 3 o'clock and I had to send a message. Sorry.
Okay. To who?
I'm sorry.
To someone in your family that you love?
For 10 hours. No, it wasn't. Stop trying to mirror my questions at me. When it gets to 3, I start asking weird shit, and I'm just.
I told you. I said that you do this earlier, and you got so offended. I said you literally. I was like, "Are you okay?" Because you're already at the point where you're saying weird shit to like keep yourself awake because you can't splash water on your face.
Let's just finish the Israel segment because I'm at 10 hours streaming. It's almost.
You know, this is your job, right? This is your new job.
I do other things too. I do other things.
You've been less consistent. A viewer of yours came to my chat and they just all they typed was, Pisco has been less consistent since he quit his full-time job.
First of all, that's not true. But second of all, well, listen, there was a wedding. There was a big wedding.
Okay.
And I was there, and there were a lot of stuff that I had. You know what? Not that I was involved in a lot of the planning stuff, but there were things that going on in my life. I had a bunch of stuff. So I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I don't need to tell you this. This is an off-stream conversation.
Justify your actions to me.
And you know what? Press play before I start to go crazy.
Sit up straight before I press play.
I know. No, you're not doing this. This is not going to be a power, because this is going to be like a whole power thing, and I don't want this to be a power thing. But
it already is a power thing.
It's not a power thing. Then you're not going to win, because I have oppositional defiance syndrome, and so do you.
What?
So what's going to happen? We're just going to sit here for the next 3 hours. You don't know what oppositional defiance syndrome is?
No. So I just asked you. What is that?
When you're oppositional to be defiant, it's a syndrome.
So you're pathologizing your own obstinance. Why? This is like TikTok crap. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just say you're stubborn?
It's apparent to everybody that you are defiant right now, and what you're saying is sit up before I press play, because you're trying to exert power and control. And so you're trying to have this little thing, because people say Aaron manipulates, and deep down, you actually like that. You actually like when people say Aaron's manipulating, because something about you, there's this like inherent notion of like power that you actually enjoy that sense, and that people have this kind of thing, and so it makes you feel good, and so you try to lean into it a little bit by now trying to exert power over me in this very apparent way by saying sit up. Tell me right now that you don't like when people say she's controlling him behind the scenes. You don't like that. Tell me you don't like that.
I hate it.
No, you see, you say you hate it, but your eyes tell a different story.
I was nodding my head, dumbass. That was the signal that I was doing. I was nodding my head while saying I hate it.
You actually love it. You love the notion of you being able to influence Lycan, and that you're able to influence me. That's what you want to be said. And so this is the standoff that we're having right now.
This is also why we have officially announced at the beginning of the stream that Pisco is willingly and voluntarily entering into a podcast with me.
No.
We never picked a name. Pick a name. What's the name?
There's no name. How can there be a name? How can there be such a name when there's such disrespect?
I'm giving you some creative control here. That's what you seem to desperately need in this power struggle that you've made up in your mind, in your crazy brain.
You're younger than me.
Yeah. What about it?
And what was Lycan watching? What was he watching down there?
I have no clue. He didn't tell me. All he said was that was an accident.
What was an accident? Watching a movie?
Starting a movie at volume 60 with our soundbar, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, your name is not good for names. Straight array. That's not like there's nothing I can make.
As opposed to Pisco, where people make jokes about you pissing on people. Fabulous name choice. Good job.
At least it means something. What does yours mean? Gatorade. Oh, I love Gatorade. You love gay people.
Some people say super straighterade.
So what was the Caitlyn Jenner thing about? You wanted me to make a comment about trans people.
No, you asked me to name a famous conservative lesbian, and then I named one, and you wouldn't acknowledge that.
No, you were being funny though. You were trying to be funny. Yes, I acknowledge trans women are women, but you wanted to play into that. You wanted to lean into it. You lean into things. That's your thing. That's what you do. Okay, if you want to lean into things, that's fine.
I don't even need to look at the clock. I can just know what time it is because you're like rambling incoherently. So I know it must be late, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. It's the same time that we have, you have. It's the same time. I believe you're Eastern time, right?
Yes.
So
Florida
is. In front of you. You're looking at the clock.
Well, I know, but I'm not looking directly at it. I'm just listening to you.
I forget these things. I don't keep track of where you live and what you do. That's all your stuff. You could be on vacation. You could have planned out your whole thing. I don't know. You could have moved. Wouldn't you say you're moving to Austin?
No, I said I went to Austin to go see Chapel Roan.
Didn't you say you were thinking about Texas? Chapel Roan?
No. You've lost the plot. You're sundowning. Grandpa is sleepy, as someone in my chat said.
I'm sundowning.
Yes, you're sundowning.
You think I'm sundowning? And why do you have that many Pikachus? Oh shit, are they Pikachus?
No, what?
Bottom left.
That comment, that observation was supposed to prove that Pisco is not sundowning.
It's 3 o'clock. Can you press play already?
We're 38 minutes in. They can call us a lot of things, but non-transformative is not one of them.
Look, I'm sitting up. All right, go.
That barely made a difference. It added like 2 inches.
It made a difference.
Again, Israel.
What?
Nothing. Go.
It really is too much going on with you. With the fact that you got this cap, you have your like heavy ass glasses, like your thick framed glasses on. And then wires coming out of you. I'm just saying that you're one to talk about criticizing their aesthetics when it's very busy looking at you. It's aggressive.
It's not aggressive. What's aggressive about it? It's laid back. I am very laid back. People look at me and they think, oh, that guy's chill. He's chilled. He's not at all like, he's a very laid back guy, very easygoing. That's what people think. This is what this screams.
Yeah, they look at you and they're like, just like Mike from PA, apparently. And they blasted on their Instagram stories to millions of people.
So unhinged, yeah. Oh, I love it.
I mean, he should talk to you, but I don't think he will.
I don't think he will.
He wouldn't even talk to Vadim. To fucking Vadim.
Vadim?
Yes, he literally ran from Vadim. Creationist cat hates Vadim.
Oh my god.
He wouldn't even talk to Vadim. So I don't think he's gonna cut.
Debate.
Yeah, I know, but he would, and he knows that, and he still wouldn't talk to him. Even though he invited him on the show, Vadim delayed it, and then tried to reschedule it, and they said like you're pussy. They like completely just lied about it and said he was like he ran, and they wouldn't reschedule it, even though Ethan said you can come on anytime. So if he's not going to debate,
like my hopes are low. But no, I know, but I messaged Hutch, and Hutch is my boy, and Hutch has a communique with Ethan, so it should happen. I'm not here to. It should be a jovial conversation. It should be a very friendly conversation where I just tell him that he's full of shit about him protecting the React community. That's all. And I say, hey, it looks like you have a strong case, but looks like you're full of shit about protecting the React community, right?
Well, if he's a dumbass, he should be excited to like get you on and dunk on you.
Sure, yeah, why not?
He could bring his lawyer on. That would actually be interesting.
That'd be fun.
Bring his lawyer. If he doesn't want to debate with you, you should debate with his lawyer.
Yeah,
because we can get like a preview of like how the case would be argued.
Sure, yeah. We get that preview.
Managed to ban UNRWA, a UN organization that was delivering humanitarian aid to the Palestinians in Gaza. So they get banned, and they get replaced by a US and Israel-backed organization known as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And they lure desperate, starving Palestinians to these aid hubs. And then the IDF goes all in, shelling, shooting, killing dozens of people every single day, some days hundreds of people. And now finally we have a report confirming that this is happening because, of course, Israel, every time they engage in bad behavior, they always blame Hamas. But in this case, there was no evidence indicating that Hamas was the one opening fire. Investigations had shown that the bullets and the weapons used were consistent with weaponry that the IDF has. And now Haaretz, which is an Israeli publication, has put out an explosive report with quotes from IDF soldiers indicating, yes, they were ordered to open fire on desperate, hungry Palestinian civilians. This is very obviously an intentional genocide that's being carried out. And the fact that there is no concern about that on an international level really, really bothers me. In the US, we keep talking about what a threat Iran is when the nuclear power that refuses to acknowledge their nuclear weapons and is not abiding by the Non-Proliferation Treaty is carrying out massacres, genocide. They're bombing Iranian embassies in Syria. And Syria's response to that, by the way, was restraint, the same kind of restraint we saw from Iran following the strikes on the nuclear facilities. And so yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I just connect it? Because I just think there's a really important point that that doesn't get drilled down enough. That really, because I understand where people, even though Israel's secret nuclear weapons, like people don't think of them as an enemy. They don't worry that they're about to use them against.
When he was on Piers Morgan with that Israeli barrister, she's like part of a group called like UK Lawyers for Israel or something like that. The question of Israel's secret nuclear arsenal came up, and she had to pretend like she had to take like a strategically ambiguous stance because as somebody who has obviously like an actual stake and relationship with the state of Israel, she couldn't actually confirm or deny it.
Wait, can I just say, there's someone in my chat, such a victim to have people online rip your family apart. I condemn people going after Ethan's family. I don't know where you got the impression that I'm in favor of going after Ethan's family.
Pisco is right now advocating for Ethan's kids to be taken away by CPS.
No,
right now.
I don't ever support that, never have supported that. In fact, politically, I probably align more with Ethan than certainly with Hassan. And so I don't know where this is coming from. I critique one aspect about a thing he said on his video that he promulgated for people to watch and to comment on. And all of a sudden, I'm in favor of like harassment and all that shit. Get the fuck out of this.
Yeah, okay, whatever, Snarker.
Us or again, something like that. But like the thing is this, right? And for 25 years, I've watched them repeat this every single day on Fox News. And I really do think they're doing it like intentionally to mislead their audience, because they started doing this right after 9/11. And they're counting on the fact that you don't know who's the shirts and the skins over there. Like you don't know who the Shiite and the Sunni sectarians are. And so they'll just say every single day, Iran is the #1 sponsor of terror. Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. And then most Fox News viewers in their mind, they go, oh, 9/11, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all the terrorism that Europe and America has had to deal with. But the thing is that Iran's never funded those groups. Iran fights wars against those groups. Iran does fund.
Somebody says you need a soundboard button where it says Hassan bad. It needs to say Hassan bad. It needs to say I condemn the CPS call. It needs to say I condemn them having skulls mailed to them.
Yeah, true. You're sweeping for those people by saying he's suing people who criticize him. He is suing people, I've said multiple times, that he doesn't like and with whom he has a vendetta, which is fine. I feel like I have to repeat this point maybe every 20 minutes. He's suing people who he has beef with. That's why he's suing people. Now, does that mean he's also suing people with whom he has disagreements? Almost by definition, he's suing people with whom he disagrees, because he's suing people who he has beef with. I assume you have beef with people with whom you disagree. So yeah,
the counter argument to that is going to be: has anybody ever sued somebody for copyright infringement that they like? No. So why are you singling him out?
Yeah. So I guess sometimes you might like someone who's it's not incompatible.
If you're saying that the crusade, like he is preventing a future harm and trying to get React streamers to comply with fair use standards or whatever,
for Sony and Disney,
then that would mean even if you should not let your personal relationship with his personal relationship with XQC get in the way of him holding him accountable for something that he has already openly disagreed with him on. So I do think it's possible.
And says that he's intentional siphoning, yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's possible to have an amicable relationship and intend to sue someone. I think from there it would probably break down, but it's technically possible.
Mr. Universe says, sorry, these specific people specifically say they want to take money from someone. So if you're okay with stealing them, then say you're okay with stealing. Ethan is the one who said that all these other people are stealing too. He said that XQC was a prolific thief. And again, I've said, okay, you can sue people who are stealing from you, but don't act like these other people aren't stealing with you, and don't give us a bullshit rationale about, oh, you're doing this to protect the React community. That's all we said. Not
and his first assumptions, because I watched your first stream reacting to his video, your first assumption was before you had even watched any of their reactions, you were saying that Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron had likely infringed upon copyright before even looking at anything other than the clips he provided.
Yeah, so I was very much in favor of Ethan. I started that video thinking that I would be very in favor of Ethan, and largely, I think the lawsuit is probably based in like legally. But
you are such like a stick in the mud that it's insane to me that anybody thought that you were going to read that brief and praise it. If they know anything about your legal analysis or the standards that you demand, why would you ever gonna look at that and what were people thinking that you were gonna be like, yeah, this is based in Epic and cool to behave this way in a like a legal proceeding.
Yeah. True.
Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, they're not exactly proxies of them. None of them are. They've all had their different falling outs over the years, but they certainly do business and do training and arming of those groups. But that's Israel's problem. They fund Israel's terrorism problem. And I'm sorry, if you want to step back and be objective here, when you say the biggest funder of terror in the region, the only way you can claim it's Iran is if you look at the stuff like Anna was just talking about and don't consider that terrorism. Because once you do, the USA is the biggest funder of terrorism in the region, when the biggest terrorist organization in the region is the IDF, objectively. Just look over the last couple of years. What do you want to pile up Iran's body count? Even I'll throw in all their proxies. I'll throw in every Shiite with a rifle powerful in the region, and you could put that death count, the pure level of terrorism, up against what we've been funding Israel doing now.
Dave, let's take your suggestion for a second, and let's be objective. Which country has...
She's not going to engage with any of what he just said.
Yeah, I know. She's just like, she has her script, and she's
just waiting for her turn to speak.
Yeah,
killing
true.
Americans over the decades? Is it Israel or Iran? You tell me.
Well, okay, but again, Iran
Right,
has
let's not gloss over that,
but
because
they
these
haven't.
are American lives. It's American blood and treasure. And
What
that's
Americans
what
have
we should be
Iran
prioritizing.
killed?
And I don't even like
No, but what Americans
Netanyahu.
have
I'm
Iran
not
killed?
in favor
Be
of
very
doing
specific.
Israel's dirty work, but I will not
Okay,
ignore
He's calling her bluff.
the hundreds of American lives that have been lost.
This is why she can never land like a coherent point. Somebody pointed out, now I can't unhear it. She constantly meanders at every point that she makes because she has to include all of these caveats and virtue signal points. I guess it's clip farming or trying to preempt him misconstruing, even though there's no indication that Dave is the type that's going to be like, oh, so you're an apologist for Bibi Netanyahu, if she doesn't explicitly say that. But maybe he is like that. I've barely seen enough debates from him.
Because of this egregious regime.
Where have those lives been lost? What are you talking about?
They've targeted Americans over the decades. Are we ignoring that?
What are you talking about? Very specifically.
Iran.
She's gonna have to go back to like the Iran, like hostage crisis or something to be able to make this argument, I guess.
Wait a second. You should you should bring up Trump, the assassination attempt. Yeah, you should bring that up.
I'm saying what?
And even that's like what is it? Like shaky.
Numbers.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, is that it's very, very
because like you're relying on testimony from people that are at large and have not been like captured and stuff.
So people say, oh, Iran's responsible for killing our service members. I'd highly encourage people to read Scott Horton's book, Enough Already. He goes through these claims in details. There's so many footnotes.
Didn't she also read a Scott Horton book? Who the fuck is this person that they are? Who is this person?
You can
The only
spend
Horton
weeks
I
looking
know
through them,
is
as
the
I
one who
have.
heard of who.
This is what would happen when we...
Did you guys know it's past 3 a.m.?
Does Aaron look like a Who from Whoville? A little tiny bit?
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's just the hour.
Pisco's hour.
That's the only Horton 9. Oh! Press play.
Maybe like my nose. It's small. You know, I've had two people come up to me before and ask me if I've had a nose job before. That they told me that they wanted one and that they liked my nose.
Have you had one?
No. I've never even had any surgery. I don't know. You name it. What's your favorite feature of mine?
I'm not doing this.
Okay.
This is too much. We're playing into the standards.
Pisco, what's your social security number?
Wait, why are you dodging? You would never let me dodge this. You would never let me dodge.
What, my favorite, like my best assets or whatever? Obviously, my like nice big smile.
Okay.
Again, I'm very ignorant. What is Iran was a part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Still,
I accidentally.
What did you do?
And she's like, I'm very ignorant.
It's reality.
No, I don't.
It's reality action.
No, I don't. I don't think that makes any sense at all.
Government. May I ask a question? Like, genuinely pose a question to Jillian and to Lindy. Like, I really want to ask you guys this, and I'm asking it from a very genuine place. Obviously, Iran considered an adversary, very different ideologically in every single way. Israel is technically considered our ally. So I'm keeping that in mind when I ask this question, but I would still like an answer. Iran was a part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. How come nobody is concerned with the fact that Israel is not, nor has it ever been? Again, I'm very ignorant on this subject. I only started researching
People
it when
saying
the
you're
first
misrepresenting the
conflict
Vadim
broke out, and even
thing.
the prior conflicts before that. And I started to...
You also had people in your chat saying that you're like, I'm a snarker and an Israel apologist or whatever. Do we want to go down that rabbit hole? Because I'm not misrepresenting it.
No.
But okay.
realize and why I kind of took my position is because history doesn't always repeat, but it often...
By misrepresenting it, they mean I'm not uncritically backing the way that Ethan presented this story. I actually looked at the fucking receipts that both sides of them presented, and I realized that the way Ethan presented it was misrepresentative.
Rhymes. We have seen similar things play out with Iraq, so I don't blame anybody for being concerned that we could possibly be getting into another forever war. That is a perfectly justified position for anybody who is willing to observe history. My question to the two of you, I only just
We've
learned
already
this
seen
from
this.
doing my due
I'm
diligence.
going insane.
Do you know
We've
about
already
this? Can you
seen
confirm
this.
it's true?
Aaron.
Sorry, wait, I went back too much. Oh yeah, sorry, I went back too much. I was responding to people. Sorry.
Every time that an American dies at the hands of the majority of the country,
Okay,
that
hold
we're
on.
going to on this because we went into the.
I mean, doesn't that tell you how much of this is fucking slop? The fact that it took a minute.
Crazy. Holy fuck.
When we illegally
so
footnote
scary.
people to be very sloppy.
Oh, the Hortonbook. Okay, the Hortonbook. There we are.
What would happen when we illegally invaded Iraq? Even though we did it on behalf of the Shiites, we ended up getting in a lot of fighting.
See, this is why pre-screening needs to not be added to fair use, because apparently you can pre-screen it just like 5 minutes earlier and it will still take a second to register.
Time is a flat circle. Nothing has changed in this video. I feel like it'll never end. I just see the hours of stream go up.
Fuck, I should have.
We're like 10 minutes in.
I should have gaslit you into thinking that we hadn't seen this yet, and made you rewatch like a solid 10 minutes.
No, it would not have been fun.
The Shiites during the civil war that broke out there, where 1 million people were killed. And every time a Shiite was responsible for an American dying, they'd say it's Iran. It's all Iran backed because we went into their neighboring country and fought these wars. But the truth is, they did a bunch of investigative reporting on this, and all those roadside bombs that they were claiming were built in Iran and then sold to the Iraqi Shiites, who certainly were closely allied with Iran, but they were all built right there in Iraq by Shiite Iraqis. And the truth is, Iraq is a majority Shiite country, super majority, something like 60%. And so you're going to go launch a war there and then say every time that an American dies at the hands of the majority of the country, that's Iran's fault. Again, this is all war propaganda. Iran has not attacked America. You make it sound like they've come over here and started a
all
war.
responsibility for the murders of American service members? Is that what you're saying? Are they
No,
real
I'm
quick?
saying that you better back up your claims.
What about the USS Liberty as well? If
Every single time he's pressed her, she's just straight up ignored her. What, the USS Liberty?
What about the USS Liberty she's zog posting?
to say that no attack has ever been staged, what about the USS Liberty,
Maybe
which is
there
something
we
I
go.
have just more recently found out
she's
about. so I don't even
really
feel qualified
Fuentes
to go into that.
posting.
Why is nobody talking about the USS Liberty?
But there are
Holy shit.
a lot of people, very credible people, who have given very detailed reports on that. And that is a direct
including the
attack of
servicemen
Israel
from that
against
ship.
America.
Yeah.
I have one question because I don't disagree with you.
Isn't this the Jewish space lasers thing? The USS Liberty thing? Doesn't that tie into that?
I don't know, but Jillian is making me lose my shit right now. I can't tell what they're talking about, and Jillian is not keeping us on track.
Why you're so distracted by her ethereal beauty?
Ethereal beauty.
Yeah, well, you'll never have her because she's a lesbian, Pisco. She doesn't give a fuck about you or your kind.
Israel has done bad things, but to me, that is a separate issue. My question to you, and I get it, you guys are like, hold on, you're outraged about Iran. Why are you not?
Okay, in before, but what about death to Israel? What about death to America?
And I get it, but they say death to America, and you have to believe them when you talk like this. And I get it. I know what you're going to say. But he did say 60 days, didn't he? Didn't he? Can't we agree about that?
Not outraged about this. And my question is, you're outraged about Israel, but why are you not afraid of Iran? I see your point there. I don't want a regime change. I don't want another forever war. And I completely agree that we have funded all of this and it's been awful. I think you guys are right. I don't think this is that. And I don't think Trump is that president. I think he's been extremely consistent with his messaging. And I think that seems to be...
She's still going. She's still going.
Evidencing out here. We have a ceasefire. He's coming to the table saying, if you really want this
I really think you're just not considering that Donald Trump is completely right.
Civilian use, we'll support it. What if this does beget an expansion of the Abraham Accords? Syria did just reach out to Israel and say, like, all right, we want in.
This is amazing.
She learned that within the time from somebody else on the show. She didn't look into that.
What Trump says it will be. It is looking that way.
Sure.
What
Well,
if it
can
goes
I
that
just,
way?
because I do kind of agree with you there, Jillian. I mean, I think you're right, essentially, and I think that's been born
You can't help but agree with her because she throws out so many meaningless platitudes and caveats that you're bound to agree with some part of it.
out over the last week that Donald Trump isn't George W. Bush, and he really doesn't want to get in there. And by the way, I will say, and this is totally speculating, I don't know this, but I think it's somewhat reasonable speculation, that I think perhaps a big part of that calculation is the fact that it was made pretty clear that he will just absolutely nuke his political coalition, no pun intended, if he were to launch some type of regime change war. But forget about little old me. But when you got Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk and all these guys who really are like the most influential guys in Trump's base, all very clear that this will destroy, it will fracture his coalition.
They're not the most influential. They're also compromised by the White House. Charlie Kirk specifically, who was in contact with the fucking White House over this stuff. They reached out to him. It's not one way or whatever that like Charlie Kirk is the one exerting pressure on Trump.
Yeah, Turning Point is an extension of the Trump administration. It just is their
modus operandi.
College, but it's their college outfit. It's their
there's all this emphasis on how much like youth support that they have, but the majority of their like coffers and honestly people that engage with probably like their Facebook crap is probably boomers. Like, oh, look at this nice young Republicans club. I think I'll support them. Charles Kirk is a nice, upstanding, young conservative man.
I'm close to the edge, Aaron. I'm being honest with you. I'm close. I'm so close.
Don't say that. You're gonna get us banned off Twitch.
Yo, chill.
You said it, not me.
That's not what I meant, and you know.
He says this, and he's asking me my favorite body parts. This is what happens when it's the new frontier of misogyny, you guys. New frontier of misogyny. This is the way that these male feminists try to abuse women. See, they know that they can't be just like directly misogynistic. They have to make these comments. These comments that have enough plausible deniability that they crazy make you into thinking that they weren't doing a sexual innuendo. Or they try to ask, I was just asking a benign question about what your favorite body part was. Please share with my hundreds of viewers that are mostly men. I know what you're doing, Pisco. I know exactly what you're doing. You're not going to get one over me on this.
I deny it all. I deny it all.
What's your favorite body part? What's your favorite body part? That's what you said. That's what you asked me. Effectively, yes.
No, I said what's your favorite?
What did you say?
Just press play. Can we get through this?
What did you say? What did you say?
What's your favorite? I don't remember what I said. I really don't.
It was body part.
What did I say? There's no way I said that. I might have.
You didn't say that. You asked like my favorite like asset or something. I don't know.
I didn't say asset. I wouldn't use such gross terms.
Somebody put asset, I think. They're backing me up. Independent verification from my chat.
The chat just says what you say. What's your favorite feature? I said feature.
Feature.
Thank you, liberal surrender hands.
Your chat just says whatever you want. How can we trust it?
It was asset.
Pretty sure it was body part.
I'm pretty sure it was feature. I think you're adding something to it, and that's suspect for you. Best assets. It might have been feature. Okay, let's just press play.
Assets plural? You asked what are my best assets? That's even worse, actually. Wow, we're going there.
Someone in the chat said that. Go ahead and press play.
That played some role in that. So anyway, my point is the concern is once you launch the strike, you don't always get to choose what comes next. You know, if Iran responded big, then Trump has to respond bigger, then they respond back, and this thing can get away from you. It doesn't always go exactly according to plan. It's like when John Kerry was on that hot mic and he was talking about how they knew they were arming ISIS in Syria and they thought they could use that to put pressure on Bashar al-Assad to step down, and then they turned around and invaded Iraq, and that sure wasn't part of the plan. Now, was it? That wasn't supposed to happen. By the way, it's the exact same thing that happened with Benjamin Netanyahu. His exact quote when he was talking about funding Hamas was, "We can control the height of the flame," until all of a sudden they couldn't control the height of the flame.
This is what I was saying at the beginning of this, where they have all of this heat for things that are not controversial, for political figures that are not controversial to criticize, for military actions and engagement that are not controversial at all to say we're bad in retrospect or whatever. But and even though he was the same ones like banging the fucking, beating the drum about Trump needs to be impeached, we're getting dragged into another forever war with the same pretext or whatever, because it ended up slightly different. He doesn't want to say that like I stand by the initial criticisms that I made, or that like all of this shit going on now is some mission accomplished shit.
Yeah, and also, by the way, he said Trump should be impeached. So where's that energy? I just want that energy, you know?
Trump should be impeached, but Kamala would have done the same. So,
yeah,
is it really right to call for his impeachment?
Flame, as I'm not like, but so your point essentially is correct. I think that Donald Trump doesn't want that, and all of us who are sane should root for the best possible outcome that leads to peace and stability. But I think the point, Jillian, is that he just didn't need to do this to get there. The Iranians were already at the table willing to negotiate. And the truth is that it was Netanyahu who came in and attacked them when we don't know exactly what was happening in those negotiations or how much they were colluding together. But anyway, we all hope that this de-escalates now. And I'm not, look, I don't think that Iran is, I don't think they're any threat to the United States of America. But I don't think that necessarily that means they're good guys.
I thought he was going to activate Lindy Lee's trap card, sending her looping on. You're downplaying the nuclear threat of Iran.
What direct threat are we even talking about? Since when? It's so crazy. We're so insecure as a country.
I agree with you.
We're the dominant country.
I see your point.
Where's it? Okay, fine. Look, they don't have a nuclear weapon. They weren't pursuing a nuclear weapon. Imagine this.
Why the enriched uranium to 60% when you only need 3 to 5? Why the scientists? Why the tunnels? Why fund?
Well, obviously the tunnels. I think we just demonstrated why.
That's a weird question. Like, scientists exist. I mean, and they have nuclear energy in the country, right?
She physically cringes anytime somebody, like, it was the entire time that he was trying to disagree with her gently, even though he started off by saying there are some points of agreement here, she was grimacing the whole time.
Oil for their economy, and then they relied on nuclear energy to provide energy to their people. So that's why they have nuclear scientists.
By the way, can I just say,
nuclear scientists is
we were enriched 60%. Why are you going 55% over where you need to be then? Why
it's not exactly 55% over.
Develop the detonators then if you don't really need them and you're not developing bombs.
Well, obviously, what they're doing is developing a nuclear
She loves nothing more than concluding, than drawing like the strong conclusion. She's a concluder off of like headlines, just nothing, and she clings on to these just like decontextualized facts and narratives that are spun and never lets them go.
A latent nuclear deterrent that they can then negotiate away. I mean, this is the idea.
It's negotiating power.
Oh, sure, that's great.
I don't want it.
I don't want anybody to have nuclear weapons, and I don't want Kim Jong-un to rule North Korea, and I don't want the Saudis to rule Saudi Arabia. Okay, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that we want. The question is, like, what policy should we pursue based on that?
What just happened? There's a power outage?
No, everything's good. Just keep on keeping.
And so, again, like, we sit here and try to remember, because even the hawks themselves will sit here and claim that they love the Iranian people so much, and that's why they want this regime change for them. So keep in mind, like, there's real human beings. Well, hold on. No, I agree with you. It's not. But I just want to talk about what is happening here. So there's real human beings in Iran, just like all of us are real human beings with children and partners.
Does Jillian Michaels understand that? I genuinely think that she does not. Muslims are just scary aliens to her.
And parents and siblings.
What are you saying
and
here?
I think that she's racist. I think she's incredibly racist.
What did she say here that gives you that impression?
It wasn't on this episode. It was another episode, I think, with, I don't know if it was with Jack Posobiec, but Lindy Lee was saying, we didn't react to this one together. That's why you don't have the context for it. I reacted to it on my own, and she got really uncomfortable when Anna was saying that the looters from the BLM riots or whatever were some like white people. She was incredibly defensive of her saying that.
Well, she is white. By the way, I said feature. Someone clipped it. I said feature. So.
By the way, you have the lamest fucking chat. If they actually took time to go do that when I'm clearly fucking needling you. Autism's hour.
Yeah,
actually, it wasn't actually Asset. No way. She was doing a bit crazy. Got him.
The threat that Iran poses to us. And to back this up, we've got 60% enrichment and some chance. We put Iran on the axis of evil after 9/11, invaded their 2 next door neighbor countries and destroyed both of them while threatening them the entire time. Our president of the United States called for an evacuation of their biggest city with 9 million people. And we're going to
Jillian kind of looks like that.
That was funny.
What?
When Trump's like, everybody leave Tehran right now. And they're like, oops, sorry, peace for all time. 12-day war.
Yeah, that's definitely funny and not completely terrifying. Do you see Jillian? This is Jillian Michaels. You ever seen this meme?
Well, no, show it.
Oh, fuck, wait. You can't see it unless I...
Leave her alone, guys. Leave her fucking alone.
here and talk about the threat that they are to us, it feels like I'm talking to my 5-year-old about like a spider in the backyard, that they're a lot more afraid of you than you are of them. I mean, I'm sorry. I just think this is like, this gets into kind of goofy, paranoid territory here. There simply is no country on earth that really, short of nuclear war, poses a real threat to the United States of America. And yet we go around, they say peace through strength. I've been hearing peace through strength since I was 7 years old, and all we've ever gotten is never
Isn't this the Reagan? It's like a Reagan quote, right?
Wars for it.
Yeah,
like maybe if we just pursued a path, maybe if we were what America was always supposed to be, what the founders were unanimous on the vision for this country, that we should be friends with the world and avoid entangling alliances and never start wars of aggression and wars of choice. But like talking about posing a real threat, the Soviet Union had tens of thousands of ballistic missiles pointed at us, real nuclear weapons already completely done and pointed at us. And we still
now though, that's
but we had NATO, or like we're part of NATO, so
yeah, NATO.
No, but it informs how we deal with the future, and that we were able to like come to a resolution without at least fighting a direct war. And the proxy wars we fought, we pretty much unanimously look back as were really stupid, catastrophic mistakes. Like, who's really defending fighting the war in Vietnam at this point? And so the point is that we don't have to be in this posture.
What about the
and
Korean
reason I think
War?
why people keep pivoting back to
what
Israel.
about it?
It's probably a pretty good result, right? Korean War.
No, but we're not getting into that right now.
Like people like me and Anna, is not just like a whataboutism, or it's like, oh, like you condemn them, but why not condemn them too? The point is that the only reason we're even enemies with all these countries is because of our relationship with Israel. That's what the entire beef is here. That's literally what drives the whole thing.
I agree with that, but I want to address something that you said a couple moments ago about us not knowing where this is going to, how this is going to unravel. This unraveled precisely as good as we could have hoped. When Iran attacked our military base in Qatar, they telegraphed that to Qatar. And
these episodes are not nearly as good when they're not in person, because she just treats it like a Fox News appearance. She doesn't actually, because she's not there in person, and there's not the occupying the physical space and being there does make you engage more civilly generally with these types of conversations. So she's a total fucking bot in this episode the entire time. Like you're saying, just a total NPC. Anytime he stops talking, she's just like ready to fire off her little talking points and be on her way.
Into the United States beforehand to minimize
But
injuries
they say they
and
hate
damage.
America.
So that was a completely weak sauce response. It was completely
was a smart
symbolic,
response.
and it was their attempt to save
I know
face
that Trump
and to
bombed
basically,
them,
I guess,
but-
for their domestic audience.
Can
so
you pause?
they are clearly not.
She has something that I have, which is we both have the following crutch word, which is completely, which I hate that we share that. But Lindy and I both say completely way too often. Completely. But it's all right.
What do you want it to be instead?
I don't know. But I say completely a lot, and she says completely a lot. And
I think like a verbal stutter or like repetition of a word is better than going a lot.
Yeah. You're probably right about that.
I definitely am.
In
Eddie Bombay,
interested
thank you
in
so
furthering
much
this war.
for
And
the
Donald
100
Trump
bits.
isn't either.
Jillian looks like she has a
JD Vance just
husband
came
who
out
is
a
2
few
inches
days
shorter
ago
than
and
her,
we are not
works in
interested in
finance, and
regime
does
change
competitive
war.
power
Trump said
walking.
echoed
What are you
the same.
saying? No one
This
can
is not
hear you.
something that we want to.
Because somebody donated bits. They said for 100 bits, they Eddie Bombay says Jillian looks like she has a husband who is 2 inches shorter than her, works in finance, and does competitive power walking.
Oh, wow.
Eddie, she's a lesbian.
Escalate. And right now it looks like with talks imminently next week, this is precisely this, the result that we could have hoped for.
Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you, but then again, that doesn't really prove anything. Like if you get blackout drunk and go drive in your car to go for a joyride on the highway and come back in one piece, that doesn't prove that it was a wise course of action. So I agree with you that yes, this would be the best.
Okay, if you get this, then why did you take back your disavowal of Trump?
True.
Scenario for how this thing ends. Again, I mean, my argument here, look, it's not like there were a bunch of innocent Iranians and innocent Israelis who died in this 12-day war, as we're calling it now. So like, I wouldn't say it's like there was no cost to it, but yeah, you're right. But even in think about this like whole discussion so far, while you guys are arguing how dangerous a threat Iran is and feel like I'm kind of downplaying that, this being a success relied on Iranian restraint. And that seems like a pretty risky game to play. Like maybe that's my limit where I go like, I don't really like putting the fate of the future of my country in the hands of the mullahs showing restraint.
Well, Dave,
I find that to be a
I
little
also
bit
want to
risky.
make sure that we give Donald Trump credit. If you saw the reporting that came out immediately
We haven't
after
done
the
that
attack,
enough.
he had signaled to Iran that this was going to be a one-off strike, that he wasn't intending on escalating it. So I think it wasn't just restraint on.
Wait, Trump? She's talking about Trump.
Iran's part. It was restraint on Donald Trump's part, and he was listening.
Okay, well that also includes Netanyahu.
Only these fucking shields can be like, yeah, him doing unprecedented bombing is showing restraint. It's really showing restraint to bomb these in this incredibly provocative.
All we need is for one of them to praise Israel for like distributing food after they starved them intentionally for an extended period of time.
To his base, that they have no interest whatsoever in another forever war. We don't want anything to do with the Middle East. And
that's why I was calling for his impeachment. I mean, that's why I was trying to make as much noise as I could, and I think a lot of other people were, because we wanted to signal.
I think we did a service to the nation by doing so.
Well, we wanted to signal as loudly as possible that we absolutely won't stand for this, and we mean it, and that we will oppose you forever if you actually get us into this. But again, if I get hammered and then I go driving around town, and then halfway through I decide I should really get out of the car and call a cab, you could give me a lot of credit for that decision in the middle to call a cab, but like I never should have been in that car to begin with. And so I give Donald Trump all the credit in the world. It might be the greatest thing that Donald Trump's done in the history of his life, that he took that off ramp and de-escalated when he had that opportunity. But we never needed to be there to begin with. So
there's one ramification that we haven't.
We got to move on. I think listen, it bears to be seen how it plays out. As we've all agreed, we want the exact same outcome. We have differing opinions on how to get there, but Anna and Dave and Amy, you guys have made some very solid points that have
deal maker of our time
impacted me and my thoughts on it. Although I do
can't do it.
personally
she can't
still feel
do
like
this.
I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and I think we needed to show a deterrent. But maybe not, and hopefully this will work out the way we all want. That said, if we are
gonna be okay,
she kind of reminds me of like a female Tim Pool. Just just constant, just all over the place, meandering. Each statement contradicts the last. Just never like this eternal fence sitter that obviously the viewpoints that she promotes or the way that she frames the right wing side of the argument is entirely favorable.
Sometimes Simple will go off and give like some kind of Hitler speech.
Ukraine is our enemy. They need to apologize to Russia.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Done with last thoughts on this. I want to move on.
She has more muscle mass than Tim Pool.
To the feud between Trump and Thomas Massie, because I know you guys are going to feel
I think I have the redirect working.
You are pathetic. You're pathetic. This is your job.
11 hours. 11 hours. I have other stuff.
You ever worked a day in your life?
I've worked. You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea the kind of shifts.
Enlighten me.
Oh. No. This is.
Say it's hard to be a streamer. Say it's harder than being a lawyer.
No, I'm not saying it is.
Oh, okay. What were you saying?
What I'm saying is it's 3 a.m.
It's 3:30.
I've been live for 11 hours, and I have to.
You're actually proving in real time that like why being sleepy is just as like dangerous as being drunk behind the wheel of a car.
You're proving how much of a bitch you are. Sorry, was that too far?
I can't even keep a straight face. Now you finally used the B word. I'm proud of you.
Hey, listen, it's because it's 3:30. I do really appreciate.
Oh, it's because he's 3:30. Blame the misogyny on time, you guys.
Everyone
say the N word next. Actually, we should keep you up 1 more hour and see if you say the N word.
No, what do you mean? We'll keep you up. I choose everything. I think that this episode, I'll give it about a D minus. I think a D minus works for it. What would you say so far on your episode grade?
Are we gonna finish it tomorrow?
Almost certainly not, but we'll see. We'll see.
What do you have planned tomorrow? Call-ins?
No. I have things. Listen, you are not doing this. This is not going to be a regular occurrence where you're like questioning my time management. You're questioning like what I have on schedule. You'll know what you know when you know it. And that's just the way it's gotta be. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling.
Yeah, he has stuff and things, you guys. Stuff and things to do.
I have stuff and things to do. All right, I'm stopping the stream. Guys, go to Schrader Ray's channel. I have the redirect. It should work. If it doesn't work,
no. You should. I'm gonna end stream, so you should redirect to somebody else who's live.
It's already too late. I already ended it. In fact, I'm already out of the call. Hey, everyone follow Schrader Ray.
Never gets old, you guys. Okay. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked my stream already, you should do that, or subscribe to me if you aren't already. If you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me so you can know every time that I go live. If you're watching, if you want to subscribe to me, you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as emotes in my chat, or gift a sub if you're feeling generous and share the love of the free emotes and the ad-free experience to other people that are lurking, which is mostly what I have. If you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box if you're feeling so generous. And I'm at straightrater_, on absolutely everything. I'm a big boy. I think the only one extra hour probably net is the Kaesler. Maybe. The No Strings podcast. Yeah, we need to come up with names for the podcast, you guys. I should have interrupted him at the beginning. He was like about to name it. And I got so excited by the fact that I was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to be mind controlling him because I'm like turning him into a communist or whatever. Is Pisco a real lawyer? Yes, he is. And he quit to be a full-time streamer, full-time content. He went to law school just so he could have an upper hand in internet debates. This is true. This is confirmed. This is known. Why did he raid me on YouTube? I don't even know how to raid other people. What, should I do this for like 25 more minutes while I have you guys here? Do we want to see Trump's war on Massey or whatever? What should we do? Some good content. You guys like negging each other. Podcast name I don't want to risk saying. Okay, fucking say it. Avoiding her take. No, that's too particular to this. Eventually her take will end and we will move on to other like right-wing cringe reaction content. Not the misogyny, of course, but yeah. I was going to turn on when he said bitch aggressively. Okay. Fuck, like, what do I do, you guys? Am I finishing this or not? If I see like 10 people total say, yeah, like not finish it or at least like watch like 30 more minutes or like another section on this. Trump's war on Massey, Socialist wins New York City primary. Candace Owens Jubilee, that's probably tomorrow, if that's real. Yes, finish her take. How about all Sunday shows attacking Zoran thoughts? Call it like in Cooks. Can we watch the Scott Horton's Iran debate on Lex Friedman? Oh my god. Maybe tomorrow we do that. Keep going. How is that? What do you guys do that at fucking 3:30 in the morning you're up on a Sunday night? See, this is my job to watch her take, literally. As weird as that sounds. Tell us about your day. I need something to help me sleep. Okay. Let me see the I want to see the Scott Horton Lex Friedman thing. This is actually piquing my curiosity. I would finish her take, but the thing is that like I've talked about all of these things. It was gonna be more fun to talk about it with Pisco. Scott Horton, Lex Friedman. Let's see what this guy is all about. We should probably have some context. And this just came out 3 days ago. Watch Sam Harris, Zionism and Jihadism. I would rather give myself a lobotomy, but probably tomorrow. Only 12:30 here. Oh, I forget a lot of you guys. It's like probably only midnight. Not everybody lives on the East Coast. So yeah, let's begin this 4-hour conversation, guys. This will end so well. I'm only doing like 30 minutes of this, and then I'm going to head off for the night. So let's see. Ron, war debate. Nuclear weapons, Trump, Pence, peace and power in the Middle East. Lex Friedman podcast number 473. Let's start off at a nice 1.25x speed.
If we want to avoid wars, we have to have serious deterrence because our enemies need to understand we will use selective, focused, overwhelming military power when we're facing threats like an Iranian nuclear weapon.
I'm not seeing the peace through strength. I'm seeing permanent militarism and permanent war through strength.
Do you ever hold our adversaries responsible, or do you just don't think we have any adversaries?
The easiest kind of nuke to make out of uranium is a simple gun-type nuke.
Are you saying that Mossad fabricated it?
Yeah.
That's what you're claiming. Here's the offer, take it or leave it. zero enrichment, full dismantlement.
The Iranians told IAEA, you can inspect any 5 out of 10 facilities here. Carte blanche, go ahead, and they did and found nothing.
Experts in Iran's nuclear program, including David Albright, who actually saw the archive, went in there, wrote a whole book on it. And there's a lot of detail about how Iran had an active nuclear weapons program called the MOD to build 5 nuclear weapons.
I have to refute virtually everything he just said, which is completely false.
I mean, really everything? There was not one thing I said that was true? Just one thing.
I mean, Iran
Who are these people? So Scott Horton and Mark Dubowitz.
is a nation over there somewhere. You got that part right.
22 years working on Iran, and I got that right.
But do you know the population of Iran?
92 million.
Okay.
Give me a pound, dude.
There we go.
Agreement.
That's a reference to the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz ambush, where Tucker Carlson asked Ted Cruz, who was advocating for regime change in Iran, what their population is, and he didn't know the answer.
The following is a debate between Scott Horton and Mark Dubowitz on the topic of Iran and Israel. Scott Horton is author and editorial director of antiwar.com, host of The Scott Horton Show, and for the past 3 decades, a staunch critic of U.S. foreign policy and military interventionism. Mark Dubowitz is a chief executive of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, host of the Iran Breakdown podcast, and he has been a leading expert on Iran and its nuclear program for over 20 years.
He's a leading leader.
This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. If you do, I promise to work extremely hard to always bring you nuanced, long-form conversations with a very wide range of interesting people from all walks of life. And now, dear friends, here's Scott Horton and Mark Dubowitz.
Guy on the left is very proud of the fact that he wrote a book with many footnotes in it about how NATO causes the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay.
Gentlemen, all right, it's great to have you here. Let's try to have a nuanced discussion / debate and maybe even steel man opposing perspectives as much as possible. All right, as it stands now, there's a barely stable ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
The guy with the yellow pin is full of shit. I got the neocons in YouTube chat and the lefties over here in Twitch chats. How it be?
Maybe rewind a little bit. Can we first lay out the context for this Iran-Israel war and try to describe the key events that happened over the past 2 weeks? Maybe even a bit of the deep roots of the conflict.
Sure. First of all, thanks so much for having me on. Great to be on with Scott. I know he and I don't agree on a lot, but I certainly admire the passion and the dedication to stopping wars. So that's something we want to talk about. So let's talk about how we got to this war. So President Trump comes into office and immediately lays out that his Iran strategy is maximum pressure on the regime, and he will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And he makes that clear consistently. I think made it very clear during his first term, made it clear throughout his career. And thus begins this process with the Iranians, which has kind of multiple tracks, but the one that Trump sees most interested in at the time is the diplomatic track. And he makes it very clear from the beginning in a sort of Oval Office.
Also, Scott Horton's wife is Russian. There is no way he isn't getting paid. I don't know if that's like a strong enough link to say that somebody is like a paid Russian asset.
This remark, he says the Iranians can either blow up their nuclear program under U.S. supervision or someone's going to blow it up for them. And even though, at the time we think Netanyahu is really trying to push the president into a military campaign, well, I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout the podcast, the president authorizes his lead negotiator and close friend Steve Witkoff to begin outreach to the Iranians. And that's begun the Oman round. And it's Oman round because it's taking place in Oman with mediation efforts by the Omanis. There are 5 rounds of...
The Oman round refers to the first high-level nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran held in Oman on April 12, 2025, led by Steve Witkoff, U.S. Middle East envoy, and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi.
Negotiations with the Iranians. And through the course of those negotiations, the U.S. finally puts on the table an offer for Iran. We'll talk about the details of that.
For the internet, Scott Horton was a pirate radio host in Austin, Texas, radicalized by the Waco massacre. He has since been founded as the foreign policy expert among libertarians. Well, that's what it says. It says that he works at like a libertarian institute.
The Iranians reject that offer. And we're now into the 6th round, which is supposed to take place on a Sunday. On the Thursday before the Sunday, the Israelis strike. And they go after, in a rather devastating campaign over a matter of now 12 days, they go over and go after Iran's nuclear program, the key nuclear sites, going after weapons scientists who are responsible for building Iran's nuclear weapons program, and also go after top IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard commanders, as well as top military commanders. And yet there's still this one site that is the most fortified site. It's called Fordo. It's an enrichment facility. It's buried under a mountain, goes about 80 meters deep. It's encased in concrete. It has advanced centrifuges and highly enriched uranium. The Israelis can do damage to it, but it's clear it's going to take the United States and our military power in order to severely degrade this facility. And Trump orders the United States Air Force to fly B-2 bombers and drop 12 massive...
And really quick, I thought that they were going to have some more introductions, but I guess they didn't. They didn't really do that. So Mark Dubowitz, who's the man who's speaking now, is a South African-born Canadian-American attorney and former venture capitalist. He's currently serving as CEO of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, or FDD, nonprofit think tank. He is a proponent of sanctions against Iran, was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear agreement, officially titled the JCPOA. According to the New York Times, Mark Dubowitz's campaign to draw attention to what he saw as the flaws in the Iran nuclear deal has taken its place among the most consequential ever undertaken by a Washington think tank leader. He was a leading critic of the Iran nuclear agreement, the JCPOA, but then tried to save it after President Trump withdrew from the agreement, according to his own account. And I guess this is... He was a tireless critic. Now he wants to save it. He's saying he's genuine. He is mourning its demise after Trump jettisoned it, worries that unraveling it could be dangerous. I'm being attacked by the right for being a fixer and by the left for being a nixer. Mr. Dubowitz, who leads the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, tweeted Wednesday, "Welcome to Washington, where anyone in the middle of the policy and political street gets run over." Okay, I'm the biggest victim.
Ordnance penetrators, which are these 30,000-pound bombs on Fordo, in order to, as he said, obliterate it, more realistically, to severely degrade it. So that happens. And then he offers the Iranians, as he's been offering all the way through, you have an option. You can go back to Oman. I told you Oman, and you decided to force me to go to Fordo. But now we can go back for negotiations. And he forces a ceasefire on the Iranians, gets the Israelis to agree. And that's where we are today. That's right, as you say, a tentative ceasefire that just came into effect. And we'll see now if the Iranians decide to take President Trump on his repeated offers, join him in Oman for another.
I mean, he's either getting paid or he's just a useful idiot. The guy always puts forward the Russian talking points. It's the same level as Tim Pool begging on his table, Ukraine is the enemy.
A round of negotiations.
Scott, is there some stuff you want to add to that?
Sure. Well, he started with January, right? Trump's second term here and the maximum pressure campaign. Essentially, as should be clear to everyone now, all these negotiations were just a pretext for war. Trump and his entire cabinet must have known that the Ayatollah is not going to give up all enrichment. That is their latent nuclear deterrent. Their posture has been heavily implied, don't attack us and we won't make a nuke. While America's position was, if you make a nuke, if you start to, we'll attack you. So it's the perfect standoff. But what happened was, and you might remember a few weeks ago, there was some talk about, well, maybe we could find a way to compromise on some enrichment. Maybe they could do a consortium with the Saudis. Maybe there's some way that and then nope, the pressure came down. No enrichment, zero enrichment. But that's a red line. Everyone knows that and even now, it's probably less likely than ever that they're going to give up enrichment. Sure, they bombed Fordo, but they didn't destroy every last centrifuge in that place. And the Iranians are already announcing that they're already begun construction on another facility.
I mean, so far he's not wrong about this. The cursory information we have about the intelligence reports following the Iranian strikes. It's
a taller mount.
True that we'd have not significantly degraded their capacity to obtain a nuclear weapon.
Buried even deeper. And, they figured out how to enrich uranium hexafluoride gas, 20 years ago now. And they will always be able to. And this is the slippery slope that we're on with these wars.
I have a feeling the extent to which people have beef with this guy is not going to be the facts. It's the way that he narrativizes it and the conclusions that he draws from them.
Is, in fact, I saw our friend here on TV the other day. He almost pretty much just implied there, saying, well, now Trump has to go in. We were told it's just Israel doing it. Don't worry. But then, no, Trump has to hit Fordo or else now they'll break out toward a nuclear weapon. So in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a ton. And now once we bomb Fordo again and Natanz again and the new facility again, then it'll be decided that, nope, as Benjamin Netanyahu said the other day, what would really solve this problem? If we just kill the Ayatollah, then everything will be fine. Then we'll have a regime change. And then what? Then we'll have a civil war with bin Ladenites again in the catbird seat, just like George Bush put them in Iraq and Barack Obama put them in Libya and in Syria. And we'll have Azeris and Baluchi suicide bombers and Shiite, revolutionaries and whoever all vying for power in the new absolute chaos stand.
A man Lex is stunned.
If you listen to the administration and Mr. Dubowitz, they're essentially just implying that, like, oh yeah, mission accomplished. We did it. Their nuclear program's destroyed. Now we don't have to worry about that anymore. But that's not true. Now there's...
Fuck, that's literally what I was saying to Pisco. But that is how it feels when they're going around telling these gigantic lies about it literally being obliterated when there's no intel to suggest that.
Every reason to believe, and we don't know for sure, there's every reason to believe that at least is much more likely now that the Ayatollah will change his mind about God changing his mind and will say that actually maybe we do need a nuclear deterrent.
Ukrainian Anna debated Horton on Piers Morgan. Man got slaughtered worse than Ukrainians. Oh God. Okay, I'm not repeating that last part, but I should probably watch that.
That's really what it's been for this whole time, is a bluff. We have bullets in one pocket, revolver in another. Let's not you and me fight and escalate this thing. It's the same position, by the way, as Japan and Germany and Brazil. 2 of the 3 of those are under America's nuclear umbrella, I admit, but still, where they've proven they've mastered the fuel cycle and they can make nuclear weapons. But hey, since nobody's directly threatening them now, why escalate things and go ahead and make atom bombs? That has been their position the whole time, because after all, they could not break out and make a nuke without everyone in the world knowing about it. And that's why, Lex, and I'm sure you can vouch for me on this, if you've been watching TV over the past few weeks, you'll hear.
I mean, like, and this is also supported by the fact that they're a signatory to the Nuclear Proliferation Agreement, or like the NPT, the not, what is it? NPT? Non-Proliferation Treaty? Not agreement. I'm like getting my wires crossed because it's so late. The Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons Treaty, or the NPT.
Hear Marco Rubio and all the government officials and all the war hawks say, oh yeah, 60%, 60%. What do you think they need with that 60%? Implying that, oh yeah, see, they're racing toward a bomb. But you see how they always just imply that? They won't come right out and say that because it's a ridiculous lie. They could have enriched up to 90+% uranium-235 this whole time. The reason they were enriching up to...
Then they asked questions. That's what Lindy Lee was doing earlier on this. Like, why do you think that they are enriching uranium? And it's because she doesn't have to want to make the affirmative claim that they are doing it to secure a nuclear weapon. She's trying to just lead him to that. It's the natural conclusion of uranium enrichment.
60% was in reaction to Israeli sabotage, first of all, assassinating their nuclear scientists, and then their sabotage at Natanz. They started enriching up to 60%, just like they did in the Obama years, to have a bargaining chip to negotiate away. Under the JCPOA, they shipped out every bit of their enriched uranium to France to be turned into fuel rods and then shipped back into the country to be used in their reactors. And so they're just trying to get us back in that deal. It is an illusion. It is, and I don't know exactly what's in this man's mind, but it's just not true that they're making nuclear weapons. And it has been a lie of Benjamin Netanyahu and his Likud party regime, and for that matter, the Kadima regime of Ehud Olmert before him, that this is a threat that has to be preempted, when in fact, it never was anything more than a latent nuclear deterrent.
Maybe a good question to ask.
I don't object to the majority of what he said here so far.
Here.
And it wasn't also just like Likud propaganda pushing this line about Iran, like, you know, being 30 seconds to midnight away from getting a fucking nuke or whatever. They've been saying that forever, but there really is consensus within Israel about the threat that Iran's nuclear program poses, because even the opposition parties or whatever also were opposed to the JCPOA on very similar grounds.
What is the goal for the United States and Iran in relation to the Iran's nuclear program? What is the red line here? Does Iran have this need for a latent nuclear deterrent? And what is the thing that's acceptable to the United States and to the rest of the world? What should be acceptable?
Yeah, Lex. So there was a lot to unpack there. So let's sort of just back up a little bit and talk about, first of all, the regime itself. Islamic Republic of Iran came into power in 1979. It has been declared a leading state sponsor of terrorism by multiple administrations, dating back to the Clinton administration, by Obama, by Biden, by Trump. And it is a regime.
Oh, we're already at a weaker start because you're appealing to states that have a geopolitical interest in designating certain, like an administration or a government designated any other non-state actor as a terrorist organization, or like saying it's the state sponsor of terrorism or whatever, is far more of a political analysis than it is like an objective adherence to what constitutes state sponsor of terrorism or whatever. So you're already off to a weak start that, like, well, the US government says that this thing is true, so therefore it is, instead of appealing to some, like, an independent NGO or international body that's reputable making the same assessment on the same grounds.
Regime that has killed and maimed thousands of Americans, not to mention, obviously, hundreds of thousands of Middle Easterners. It is a regime that has lied about its nuclear program. It never actually disclosed its nuclear sites. All these sites were discovered by Iranian opposition groups, by Western intelligence agencies, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is the UN agency responsible for preventing proliferation, has come out again and again over many, many years in reports, very detailed reports, describing Iran's nuclear weapons program. There have been multiple attempts at diplomacy with Iran. I'm sure we're going to talk about it. Scott mentioned the JCPOA, so we should certainly talk about the JCPOA, which was the 2015 deal that Barack Obama reached with Iran. But multiple attempts to actually get the Iranians to negotiate away their nuclear weapons program. I mean, it's worth mentioning that if Iran...
What were his criticisms of the JCPOA, though? Actually, I should look at that quickly. Oh, wait, here. According to the New York Times, no one outside the Trump administration was a more persistent or effective critic of the Iran nuclear agreement than Mark Dubowitz. As a vocal critic of the agreement, Dubowitz had stated that it did not address Iran's non-nuclear malign activity, such as its misappropriation of economic relief to fund terrorism and its lack of any limits on the regime's ballistic missile program and its sunset provisions that would allow Iran to increase its capacity and enrich uranium beginning 7 years from now. According to Politico, although Dubowitz was an intense critic of the Iran deal, he nonetheless advocated against scrapping it. This is another criticism that I hear frequently. It's like, how come the nuclear agreement didn't also become a peace treaty? And it's like, well, that wasn't the aim of the JCPOA, right? It was a nuclear agreement that was targeted and tailored to this to one issue. It was not meant to comprehensively address all of these other factors.
Iran wanted to have civilian nuclear energy. There are 23 countries in the world that have it, but they don't have enrichment and they don't have reprocessing.
How does the JCPOA actually keep Iran in check? In several significant ways, actually. So the United States had been imposing economic sanctions on Iran for years that they really, really needed to have lifted, which allowed us the leverage to even be able to begin negotiations for the JCPOA in the first place under the Obama administration. Then from there, because they were so desperate to have these sanctions lifted, they agreed to reduce the amount of uranium that they had domestically for to a considerably low amount. They had gotten rid of what was it? I don't want to say 90% of, maybe somewhere close to 90% of the uranium that they had, down to much lower levels. They agreed that there would be monitoring and inspections that were to take place frequently, regularly by international agencies to ensure that they were complying with the terms of the agreement. And it was also to be renewed every 90 days. And it was not just an agreement that was signed into perpetuity with no checks or whatever. It was frequently reviewed to make sure that compliance was occurring, which they had been and they continued to do for a year after.
Processing.
And it wasn't until Trump scrapped that agreement that you actually saw the increase in the amount of uranium that they began enriching, and then they closed off the IAEA from conducting inspections.
Sign these deals called the gold standard with the South Koreans or the Emiratis, with others. And we say, if you want civilian energy, you can have power plants, you can buy your fuel rods from abroad, but there's no reason to have enrichment or plutonium reprocessing because those are the key capabilities you need to develop nuclear weapons. Now, the 5 countries that have those capabilities and don't have nuclear weapons are Argentina, Brazil, Holland, Germany, and Japan. And I think it's the view of many administrations over many years, including many European leaders, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is very different from those aforementioned countries because that it has been dedicated to terrorism. It's been killing Americans and other Westerners and other Middle Easterners, and it is a dangerous regime. You don't want to have that dangerous regime retaining the key capabilities and needs to develop nuclear weapons. But I want to kind of get back more to the present. I mentioned this was around negotiations.
Weird to think that Japan doesn't have nukes.
Sort of Oman. Scott's saying that President Trump had said, here's the offer, take it or leave it, zero enrichment, full dismantlement. Well, in fact, that wasn't the offer that was presented to the Iranians at Oman. The offer was a one-page offer, and it said you can temporarily enrich above ground. You've got to render your below-ground facilities, quote, non-operational. And then
Vadim absolutely backed out first from their debate. Then Ethan hit vacation. How did he run? Call me Capybara. Come back tomorrow. I'm not doing this right now at 4 a.m. My brain is fried. I've been live for 8 hours.
Sometime in the future, 3-4 years, as Scott said, there'll be a consortium that'll be built, not on Iranian territory. It'll be a partnership with the Saudis and the Emiratis. It'll be under IAEA supervision. And that enrichment facility will create fuel rods for your nuclear reactors. So that was the offer presented to Iran. And that offer would come with significant sanctions relief, billions of dollars that would go to the regime. Obviously, the economy there has been suffering. The regime has not had the resources that it's had in the past to fund its what I call its axis of misery, its proxy terror armies around the world. And it was good offers. And I was shocked that Khamenei rejected it. He did reject it. And I think he rejected it because I think he believed that he could continue to do to President Trump what he'd done to President Obama, which is just continue to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze the Americans at the table in order to ensure that he could keep all these nuclear facilities, all these nuclear capabilities, so that at a time of his choosing, when President Trump is gone, he can develop nuclear weapons. Now, it is a bit interesting.
Oh, I mean, he kicks the can down the line of when they're going to do it, but he does believe that they are on their way to actively acquiring a nuclear weapon, and he sees it as Iran having the upper hand and the one that is trying to strong arm the United States into entering into agreements that somewhat favorable to their own terms.
Interesting to say that
I'm a tireless force. Yes, you're very proudly, well, like Ethan's strongest soldier. Good for you.
Iran has no intention to develop nuclear weapons. And let's examine the nuclear program and ask, does this sound like a regime that's not interested in building nuclear weapons? So they built deeply buried underground enrichment facilities that they hid from the international community and they didn't disclose. Okay? They had an active nuclear warhead program called the MAD, which ended in 2003.
Like, again, so many of these criticisms just fall mostly flat because they are a party signatory to these agreements that demonstrate that they're open to regulation with respect to like uranium enrichment and nuclear agreements, as opposed to the United States and Israel that are attempting to govern the terms of these sorts of agreements when we are nuclear powers. Like, ideally, there would be no one would have nukes in my perfect world.
Formally, when the United States invaded Iraq, and we know that because not only has that been
Thank you for the raid, Reservoir, where I'm like, I'm going to send you guys off somewhere soon in probably like 10, 15 minutes because we're just reacting to this debate between, who is it again? Mark Dubowitz and Scott Horton. The Scott Horton guy is frequently cited by a bunch of like libertarian or like centrist types as like a guy who knows what's what when it comes to foreign policy.
Detailed by the IAEA, but actually Mossad.
We're not going to be live for this whole video.
Daring operation in Tehran took out a nuclear archive and brought it back to the West. And then the IAEA, the United States, and the intelligence communities went after this detailed archive, went into it, and discovered that this supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had an active program to build 5 atomic warheads. And it was a very detailed program with blueprints and designs, all of which was designed under Ahmad to build a nuclear weapons program. So again, it's interesting to say that he doesn't have the intention to build nuclear weapons when he actually had an active nuclear weapons program. And we can talk about what happened to that program after 2003, and there's a lot of interesting details. So when you combine the fact that he has an active nuclear weapons program, he has sites that are buried deep underground, he has weapons scientists who...
So I guess the entire time he's going to conflate the enrichment of uranium with like an active nuclear weapons program or trying to secure it.
Who would come out of the Ahmad program and continue to
I wonder if he's made any comments about like what the United States like Tulsi's comments or anything like that with respect to the United States assessment of their desire to acquire a nuclear weapon.
On the initial metallurgy work and computer modeling designed to actually begin that process of building a warhead. And all of this has been hidden from the international community.
Okay. Maybe this is somebody else, but I just tried to look him up on Twitter and he's suspended. So.
He has spent estimates of $500 billion on his nuclear program in direct costs and in sanctions costs. And one has to ask, and I think it's an interesting question, to compare the UAE and Iran. Right? The UAE signed the gold standard. They said...
No. Okay. I found him. He's this dude. I swear I just saw this guy on my timeline or something like that. Let's see if I put Tulsi. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard should do away with this quote-unquote stupid intelligence immediately because the evidence for an active Iranian nuclear weapons program is overwhelming and undeniable, writes at Fred Flights. This was April 18th, 2025. So this is a viewpoint that he endorses, I guess. Why does he know more about this than she does? Then I feel like it's not going to do much if I put like Iran nuke or something like that. This won't load, of course not.
Will have no enrichment capability or reprocessing. They spent about $20 billion on that, and it supplies 25% of their electrical generation. Khamenei spent $500 billion, and that program supplies maybe 3% of their electrical needs. In fact, they have a reactor that they bought from the Russians called Bushehr, and that reactor, it's exactly what you'd want in a proliferation-proof reactor. They buy fuel rods from the Russians, they use it, and they send the spent fuel back to Russia so it cannot be reprocessed into plutonium. So I just think it's important for your listeners to understand just some of the technical nuclear history here in order to unpack this question of, did Khamenei want nuclear weapons? What was his goal here? And then we can talk about, was this the right operation in order for the United States to order the B-2 bombers to strike these facilities in what, again, was a limited operation, as President Trump has said, and in order to drive the Iranians back to the negotiating table and finally do the deal that President Trump has asked them to do since he came into office in January.
Yeah, that is one of the fascinating questions, whether this Operation Midnight Hammer increased or decreased the chance that Iran will develop a nuclear weapon.
Before you ask any more questions, I have to refute virtually everything he just said, which is completely false.
I mean, really everything? There was not one thing I said that was true? Just one thing.
I mean, Iran is a nation over there somewhere. You got that part right.
All right. 22 years working on Iran, and I got that right.
So, but do you know the population of Iran?
92 million.
Okay.
So, first of all, they were trying to buy a light water reactor from the Europeans or the Chinese in the 1990s, and Bill Clinton wouldn't let them, and put tremendous pressure on China to prevent them from selling them a light water reactor, a turnkey reactor that produced.
And I think, remember, this guy had argued that, like, all the previous administrations or whatever up until Trump were not. I mean, he did oppose Trump ripping it up or whatever, but he did say that he also feels that Trump is exerting the pressure on Iran that was needed long ago and was indicting Obama, Biden, probably back to Clinton, Bush, et cetera, feeling like they didn't do enough to, sanction Iran.
Uses waste that's so polluted with impurities that you can't make nuclear weapons fuel out of it. By the way, they never have to this day had a reprocessing facility for reprocessing plutonium, even their current plutonium waste from their heavy water reactor at Bushehr, to make weapons fuel out of that. They have no plutonium route to the bomb under the JCPOA.
But they have that at Iraq, not Bushehr. There's a difference between Iraq. Iraq is
where they pour concrete into the reactor and shut it down.
And the reason they poured concrete
under the JCPOA,
not they, but the Obama administration, he's right, under the JCPOA, poured concrete into the Calindria in order to prevent them from using that reactor to reprocess plutonium. So there's a distinction between Iraq and Bushehr. Scott's exactly right. Bushehr is a reactor, a heavy water reactor provided by the Russians, as I described, for the generation of electricity. It's proliferation proof. Iraq is the opposite. It's a heavy water reactor that was built for a plutonium pathway to nuclear weapons, which is exactly why under the JCPOA, they literally had to pour concrete into the middle of it to prevent it from reprocessing plutonium.
I think we're going to need a scientist to come in here and split the difference, or maybe we need to go and look up some IAEA documents, because I don't believe that Iraq ever had a reprocessing facility for their plutonium waste. And the deal under the JCPOA, the Russians would come and get all their plutonium waste, which the waste comes out all polluted and not useful. You need the reprocessing facility to get all of the impurities
to
out.
clarify,
it could be that I'm wrong about that, but I don't believe that they ever had a reprocessing facility at Iraq that they could use to remove all those impurities and then have weapons-grade plutonium fuel as the North Koreans do.
So the Obama administration was very clear under the JCPOA, we are going to pour concrete into the Iraq facility, as Scott acknowledged, because we are concerned that Iraq can be used for reprocessing plutonium for a plutonium pathway to a nuclear weapon.
Can be used, but we don't know if it was used.
Oh, we know it never was. There never was any reprocessing of weapons fuel.
But there was concrete poured.
I'm happy that
True. I think Lindy's voice is missing from this conversation.
Indication
for your viewers.
Not enough unhelpful interjections yet.
Interested, and not to plug my own podcast, Lex, so I apologize, but
it is a very good podcast.
I just recently had David Albright on my podcast, who is actually a physicist and a weapons inspector, and goes into a lot of detail about the Iranian nuclear program. Please listen to the podcast.
Iran Breakdown, by the way, is the name of the podcast.
Yeah, and David's the president of the Institute for Science and International Security. By the way, spent decades on this. And to his credit, he was one of the deep skeptics of the Bush administration's rush to war with Iraq. And
that's not true. He vouched for claims.
I was wondering, so I'm like looking through Mark Dubowitz's Twitter to see where can he get like published? Because he links to a lot of op-eds, but he himself doesn't author too many. My latest op-ed, no ceasefire with Iran is worth the paper it's printed on unless it includes full nuclear disarmament and is backed by the credible threat of U.S. and Israeli force. Khomeini is 86, sick, hiding in a bunker, and watching his empire crack. Now is not the time to let our guard down. It's funny that that's the conclusion that he gets from those facts, but like the Daily Mail, is this not like the Daily Mail is like a blog? Yeah, it is the Daily Mail. And again, like, I don't mean to be judgmental just based off of like this. Obviously, it's possible for there to be credible stories or opinions in these or whatever. It's on a case-by-case basis, but the Daily Mail has such a low standard of like such low editorial standards that Wikipedia doesn't even allow users to cite it for any article because it's just unreliable. So the idea that he's getting printed in this is already a hit against him. And I can't even read it because it's paywalled. I didn't even know there was paid content on Daily Mail.
Weapons in Iraq, and later said he was sorry for it.
Again, I mentioned the Bush administration's rush to war based on their claims that Saddam was building nuclear weapons.
He did debunk the aluminum tubes, though.
He debunked it, and he was a deep skeptic again of the rush to war in Iraq. You know, the argument today, Lex, which I think is the more interesting argument, because there are very few
Please be judgmental.
people.
So it's definitely not a good sign. I wouldn't want to be judgmental until I saw I actually read the argument, see how well sourced it was.
Today who don't believe that the Iranians were building the nuclear weapons capability that gave them the option to build nuclear weapons.
I already said that.
We can debate whether they had decided to, and I'm interested to hear Scott's opinion on this, but the recent intelligence that has come out that the Iranian nuclear weapons scientists have begun preliminary work on building a warhead.
Came out from where? This intelligence that came out. Who put that into Israeli claims? Not verified by the U.S. and the Wall Street Journal anywhere, right?
Let's talk
about all of my list of refutations of all your false claims from 10 years ago.
The Wall Street Journal did verify.
That's a lot of
Lawrence Norman
to refute.
One at a time. Lawrence Norman actually wrote a piece. This was during the Biden administration, because the Biden DNI had actually come out and for the first time in their annual threat assessment had removed a line that said Iran is not currently working on developing.
The only thing that's giving this guy any credibility in my mind right now is the fact that when Trump attempted to scrap the JCPOA, even though he was an outspoken critic of it, he was not willing. He didn't think that was the way to go about. That he didn't think we should withdraw from it. That's the only thing that is giving him any credibility.
Abilities that would put it in a position to actually deliver a nuclear warhead. And what became the Lawrence Norman piece in the Wall Street Journal was that there actually was initial work done on metallurgy and on computer modeling. And so those actually were defined terms in Section T of the 2015 JCPOA, which defined weaponization in that section. And metallurgy and computer modeling were some of the initial steps. So that the DNI was very concerned under Biden that these initial steps meant that either Khamenei had given the green lights or nuclear weapons scientists, in order to get ahead of the boss so they could be in a position, if he decided to move forward on this, were in a position and their timelines were therefore expedited. So it's interesting. I mean, again, you've got the DNI under Biden, you've got the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, you've got Israeli intelligence, you've got the Wall Street Journal, and you've got the IAEA asking questions of Iran on its past weaponization activities. Why are you denying us?
Who's the dog that didn't bark there? The current director of national...
Okay, so and again, what else is this guy's? So he's been... When did he start working for them, though? I wish it said when he started working for them. Hold on. In 2003. Has he been saying for 20 years that Iran has been trying to acquire a nuclear weapon?
Her threat assessment. Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who issued her threat assessment in February, that repeated the exact same language that from the National Intelligence Estimate of 2007, and that the CIA and the NIE, the National Intelligence Council, have reaffirmed repeatedly ever since then, which is the supreme leader has not decided to pursue nuclear weapons. He has not made the political decision to pursue nuclear weapons. She testified in fact, under oath in front of the Senate in March. And then, according to CNN and the New York Times, there was a brand new assessment that was put together the week before the attack was launched, reaffirming the same thing. And at least in history, if you read it in Haaretz, Mossad agreed with the CIA.
I'd like to just sort of quote CIA Director John Ratcliffe, because Scott brought up the CIA and the intelligence community. I think Ratcliffe had a good way of looking at this, and that he said is, when you're in the 99-yard line as a football team, you have the intention to score a goal, quote unquote. And what he was actually pointing to is, let's not talk about this debate about whether Khamenei had given the order or not given the order, because Khamenei knows that if he gives an order, the U.S. and Israeli intelligence community will pick up on that order, and that will be the trigger for strikes. What Ratcliffe is saying is that Khamenei had built the nuclear weapons capability. He's at the 99-yard line, and both the CIA and European leaders, the European intelligence community has said for years that if Iran has that capability and they're on the 99...
I wonder if the Scott guy is going to bring up that it's a leverage point. It's not evidence that it's actually pursuing it.
9-yard line.
Or why is it that American intelligence from the Trump administration does not agree with him on this?
It's going to be too late to stop them once that decision is made to
again, America, no fan of Iran.
Assemble the final warhead, which, by the way, is the final piece of what you need for a deliverable nuclear weapon.
That's not true at all, right? They have to resort to a crude analogy about football yard lines because they can't say the truth, which is that they had zero weapons-grade uranium. They were not producing it. They were trying to get the United States back in the deal that they are still officially within, the JCPOA with the rest of the UN Security Council, wherein they shipped all of their enriched uranium stockpile out of the country to France to be transferred to fuel rods. Their insistence was on their continued ability to enrich uranium. And so this goes to one of the things that he at least sort of brought up that deserves addressing, When Trump came into power in 2017, he decided on this Israeli influence maximum pressure campaign. And he said the JCPOA was the worst deal in the history of any time any two men ever shook hands and all these kinds of things in his hyperbolic way, which of course made it very difficult for him to figure out a way to stay in the thing or to compromise along its lines. But the fact of the matter is, if he had just played it straight and said, listen, Ayatollah, we don't have to be friends, but we do have a deal here, which my predecessor struck with you, but I don't like these sunset provisions. And I want to send my guys over there and see if we can figure out a way to convince you that we really wish you'd shut down calm altogether, or this or that or the other thing, and try to approach them in good faith. We talk about yard lines and things. We had a JCPOA, okay? So toward peace, we were past the 50-yard line.
I wonder if this guy is going to bring up that he opposed Trump ripping it up.
Donald Trump could have gone to Tehran and shook hands with the Ayatollah, as Dick Cheney complained that we had cold relations with Iran back in 1998 when he was the head of Halliburton. And so we can do business with these guys. Donald Trump could have gone right over there and done business. And instead, he gave in to Netanyahu's lies in this ridiculous hoax that they had uncovered all these Iranian nuclear documents, which he pretends is legit, where all they did was recycle the fake Israeli-forged smoking laptop of 2005, which they lied and pretended was the laptop of an Iranian scientist that was smuggled out of Iran by his wife and had all this.
If I put Israel intelligence Iran laptop 2005, is there a new article talking about this? Evidence mounting pointing to the Mossad as the sort of dubious claims about Iran's uranium enrichment program called the laptop documents. The US and Europe, it is unchallenged in political media circles that the intelligence documents purporting to be from a covert Iranian nuclear weapons program for which the IAEA long demanded an Iranian explanation are genuine. But evidence has continued to accumulate the documents, sometimes called the laptop documents, because they were said to have been on a laptop computer belonging to one of the participants in the program, were fabricated by Israel's foreign intelligence agency, the Mossad. We now know that the documents did not come from an Iranian participant in the alleged project, as the media were led to believe for years. They were turned over to German intelligence by the anti-regime Iranian terrorist organization, the Mujahideen, or the MEK. I first reported this in 2008 and have now confirmed from the authoritative German source in my book on the Iran nuclear issue. The MEK was well known to have been a client of the Mossad, serving to launder Israeli intelligence claims that the Israelis did not want attributed to themselves. Although it's never been mentioned in news media, former International IAEA Director General Mohammed Baradei recalled in his memoirs that he was doubtful of the authenticity of the documents. No one knew if any of this was real, he wrote in reference to the laptop documents. Another former senior IAEA official told me, it just didn't really add up. It made more sense that this information originated in another country. And as I have detailed in articles and in my book, key documents in the collection bear clever indications of fabrication. Support for that virtually unknown part of the Iran nuclear story has come from a surprising source, a popular Israeli account celebrating the successes of the Mossad's covert operations. Mossad, the greatest missions of the Israeli Secret Service, first published in Hebrew in 2010 and then published in English in 2012, was Israel's best-selling book for months in 2010. But not only does it acknowledge that it was indeed the MEK that delivered the documents, it also suggests that at least some of the documents came from the Mossad. The co-authors of the book are far from critics of Israel's policy towards Iran. One of the co-authors, Michael Bat-Zohar, is a well-connected former member of the Israeli Knesset and former paratrooper who had previously written an authorized biography of Shimon Peres, as well as a biography of Isher Harel, the Mossad chief who presided over the kidnapping of Adolf Eichmann in Argentina. Okay, interesting. So what did he...
Proof was for Netanyahu's lies in this ridiculous hoax that they had uncovered all these Iranian nuclear documents, which he pretends is legit, where all they did was recycle the fake Israeli-forged smoking laptop of 2005, which they lied and pretended was the laptop of an Iranian scientist that was smuggled out of Iran by his wife and had all this proof of a secret Iranian nuclear weapons program on it. But every bit of that was refuted, including the thing about the warhead, he said, was refuted by David Albright and his friend David Sanger in the New York Times. That all those sketches of the warhead for the
refuted in the Times
program on it, but every bit of that was refuted, including the thing about the warhead, he said, was refuted by David Albright and his friend David Sanger in the New York Times.
David Albright, the New York Times. If I put Iran, what's the most recent thing? is very recent, though.
That all the thing and had all this proof of a secret Iranian nuclear weapons program on it, but every bit of that was refuted, including the thing about the warhead. He said was refuted by David.
If I put warhead, maybe it'll come up. What really happens is that countries enter into a kind of nuclear gray zone as they're developing weapons. They've acquired sufficient amounts of highly enriched uranium. That's part one of it. They have developed ballistic missiles, which can deploy or field miniaturized nuclear warheads. And what Iran was doing was sort of very systematically putting together all of those components in a way that didn't quite provide a clear timeline, which would say to Western officials, intelligence officials, okay, this is the point of no return. But it was getting incredibly close, uncomfortably close. I think for the Israelis, the sense that they had to strike before Iran had acquired sufficient quantities of uranium enrichment to a 90% level, which is what's broadly considered weapons-grade uranium, they'd gotten to 60%, which is very, very close. So from that point of view, it seemed that the urgency, at least from the Israeli perspective, was there. There was also an opportunity for the Israelis because they had previously substantially degraded Iran's anti-air capability. So they had a moment of opportunity, an opening. And the question that ultimately needs to be raised isn't whether Israel waited until the last possible minute or the next to the last possible minute. The real question about urgency is just how serious a threat we should see an Iran with nuclear capability, not only to Israel's interests or Middle Eastern interests, but to core American interests. I think the answer is it was an urgent, pressing threat, and there was an opportunity to do something about it. And Israel seized that opportunity, and Donald Trump followed up with what I hope was a decisive blow. Kalaniak, I agree with Brett that there was an opportunity here with the degradation of Iranian capabilities that didn't exist before, 100%. But I think we need to be critical of the claims Israel makes about intelligence. I don't think we can just take them at face value because Israel has a dog in the fight. They have a political agenda here. They clearly have wanted to bring the United States into war against Iran and to use U.S. firepower to target these sites for a long time. And in fact, the intelligence has been wrong over and over again. The number of times that Israel has cried wolf on Iranian nuclear weapons is astounding. Bibi Netanyahu warned the Israeli Knesset in 1992 that Iran was a few years away from acquiring a nuclear bomb. He repeated that warning in 1995. In 2012, he went to the UN with the Wile E. Coyote-looking bomb graphic and said that Iran was only a year away from obtaining a nuclear bomb. So I don't trust Israeli intelligence on this. I trust U.S. intelligence on this, and the U.S. intelligence ascertained the opposite.
David Albright and his friend David Sanger in the New York Times, that all those sketches of the warhead for the missile were wrong because when Mossad forged the documents, they were making a good, educated guess, but they didn't know that Iran had completely redesigned the nose cone of their mid-range missiles and had an entirely different nose cone that would require an entirely different warhead than that described in the documents. And why would they have been designing a warhead to fit in a nose cone that they were abandoning? And so that was refuted. David Albright completely discredited your claims there, pal. And then they later admitted that it was a CIA laptop. There was no laptop. And they later admitted, Ali Heinonen admitted, who was a very hawkish, one of the, not director, but a high-level executive at the International Atomic Energy Agency, admitted that that intelligence was brought into the stream by the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, communist terrorist cult that used to work for the Ayatollah during the revolution, then turned on him and he turned on them and kicked them out. Then they went to work for Saddam Hussein, where they helped crush the Shiite and Kurdish insurrection of 1991. And then they became America, Donald Rumsfeld's and Ariel Sharon's sock puppets, and later Ehud Olmert's sock puppets when the United States invaded Iraq and took possession of them. They're now under American protection in Albania. And these are the same kooks who just a few weeks ago, you might remember saying, look, new satellite pictures of a whole new nuclear facility in Iran. Isn't it funny how no one ever brought that up again? Didn't bomb it. It was nothing. It was fake. Just like before when they said, hey, look, here's a picture of a vault door. And behind that is where the secret nuclear weapons program is. Except it turned out that vault door was a stock photo from a vault company. It meant nothing. And they had repeatedly, made claims that were...
Fucking Lex will include things for like the JCPOA and stuff like that. But I wish that he would include graphics for like these types of claims.
Totally.
Oh, like what they're referencing here.
Just like I'm about to refute his claim that they ever were the ones who revealed, for example, Natanz. He was implying that Natanz and Qom were both buried and hidden until revealed, I think you said, by dissident groups, that is the MEK, sock puppets of the Israelis. But it was your friend David Albright, not the Israeli Mossad through the MEK, who revealed Natanz facility. Ask him, he'll fistfight you over it. He claims credit. He was first and said, this is a facility. However, they were not in violation of their safeguards agreement with the IAEA. They were still 6 months away from introducing any nuclear material to that facility. And so when it was revealed, they weren't in violation of anything. And then on Qom, we had a huge fight about this at the time. The party line came down from all the government officials and the media that they had just exposed the facility there. Qom is Fordo, same thing. When in fact that wasn't true. The Iranians had announced to the IAEA that we have built a new facility here and we are going to introduce nuclear material into it within 6 months. So here's your official notification. And then a few days later, they just pretended to expose it when it was the Iranians themselves who had admitted to it in going along with their obligations under their safeguards agreement. So it's just completely wrong. Why did they bury them? They buried them for protection because clearly the Israelis have indicated since the 1990s that they consider any nuclear program in Iran to be the same thing as an advanced nuclear weapons program. You're hearing that today. For them,
I mean, this I don't disagree with or whatever. They really, the alarm has been sound for Iran being, again, like 30 seconds away from getting a fucking nuke, 20 minutes away for decades now.
Have a nuclear facility at all is equivalent to them going ahead and breaking out and making a nuclear weapon. And so, of course, they know that they have to have it buried to protect it from Israel. That doesn't mean that they are trying to get nukes. It does mean, as I already said, that they wanted to prove to the world that they know how to enrich uranium and that they have facilities buried deeply enough where if we attack them, that would incentivize them to making nukes, and then we might be unable to stop them without going all the way toward a regime change, which they're bluffing, basically betting that we won't go that far, considering how gigantic their country is and how mountainous and populous it is compared to Iraq next door. Now, here's some more things that he said that weren't true. So he said Iran has been killing Americans all this time. Well, that's almost always a reference to Beirut, 1983.
Dude, that was literally what Lindy Lee fucking said, was that how many Americans is like when in refutation to Dave Smith saying that when you look at, this labeling of Iran, it's like the main state sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East and in that region, that if you're applying that standard more consistently across every single actor and not just people, not just countries that are not allies of the United States, that would actually indict Israel far more than it would indict Iran. And then she started saying, like, how many Americans have they killed or whatever, which is, again, basically
killing Americans all this time. Well, that's almost always a reference to Beirut, 1983, which you can read in the book By Way of Deception by Viktor Ostrovsky, the former Mossad officer, that the Israelis knew that they were building that truck bomb to bomb the Marines with and withheld that information from the United States and said that's what they get for sticking their big noses in. And that is in the book By Way of Deception by Viktor Ostrovsky. And by the way, the Israelis were friends with them, with Iran at the time in all through the 1980s. And it was just a couple of years later when Ronald Reagan sold Iran missiles and using the Israelis as cutouts to do so when he switched sides temporarily in the Iran-Iraq war. And so that's just, and that was in 1983. If Ronald Reagan...
Wait, who?
Just a couple of years later when Ronald Reagan sold Iran missiles and using the Israelis as cutouts to do so when he switched sides temporarily in the Iran-Iraq war. And so that's just, and that was in 1983. If Ronald Reagan can sell missiles a year or 2 years after that, 3 years after that, then surely the United States and the Ayatollah can bury the hatchet from that. And no one's ever even, I don't believe, ever really proven that Tehran ordered that. It was a Shiite militia backed by Iran, that sort of proto-Hezbollah, that did that attack, that killed those Marines. And if there's some responsibility for it, then damn them. Like if there's direct responsibility for that, not just their support for the group, then damn them for that. But that's still no reason in the world to say that we can't get along with them now, when that was in the same year Return of the Jedi came out, okay? And then the other one, and this is always referred to, you'll see this on TV news today. Anyone watching this, turn on TV news and you'll hear them say, Iran killed 600 Americans in Iraq War II. But that's a lie. There was a gigantic propaganda campaign by Dick Cheney and his co-conspirators, David Petraeus and Michael Gordon of the New York Times, now at the Wall Street Journal, where they lied and lied like the devil for about 5-6 months in early 2007.
Lied and lied like the devil.
Every time a Shiite set off a roadside bomb, these new improved copper cord enhanced they're called EFPs, explosively formed penetrators. Now, anytime that happened, Iran did it, which is what George Bush called shorthanding it. Yeah, in other words, just implying the lie. What they're saying is Iran backed Muqtada al-Sadr, and America attacked Muqtada al-Sadr, who actually they were fighting the whole war for him. He remains a powerful kingmaker in that country this day. He's part of the United Iraqi Alliance. And in fact,
he goes off, man. Like, this is more of a thing, like, platform for Scott Horton than it is for Mark Dubowitz and them having, like, a back and forth. I was going to wait until they got to the end of it before I redirected you guys somewhere else, but I don't know that he's going to ever stop yapping unless, Lex intervenes. I'd be more interested in looking into this guy. I feel like my live commentary was non-existent for that. It's not because I'm tired. It's because like he rapid fires off points, and I don't even know where to begin pulling on strings to look into verification for them. But it was interesting at least. But it's something I would probably watch more off stream. But if you're watching on Twitch and you're enjoying me and you haven't followed me yet, you should go ahead and follow me so you can know every time that I go live. I go live every single day, and I will even be live again today at some point after I fall asleep, and then wake back up and do this for several more hours again. And if you want to support me, you could also subscribe to me and get access to an ad-free experience as well as Twitch emotes, or you can gift a sub to give somebody else the the gift of an ad-free experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, and subscribe to me there so you can catch my streams as well. And one day, I swear to God, I will put out videos. But if you want to do none of those things but potentially support me, you can donate to me by following the link in my Twitch chat or the links in my YouTube description box. And I'm at Strader underscore on everything, and I'm going to be sending you guys to... probably to, what's his name? To Redolent Thought, who is just chatting, and did he just start? I think he just started. No one's live. It's like 5 in the morning. But thank you guys for watching with me. Really enjoyed it. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Candace Owens Jubilee. Maybe I'll finish that episode of Her Take. We will see. I will be back tomorrow, or I guess I'll be back later today. So goodbye, you guys, and good night.